burned in flight, journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Purple tide will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. Let's roll. Welcome, everybody, to Crew-10 launch coverage part 2. This is part 2. This is SpaceX and NASA, the Crew-10 mission, coming off of a scrub on Wednesday. It is today, as I'm covering this, and if you're watching this on the VOD, feel free to check. It's probably not this day, but it's March 14th, 2025. And yeah, we're going to try attempt number 2 here to watch this launch go up into space. Crew-10 tried to go on Wednesday. They scrubbed out because of GSE problems, ground service equipment problems. But today they're going to try again. Now, what is Crew-10? Crew-10 is as the name implies, is the 10th crew to launch for a mission to the ISS with NASA. Okay. It's the 10th crew rotation mission as part of SpaceX and NASA's partnership through the Commercial Crew Program. That's a live shot right there of the Dragon capsule out at Pad 39A, Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Everything looks good. The weather actually looks pretty clear today. And yeah, we'll see where we go. We're sitting at T-minus about 3.5 hours from the launch. Now, I know what people are saying. Why? Oh, why are you beginning launch coverage 3.5 hours early? Well, I'm doing it because they should be showing the crew suit up. Crew suit up, crew walkout, crew roll into the pad. There's a bunch of cool stuff that you see. Like, with these crew launches, you know, you get to see people, like, going in, like, get the crew getting into the rocket, the pad closeout team, like, closing the hatch and stuff. It's a lot more. Yeah, see, there's some of the pad crew right there. There's a lot more stuff going on for these crew launches. They are very, very fun to watch. So that's what we're doing.
Look at what's happening in these blood vessels, and what was found on some of
Bring
these
the commentary from NASA
blood
in,
vessels
and
actually get thicker and stiffer, the walls of the blood vessels, equivalent to about 10 to 20 years of aging in only a 6-month time period. So really important that we understand.
So the crew's already suited up.
And start
if they're showing this camera, they're already suited up, and they will be moving out to the pad here momentarily.
But then, as we just mentioned, a lot of corollaries to aging back down on Earth as well.
You're looking live now down the hallway towards astronaut crew quarters in the suit-up room, where the astronauts will turn the corner, walk that hallway, get into an elevator, go down to the ground floor, and pop out those doors before walking to their vehicles and having a few minutes of time to spend with
Ken Kremer right there,
the people who have gathered there. Special guests, VIPs, family members, loved ones, and the press. And we can see in the middle of the screen, I do believe we have our acting administrator, Janet Petro, there.
Yeah, I see Vanessa Weish as well. She was very recently the director of the Johnson Space Center, and now she's the deputy for the administrator.
Yes, there is Vanessa on the right side of the screen. And Janet Petro, currently blocked by the fellow there in the blue suit. But Kelvin Manning, I see him in his Crew-10 shirt, or Crew-10 cap, rather.
Yeah, and he's acting director of KSC where we are. Kelvin, great guy,
SpaceX
interacts with us as crew members quite regularly whenever we're out here.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson is right there. She is the launch director for SLS. Pretty cool.
I think we saw Casey Swales there as well. She's a NASA Deputy Associate Administrator.
What?
And they are all right down there. That's a wider view outside the U-shaped
have a lot of off time.
ONC, as we call it, Operations and Checkout Building.
I'm not saying nothing.
The caravan departs from this location.
Nothing.
You can see towards the back at the top of your screen the SWAT vehicles, the 3 astronaut vehicles, and then at the front, security gives them an escort across the Kennedy Space Center. It's about a 20-minute drive to the launch pad.
Chilling Star Factor seems to be made before.
We've got some folks
get
also
going.
here.
You got 20 minutes.
as
Finish
part
that
of
now.
NASA's
Go.
Social
10 minutes early
program.
every time. No bull crap.
There they are
Go.
waving. I think they turned around and waved.
Finish your yerba mate, whatever the hell that is.
But a great
Be 10
group
minutes
of
early
folks
every
here
time,
who
dude.
are social influencers who have come to document
Core
what's
on
happening.
countdown, advanced team work complete, ready for crew arrival.
All right, here we
Commencing
go.
Crew walkout and ONC departure.
And here they
On
come,
schedule.
walking down the hallway. Crew
Four
10,
crew members for Crew-10, Mark II. Joe Akaba and Kjell
leaving
Lindgren
the
are behind
astronaut
them.
crew quarters, going into the
Flight
elevator.
surgeons, the dudes in the
amidst
blues on the
some
left.
Applause.
And there's some
and
people
revelry.
with flags.
That was astronaut Kjell Lindgren just on the other side of the elevator door. He is the acting director of the Flight Operations Directorate. So that's the directorate that resides above the astronaut office, the flight director office, all the flight controllers. And Kjell actually flew on Dragon as well himself back on Crew 4.
He did indeed.
Well, he got promoted.
And
I just said he was a
and
flight
his fellow
surgeon. He's not a flight
crewmates all
surgeon
came out
anymore.
to Kennedy,
He got a promotion since the last time they mentioned
sometime
him.
after their launch. And
Joe
did a
Akaba, the
meet
guy
and
that's in
greet.
the elevator with them, is chief of the astronaut office, or at least he was last time I checked. Kjell Lindgren apparently runs NASA flight direction now. He was the flight surgeon. He was the chief flight surgeon for all the astronauts, which means he's the doctor. He's a doctor for everybody. I assume that after his crew flight, he didn't go back to that position.
As you look here at the doors and see all the patches around the frame there from the various missions that have most recently been done, we have the mission signing for Crew 10. That was Anne McLean, and here's Nicole Ayers, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov.
Yeah, I think that happened last Friday, and from that image you saw outside, the Crew 10 patch was actually the bottom left in that image. You'll see when they come through the doors. That sticker was placed on
Today's the
Tuesday
one-year
evening
anniversary of
by
IFT3.
Anne and Nicole. You can see the bottom left over there. But another great tradition, because you can see all the stickers there. There's certainly way more mission stickers than we've had Dragon missions, and that's because we see all the historical ones as well. Loads of shuttle mission patches there, and another one of these strong traditions that really bond us as astronauts and really add another element of what makes the things that we do unique and makes us all connected.
Jessica, when you eventually fly, I dare you to put one right there smack dab in the middle of the NASA meatball.
Okay, challenge accepted, Daryl. Challenge accepted.
All right.
There you can see Haley Esparza and Katie O'Neill walking out. They gave a little fist bump. They're getting ready to pump up the crowd. They are SpaceX employees that really are the key liaison for SpaceX with all of the things that astronauts do. So two incredible women that we know very, very well in the astronaut office that are really essential to all of the SpaceX operations.
And we are getting close, less than 90 seconds before walkout. Officially happens at T-minus
Crowd
3
looks really
hours and 20
pumped.
minutes.
I wonder if they play rugby. Are we
So
going to do that
among the
again?
crowd,
We're not
we
doing that
mentioned
again.
some of
We're
the
not doing
VIPs earlier, and then we have a few loved ones there as well to see the crew off. So that last moment to wave to your spouse, to your kids, to whomever you have there supporting with you. And another special moment right before you get into those vehicles and make your way to the launch
Really
pad.
grab. Nice. Here we go. Crew walkout.
And here they come. Crew 10 taking their first steps outside as they prepare for their journey to the International Space Station.
Let's try this again. All right.
From left to right, Kirill Peskov, Nicole Ayers, Anne McLean, and Takuya Onishi.
I'm good, Flavia. How are you?
Well, this is the second time they've done this, so when you do something a second time, does it have the same feeling?
What would you have for dinner for your second last meal on Earth? Honestly, Coltec, second time around, I'd probably want something really light. I've thought about this, and you're like, dude, yeah, I want like a pizza and a big steak, and like, you know, it'd probably be better to eat something that doesn't, you know, something light would probably be better. Yeah, Squall, you wanna stay light. You know what I mean? You wanna keep it light. I don't know. A bag of chips. I don't know, man. All the beans, dude. People would hate you.
Goodbye again.
Yeah.
A protein bar and Ritz. Yeah.
Yeah, so you probably had a pretty
Yeah, man,
good
I want
view
all
of
the
the
meat.
crew
Yeah,
there when they
probably
came out, and I don't know
steak
if you
and eggs
noticed the
is
height
probably where I'd-
distinction between
where
the
I'd
crew, but you know,
be.
Anne
Or
McLean
just
is
a
actually
regular
certainly not a
breakfast.
short woman. She's taller than an average female. I think she's 5'7", maybe a little bit more than that. But in her crew, she's actually the short one. If you
Pretty much
noticed,
taller
her
than
crew
her.
is exceptionally tall. So they actually made an unofficial logo, which I love, and it has all the 3 crew members as giraffes and the 4th crew member of Anne as the panda
know,
on
Flavia.
the crew. Here's a picture of that shirt, actually modeled by my husband.
And with your daughter watching and
Yes,
observing.
yeah,
That's
she was
awesome.
observing. I think her
Sweet
favorite's
girl.
the panda as well, because that's a childhood favorite of mine.
There you go, Murray.
Perfect for my classmate Anne.
Oh, there it is. The 4
Dude,
crew members.
that's
and-
what I
and
want.
their-
You know what I want for the last meal? Beef stew. Beef stew.
Bestowed on her from her old rugby team, the Atlanta Harlequins. She played with them
Yeah,
when she
it'll
was
be
in
awesome.
flight school.
Beef stew.
Doors are closing.
Beef stew. That's
Getting ready
my
to
meal.
blast their
Beef stew and
playlists,
dumplings.
I
Yeah,
assume.
Peter. That's what
It's
I'm
one of
talking
the
about, man.
Cool
Nick,
aspects.
yeah.
I remember
Yeah, hell
as the
yeah.
astronaut support
That-
person
dude.
actually riding in the car with the crew.
I had to
back
think
on
about it.
Crew-2,
Beef stew.
get to participate
Meat
in
and
that. They're
potatoes.
blasting their personally designed playlists.
I just ate dinner,
you know,
and
real
now I'm
pump-up
hungry
music
again.
For them.
Damn it,
The
I'm
lights
sorry.
are blaring on the
Sorry.
escort
My
cars,
bad.
and it's a really exhilarating time.
Did you rock out?
Oh yeah, certainly. Got to get pumped up. That launch was actually at night, which I think allows you to get even more pumped up with the lights and the music in the darkness. But beautiful weather day for what
The
we're doing
darkness?
today. Can't complain.
I believe in a thing called love.
You know, speaking of the weather, Daryl, I'm glad we have such a
There's a
sunny
chance we can
day
make it now. It is
because
Maturo.
on that walkout, not sure if you knew about this, but Nicole Ayers, call sign
Remember the
Vapor,
photos
she is
there?
actually very anti-umbrella, stemming back
Oh.
to her days in the Air Force. It's I guess it's an Air Force flight, an Air Force jet pilot thing, where they're too tough for umbrellas, so they have to really stick it out no matter what the conditions are. And apparently, Vapor is very religious about this. Even no matter where she is, even if she's off duty, she will not use an umbrella. Some people say that this also carries over to all the military branches, but I talked to some Navy pilots last night,
call,
and they
Lou.
say no way, like certainly not. They use umbrellas, and even Anne told me today that she wasn't even aware at all about this thing about umbrellas. So
Maturo,
I think
the
it's
dude-
really
the dude
just
with
Vapor,
wheels.
at least on this crew.
That's he's a Twitch
definitely
streamer.
an Air Force thing.
He played Kerbal.
Which is interesting because
Good stuff.
the closeout technicians
He's a launch
have
photographer now, if you
umbrellas with
haven't
them
gotten
when
that-
there
haven't put
is a
that
little
one
bit
together.
of rain or mist in the air.
Right.
And so their job is to immediately cover and keep those suits dry. So I would be curious to see what Nicole
Yeah,
would do.
you got to protect that suit, and that's exactly what I mean. A good thing we have no rain today, because I don't know what Vapor would have done.
Right. Well, this was a nice moment here where the family and loved ones got to come up close to the open window of the vehicles as they are just minutes away from leaving and departing the ONC.
Hang on.
Come
Okay,
up
I'm
close
just
to the
gonna back it
open
up real
window
quick.
of the vehicles as they are just minutes away from leaving and departing the ONC.
I'm just gonna.
And in the third,
I just took
the
a
two
picture.
mission
I'm gonna
specialists,
send that to him.
They're getting a wave out the window as they drive off.
There we go.
Here they
Crew's
go.
leaving.
Countdown. Crew have left the ONC on the way to the pad. We're on schedule.
And we are off. The crew on their way to Space Launch Pad
Dude, a
39A,
Cybertruck. Look.
driving away from the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. This begins the 20-minute drive. With
Just
a full
converse
security
amongst
escort
yourselves
across
about the
NASA's Kennedy
Cybertruck.
Space Center,
I'm sure that will
including
end very well.
Get ready to do a drive-by
in
the
both
VAB,
chats.
as we all know.
You know, I think once we see them get going on the other road here,
No,
they're going to
let's
get
not.
up to like 65 miles
Why?
per hour.
Rugby
or so,
players
which I
have
think they're
Cybertrucks.
cruising
Cammy, or
along
something.
in pretty close proximity of each other.
That's more than the posted speed
Not
limit.
doing it.
I'll let you
Being
know.
Special day,
All right, that's fair.
absolutely. I know we don't really speed when we drive here at KSC, right? You're too
No, you
afraid
don't
of
want to
getting
do
pulled
that.
over, but this is a special
You'll
day
see that
for it.
guy on your tail.
I'm sure Anne loves the helicopter
See that?
escort as well. You know,
That's
she's a
bait.
helicopter pilot, so sweet sounds of home. And
A
as
lot of
they get up
building
to speed
materials being
here, I bet
stockpiled
she's
at the
really
Cape there.
jamming
See
out.
that?
You know, Anne's mom told me that back in high school, Anne accumulated so many speeding tickets that she almost had to do some defensive driving courses. So she has a need for speed.
Spilling the tea on the commander. I like it. Speaking of Anne, let's find out more about her
What?
in her own words. Here now.
It was
Commander
coffee,
Anne
Daryl. It was coffee.
When I get asked why we explore, oftentimes
This mother trucker tried to make a Top Gun reference. Spilling the tea on the... It's not tea, it's coffee. Bro, what are you doing?
across that ocean and
Yeah.
to us now, what's beyond our planet. My name is Colonel Anne McLean, and I'm the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. I was 3 years old when I first told my family that I wanted to become an astronaut, and I'm fortunate that no one of my family told me that it was impossible to do. They all said, that's going to be a lot of work, and they were right. But they were ready to support me every step
Trey
of the
will
way.
be all right.
They reminded me of my dreams if I started to get discouraged, because it is a long and challenging road. One thing I knew about becoming an astronaut is that not a lot of people get to do it. It was important to me to choose a career that I was going to love and be fulfilled in, regardless of my selection to becoming an astronaut. So I chose to serve my country as a helicopter pilot and an officer in the United States Army. I still am an active duty officer in the Army. It's something that brings me a lot of meaning to be able to serve the American people in that manner. And it's something that I would be doing still every day if I was not fortunate enough to wear this blue suit. This is my second flight to the International Space Station. I think on your first flight, there's a lot of unknowns, right? You don't know how it's going to feel to go to space. You're very focused on making sure that you know your stuff. On this flight, as the commander, I'm really focused on building a cohesive crew. So over the last year and a half, I've had the pleasure of working with my crewmates on Crew-10, Tak, Nicole, and Kirill. We've shared a lot of meals together, we've traveled together, we've done some tough sims together, and they are three very special people to me. And now we get to go launch to space and do this incredible mission with our good friends. The International Space Station is a proving ground for a lot of technologies for deep space exploration, but it is also a national orbiting laboratory where the U.S. can work with universities, research labs, other countries to develop things that benefit us on Earth, everywhere from cancer research, Parkinson's research, materials research, and at the same time, we're looking at the things that we're going to use on Mars and future moon missions. In my career at NASA, and especially on my first space flight, there were certain moments that I had, like when I came out of the hatch on my first spacewalk, where I realized we are operating at the edge of what humans are capable of. And that is such a special moment. I think it's that intersection of the magical and the technical, where I can look across the amazing beauty of the Earth, but I can see also this amazing creation, the International Space Station. And it doesn't belong to me or to NASA anymore, that it belongs to every single human on Earth. It's our platform to figure out how we got here, where we're going in the future, and the context in which we live. Our goal is to be a beacon of hope for all of humankind, so that people can look and say, this is what we can accomplish when we work together.
The next member of Crew-10 we'd like to hear from now is pilot Nicole Ayers.
Nicole is Nicole.
Space exploration is so
F-22
important for
flight instructor.
humanity. You know, we
No big
learn
deal.
so much as we get further away from Earth. Every time that we make a further step, we learn something and we learn how to adapt, and that is so important to humanity. We are explorers, each and every
That's a
single
real
one of
picture,
us.
by the way.
My name is Major Nicole Vapor Ayers, and I am the pilot on NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. As a little kid, I always wanted to be an astronaut from the time that I was about knee-high. Growing up in Colorado really inspired me to go
that an
explore.
Easter
I loved
basket
exploring in the mountains
that looked
and
like
learning how to
a
camp
space
and
helmet?
hike and live in
Why did I
a
never think of
weird
that?
and
That's a really
exciting
good idea.
environment. Growing up as a twin is probably my favorite part of growing up. You have this built-in best friend to get in trouble with, to go exploring with. We grew up right there in Colorado Springs. We got to see the Thunderbirds fly over the Air Force Academy every year, which really inspired me to become a pilot in the Air Force. I always had an affinity for the sky and for space. Being next to the Air Force Academy kind of was the natural path for me. So I was a very serious little kid who set my goals really high and worked really hard and never got bumped off that path. I got my wings in August of 2014, and then I flew F-22s in Alaska, got to do some great flying up there in the mountains. I had a no-notice 6.5-month deployment. From there is when I moved down to Houston to start my job as a NASA astronaut. Crew-10 is a group of pilots who are going to space together to execute science and maintenance. We are about to launch to the International Space Station for a 6-month rotation aboard the orbiting laboratory. We've got a great group of humans who are funny and caring and kind and also wicked smart and capable and efficient. Our major goal is to get to the space station, execute the mission as well as we possibly
Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding.
In space is so important because here on Earth, there's gravity and it's a force that holds things down, and in space we can remove that force. And so we get a glimpse into processes and forces and structures that are too small or too weak, and they can't actually flourish here on Earth. Long duration spaceflight is so important for human research to figure out how humans adapt and what happens to the body and
brains.
We get to learn how
are going into my feet. Well, we stopped.
React in space, and we get to put them in this environment that's pretty harsh. You know, we're outside of the atmosphere, and now we don't have the protection of the atmosphere. What happens to those things, and how do we fix them, and how do we better prepare our people, our hardware, our food, our water systems for that deep space exploration? Throughout all of our training, it's been apparent to me that there is a massive humanity that gets us to space. It takes a village to get us there. The International Space Station wouldn't be where it is today without the international cooperation, and it's just blown me away with how many people it takes to get to space. From Crew-10, we just want to say thank you.
And you see them passing the VAB now, where we just had a big major milestone in the NASA Artemis program. Engineers finished stacking the twin solid rocket boosters on the inside of that very building that you see there for Artemis 2.
So SLS for Artemis 2 is being stacked in High Bay 3 right there. Oh yeah, there it is.
Have the view of those twin solid rocket boosters, 177 foot tall. They provide most of the 8.8 million pounds of thrust needed to launch 4 astronauts on a 10-day lunar journey. Since November, crews have used a massive crane to lift and assemble 10 booster segments, each packed with avionics and motors that will safely detach after launch. With the boosters now complete, the focus shifts to integrating the SLS core stage in the coming
Futuramic
weeks.
jig. That thing is cool,
Artemis
dude.
2 will carry NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on a mission around the moon. And now here is Jeremy, there in the back.
Oh yeah, bud.
With an update about a recent training mission for him and his fellow Artemis 2
let's hear what's going on with Jeremy Hansen. All right. Sounds great. Oh yeah, it's your Artemis Moon Minute, bud.
Hey everyone, I'm Canadian Space Agency astronaut Colonel Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist for the Artemis 2 mission. I'm here at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas, where we normally do most of our training. But every once in a while, we like to change it up a bit. Reed, Victor, Christine, and I recently spent several days in Iceland training in our spacesuits for hiking gear to study its geology and surroundings. Why Iceland? Well, as you can see, it has a similar landscape and terrain to the moon, with various volcanic rocks like basalts and breccias, and has limited to no vegetation.
Not yet, Procyon.
The Nordic island has been a lunar training site for NASA astronauts since the days of the Apollo missions. My crewmates and I teamed up with scientists and geology experts to explore the huge boulders, formations, and volcanic craters across the lava fields. During our journey, we stopped at various spots to discuss what we observed.
Some of the really fine material is compacting into what's like the glue holding this together.
And even tested different types of tools to collect rock samples. Although we won't be landing on the moon during our mission, this field work and navigation practice will allow us to make informed observations when passing the lunar surface and pave the way for future Artemis crew training. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute.
Okay, so let me answer some of your questions here. What kind of propellant is in the solid rocket boosters? So Flavia, the SRBs that SLS and the Space Shuttle by proxy have use are they use hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene and ammonium perchlorate with aluminum flakes mixed in for combustion stability. Yep. They burn metal. Yeah. By the way, aluminum. It's using aluminum as solid rocket fuel. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Aluminum's a great fuel. It burns real good in the right conditions. Just saying. Those ones are specifically P-band. Yeah, there you go, Cyborg. Right on, right on. What was the other questions that I saw over here? Proceed. So, do we have a date for Artemis 2? Tentatively, right now, it's 2026. Tentatively. Not as good as magnesium. No, magnesium is better. The aluminum flakes are in that solid rocket propellant to make sure the explosion is unified. You get a nice symmetrical explosion. I know that sounds like when it's a symmetrical explosion. Well, solid rocket booster is cast like concrete. They have the segment and they pour the solid rocket propellant into the SRB, right? They pour it into the segment and they cast it. It has to sit there and it has to cure like concrete. Sometimes, like concrete, you get air bubbles in there. And those little air bubbles, right, when the thing goes to blow up, is going to give you sporadic explosion. If you get a sporadic explosion, like, so some of the solid rocket propellant is burning and then it hits that little pocket of oxidizer, it's going to be more violent for like a split second. Those little air bubbles can, they basically make the chamber pressure of the SRB kind of fluctuate. You don't want that. The aluminum is there to basically fill in that. They have aluminum flakes in there. Basically, when the aluminum burns, it fills that and it keeps the explosion nice and uniform. Keeping the explosion nice and uniform inside of an SRB makes it so you don't have a fluctuating chamber pressure. It basically smooths out the performance. You want to kiss the rocket so bad. I mean, don't lick it. Not when it's fueled. Hello, I'm new here. Pardon my lurking. You can lurk all you want. Eshkabibble. Lurk as you see fit. Alright, no more AOs. How did they create the cylindrical channel in the center of the booster? An insert, Jens. There's an insert in there. Basically, they cast it and then they pull the insert out. Jonathan, that's a better way to say it. The aluminum's a moderator. It's a slower burning material that uses up excess oxidizer. There you go. Isn't 3 hours a bit too early to start watching the launch? Yeah, sure, if you don't want to see the crew get into the spacecraft, back alley. I want to do that. That's why we're watching at T-minus 3 hours, 1 minute and 43 seconds. Digging the hat. Hell yeah, brother.
We expand our world, and that's how we
Why did they put them in so early? Long story short, the rocket doesn't have fuel in it right now, Kill. So they gotta get. You don't want to load crew when you're loading fuel, one or the other. The reason why is that fuel loading is changing a lot of characteristics on the rocket really, really fast, and you're introducing a lot of variables quickly when you fuel. So you either want the crew in the spacecraft with the launch escape system, with their ejector seat ready to go, or you don't want them in there at all. Now, SpaceX uses what's called load and go. So they load crew first and then they load fuel. The reason why SpaceX does that is because they super chill their propellants. They make the propellants really, really cold, and super chilling your propellants will give you better performance. So in order for Falcon 9 to do its thing, right, they load fuel last. They load crew before fuel. That was a super controversial thing when they first proposed it. NASA had never done that. NASA always fuels the vehicle when no one's near it. And then people go to it, and then people get on board. Yeah, SpaceX really had to prove empirically that load and go was safe. Yeah, it was a big deal. But yeah, long story short, why the crew go into the pad now? Because fueling. They gotta fuel it up. Fueling takes about an hour. But in order to fuel the thing, you have to make sure that your launch escape system is armed. In order to make sure your launch escape system is armed, you have to make sure the crew is inside the craft and buckled up. And in order for the crew to be inside the craft and buckled up, they need to get there. And in order for them to get there, they have to get there early, and when they get there early is basically right now. They have to do a suit leak check once they get in the capsule to make sure the suit's one final check to make sure your suit isn't leaking. Yeah, there's a long story short, there's a bunch of things that you have to do to get the whole thing ready for fueling with people on board. And that takes about 2 hours. Don't worry, if you stick here with me in this coverage, this thing will be lifting off in the next 5 minutes, figuratively. This goes by real quick, and it's real fun to watch. I love this. This is crew missions are one of my favorite things to cover, other than Starship launches. But I might get to have my cake and eat it too, soon. So, you know, it's good. A 15,000 piece by piece, line by line checklist. That's right, Jody. How you doing? Welcome back. Is the Boeing Uber so far looking good to go? No. No comment. Slow down the burn rate, Cyborg. Yeah, interesting. Repent does... What was your question? Sorry. Still sick, but functioning. Well, cool. Does the second stage engine have to reignite every time they want to make a maneuver? No. Falcon 9, just like a lot of different upper stages, has a second stage. They have secondary thrusters. They're little tiny thrusters. Now Falcon 9 uses compressed nitrogen, and the compressed nitrogen, there's a thruster block at the back by the engine, and they can use that to steer around. Yeah, so no, they don't need to relight the engine every time they want to do maneuvers. The second stage can actually turn and point in different directions, and then they fire the engine depending on where they need to go. This second stage is not going to do that. The second stage is going to put the capsule into space, and then it will prepare for a disposal burn. Oh, Chris Harris from USRA, one of the guys you met at Spaceport America Cup. Yeah, I remember Chris Cyborg. Yeah, that guy was cool, if not stoic about things. He was like, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" I'm like, "All right." I remember that guy. Yeah. When I mentioned you, though, that was the only time I ever saw him smile. No joke. I was like, "Hey, do you know this guy?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do." Cool. I'm like, "All right." Yeah, he's like that. He's just a stoic dude. Sea Kraken, today I finished a CDR and had a judge working for Intuitive Machines. They asked how my landing system could lift itself if it fell over. Kind of funny. I would have laughed. I would have been like, "Why, you need some help?" I would have said it. I would have said it, Sea Kraken, and that's why I wouldn't last long in this industry. It's crazy that they've slimmed down the suit so much. Yeah, SpaceX really designed Dragon with the expectation that this is what a spacecraft that flies in 2025 should look like. It's the future, man. Spacesuits should look like that. Oh, they're doing the lean to look back at the rocket.
Back live now at the launch pad as your commander and pilot walk towards the elevator after taking a look at their
critical
rocket
area
the second time.
If you're wondering why everybody is either dressed like a ninja or an astronaut, it's because from here on out, you're in a clean base. Well, not when they get to the crew access arm, you're in a foreign object debris critical area. Basically, you want the most minimal amount of contamination that you possibly can get. The crew access arm, so like that's the gantry that they use to get into the capsule. That is a pressurized environment. It's like surgery room sterile in there on purpose. The less contaminants that you can introduce to the spacecraft, the better. If not nothing. I mean, it's never going to be nothing because people are inside, but you get the idea.
Of course, this is
they're coming up the elevator here.
Hardware here, this launch infrastructure, as the elevator doors open. That was a fast ride.
There they are.
A little
not
wave
the
from
crew,
Anne McLean.
no.
Almost at the rocket. Still some stairs to climb.
That's right. The last climb.
FOD critical area. There's the slide wire baskets over on the right. That's the I need to get away from this thing really quick zip line.
We talk about.
I don't think I need to say why that's there, but just in case.
There's a launch tower that went all the way back to Apollo and through shuttle. So that's why this, slight modification.
Yeah, maybe
the elevator
cryo.
Doesn't quite go to the spot of this taller rocket where the spacecraft is.
See the door? See how the door is all like shuttered off to the crew access arm?
Both 39A and 39B kicking off in the 70s with a historic launch, Apollo-Soyuz, that led to cooperation for the very place where they're going today, the International Space Station. International cooperation.
Yeah, that's right. Apollo-Soyuz, the 50th anniversary for Apollo-Soyuz will be this July when Crew-10 is on board the International Space Station as part of Expedition 73. Apollo-Soyuz was, of course, a 9-day mission, and it was testing the compatibility of the docking and rendezvous systems and the capacity for international space rescue, which I would say is incredibly impressive at that time because, of course, it was the Cold War, the Soviet Union, and they still were able to demonstrate that countries can work together
in
a
have
peaceful
a
way for a greater good of exploration and science, and even demonstrating that rescue capability if you had to help each other out in space. I always love that bit of history that depends on where you're from. Some people call it Apollo-Soyuz, and in Russia they call it Soyuz-Apollo.
Of course.
No one calls it that. It's the Apollo-Soyuz test project. In July of 1975. It was a Saturn 1B on the Milkstool mobile launcher, and it launched off of 39B, not 39A. I'm just saying. Just saying. Pad Ninjas or SpaceX, yep.
Colleagues told me, even though he grew up in Siberia, he never saw a bear until he came to California for training. So that was his first bear.
Cool.
Being
Murray, so this mission is bringing 2 people back from the space station? No, Butch and Sonny are up there with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. They are going to come down on the capsule that Nick and Alexander flew up on by themselves. So what happened with Butch and Sonny is that they went up on Starliner. Starliner had some problems with its thrusters. The thrusters were overheating. It happens. It's a new spacecraft. Teething problems happen. You really don't want those teething problems to happen when people are on board, but it does happen. So they sent Starliner back down with nobody on board. It came back fine for what it was worth. If they were on it, they would have been fine, but you don't want to take that chance, right? You never know. You don't want to take the chance. So what NASA did was they left Butch and Sonny up there and had them just be part of the ISS crew. They transferred job titles while they were on orbit, and they became part of the Crew-9 crew. Crew-9 was supposed to launch with 4 people, but it only launched with Nick and Alexander instead, right? They launched with 2 empty seats, and Butch and Sonny basically, those 2 empty seats were supposed to have 2 other astronauts in them, but they moved those 2 other astronauts to Crew-11, excuse me, and launched that Dragon with 2 people on board. And Butch and Sonny basically took up the 2 other crew members that they didn't launch. They took all their duties, and now they're going to come down. 4 of them are going to come down on Crew-9 in a couple of days. It's pertinent on when this thing starts going. Do you know why Dragon is capped at 4 seats? Yes, Matt, because that's what NASA wanted, and NASA is Dragon's biggest customer by a long shot. If you were launching when you used the historic phone call, what toppings on your 30 minutes or free pizza would you order? Meat lovers. Where would Crew-9 splashdown be? In the Gulf, Methane. All right, crew ingress is happening right here. Is the mission still fully autonomous? Dragon is automated for most of the mission kill. It's automated for most of it. There's Tak and Kirill moving up the crew access arm. But Anne and Nicole can initiate a manual override and pilot it manually during certain phases of the mission if they want to. Which Gulf? It's just the Gulf. Cammy. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it one way. I'm not saying it the other way. You know why. It's the Gulf. Okay? It is a Gulf. It is a Gulf that exists. Johnny Kim was affected by all this? No. Johnny Kim is launching on the next Soyuz launch, Squall. He is training in Star City, Moscow right now. Star City outside of Moscow right now. Is the Dragon capsule still attached to the ISS that they detected cracks in, or did it return to Earth? I never heard of a Dragon capsule having cracks in it ever, Garfield. I don't know where you got that information. That information is wrong. Trag, it's doable. It's doable if NASA pulls their head out of their tail. Sure. NASA hasn't been able to do crazy, like, human spaceflight missions, Trag, because honestly, like, you really want the truth? Like, no commander-in-chief has really taken spaceflight seriously since, I mean, I don't even know, Kennedy. It became a back burner policy for most administrations, right? It's just like status quo stuff. That's not what NASA is good at. NASA is good at pushing the envelope like Apollo. So if we have presidential administration that's going to take what NASA does seriously, science and human exploration, and, you know, gives them a bold goal to do, yeah, sure. But it's not just, you know, saying, oh, they're going to get there in 2028. It's not just that. There's a lot more to it than that, dude. Are they going to get the funding from Congress? Are they going to get, you know, is the goal going to be bold enough but realistic enough to fund? You know, is your contracting and procurement structures going to be good? There's a lot more involved here. Because no administration has really prioritized spaceflight over the last 50 years, the contract structuring for how all this stuff works is just a huge mess. It's a mess. It's just a mess of basically table scraps left over from other space programs. Like how SLS is leftover pieces from the shuttle. So it's possible. It's possible. What you'd need to do is really reestablish SLS's industrial base and retool it for mass production. Mass production for a scientific exploration rocket doesn't need to be like Starship. It doesn't need to be like 24, 25 launches a year. 4 is good enough. Easy target to hit. 4 missions to the moon every year for the next 10 years would be excellent. That's the kind of production scale we're talking about. We're not talking about SpaceX's flight rate here. NASA doesn't need to fly as much as SpaceX does. Is Artemis even ready to make a landing? It's not ready to make a landing. Isn't SLS a dead project? I don't know what a dead project means. What does that mean? It's dead if you don't do anything with it. If you don't water a plant, it's going to die. But if you have a plant with no intention of watering, is it a dead plant? I don't think so. No, water it more. Do they load crew in the same 4 positions? Yes, Jody. So, commander, pilot, MS-1, MS-2. Question was more determinate on order of ingress rather than seat location. It's the same. Yeah, same order of ingress. That's why they go up in groups of 2. Ann first, then Nicole, then Tack, then Kirill. Does SpaceX have plans to make their own space station? SpaceX is working with a company called VAST, V-A-S-T, to work on a commercial space station in partnership with NASA that Dragon can get to, yes. It's not as big as the ISS, unfortunately, but better than nothing. You know what? 100 SLS missions a year? I don't think we need 100 SLS missions a year when something like Starship is flying, Trey. 4 missions is enough. I mean, the more the merrier, but I think four flights a year is an extremely realistic target to hit. It won't take much. In fact, guys, I will go so far as to say that I think NASA wouldn't need a budget increase to do that. It's just making sure the plan is right. I'm serious. Refactor the entire mission architecture. Just to basically be centered around 4 flights a year. You do that, you center it around that, everything else falls into place by proxy. Crew-10 Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yep. When will we see ESA astronauts again in a Dragon? They have been missing for a while. I don't know, probably on the next mission. Yeah, if you think about what it takes to get to the moon and do a long, like say we want a month-long duration on the moon for every SLS launch with the landers, etc., etc. We want a month-long mission. So they're going to spend a month down on the lunar surface, okay? You have 1 month to prepare the rocket, 1 month to do the actual mission, and then 1 month for mission debrief. Once that mission debrief is done, you start working on, that's 3 months down. Then you just repeat that 4 times throughout the year. That's plenty of mission overlap, plenty of data, plenty of good science. And you do that for 10 years, that will prep us for a Mars mission. Apologies, just looked it up. It was Soyuz MS-22 that landed back on Earth. 3 months after the coolant leak began from the craft that was docked. Garfield, I had a feeling that that's what you were talking about, dude, but yeah, it wasn't a Dragon. Think we can get there soon? Sure. I don't know if it's a concept image. Vast is working on that, Murray. So, Murray, on the side, I work for a spaceflight news organization called NASA Spaceflight. They have a YouTube channel, right? Here. And on their YouTube channel, if you want to see, here, Vast, check this out. My buddy of mine, Das, talked to the guy that runs Vast and had a behind-the-scenes tour. Or Verizon, whatever. See? He talked to Max. Max is the CEO. And see, there's a Dragon with their station. What Vast eventually wants to do is they basically want to build one type of module like that. And then daisy chain a bunch of those modules together to build a much bigger space station. That's the end goal, right there. See, just one type of module over and over and over again centered around a core module. This is what they eventually want to do. I'll link this video up in chat if you guys want to see it. It's a good video. Go watch it. Trust me on this one. A lot of good information in there about like potential replacements for the ISS, etc., etc. Yeah, they even duct taped Das to the to a wall. I'm serious. They had him testing. They had him firsthand test out their sleeping accoutrement on the space station. And they duct taped him to a wall. An astronaut did. That's Drew Faustel. He's a NASA astronaut. A NASA astronaut duct taped Das to a wall. And that's the funniest thing I've ever seen in a long time. Yep. That's one of my best friends over there. He's a good dude. Yep. No, that's their sleeping accoutrement. You basically strap yourself to the wall. I mean, because there's no walls in space. It doesn't matter. You can put your bed on the wall. It doesn't make a difference. So Vast is working on like what does a space station module from 2025 look like? Not a space station module from 1987, right? They're building the space station module to go with the futuristic awesomeness of the Dragon capsule. And they hope to get into the commercial space tourism, commercial space science, stuff like that, commercial space research. But if you're going to do it, well, that's it. If you're going to build a space station module, you might as well do it with some style. Anyway. Yeah, go check that video out, dudes. Excellent video.
Which is an incredible opportunity. I did this a couple years ago. We actually go into the active emergency rooms and operating rooms of
Your
some
bed
of
is
the
wherever
major
you make it.
hospitals
Wherever you can
in
duct tape
downtown
yourself to a
Houston.
wall.
And we get to ride along with the team and actually help participate in some of these medical procedures so that it gives us more of that real hands-on training where we're doing blood draws, possibly even intubating a patient, catheterizing a patient. So it's a really exceptional opportunity for us to get those hands-on training skills.
Take about a day for them, Killa.
In order to really have that confidence that you can do something like that, you have to do it. You have to have that muscle memory and that exposure. So just a testament to some of the different unique kinds of training that we receive as astronauts that can really help us throughout the mission.
I can imagine when you're getting ready to, do one of these procedures. And
hey, Brandon, 20-month resub.
I can do this.
Thank you for all you do. My pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty shocking sometimes. We're like, they're going to let us do this?
I get asked that a lot.
For me, I was a physiologist in my former life. I did a lot of medical procedures on animals for my research, so it's something that I'm pretty familiar with as a physiologist.
They use the restroom in the suit. One of the first things that they did when they got to the pad, Shelbert, was empty the waste tanks. There's like a porta potty. There's a couple of porta potties right there on the pad. It's a silver vehicle right there. That's the first thing they do when they get to the pad, because you do not have a bathroom between now and when you get on orbit. Dragon does have a bathroom on board. There's a toilet, and then there's a privacy curtain behind for the toilet. It's there, but it would get a little messy if you use that when your fasten seatbelt sign is on. You know what I mean? So, the fasten seatbelt sign is on. Don't use the toilet. You know what I mean? You picking up what I'm laying down? So, yeah, I mean, basically for the next, I don't know. So 2 hours, 38 minutes out. They got to the pad about T-minus 3 hours. So, no going to the bathroom for the next, 3.5 hours, give or take, from the time they got to the pad. Now, does that mean they don't have, what if you absolutely have to go? Go in the suit. There are absorbency garments that they have on. But you're responsible for your mess if you absolutely have to. All right. These guys, the ninjas, are what's called a pad closeout crew. Pad closeout crew basically are the final people that the astronauts are going to talk to while they're on the ground. They sit here and they button up everything, make sure Dragon and all 4 astronauts are good to go. They're the last people off of the pad here. And now number 14's egressing out of the capsule. What they will work on here... Oh, there's a shot of the lunar eclipse last night. What that guy's going to work on here, the next step is to inspect the door seals to make sure that the hatch seals correctly, because having leaks on a spacecraft is not ideal.
A total lunar eclipse. This is where the sun, the moon, and the Earth are all aligned.
Right.
The moon gets into the darkest part of Earth's shadow, and it gets that reddish look. And look at that! Like, what a shot that was.
Yeah, that is absolutely gorgeous. And we haven't had a total lunar eclipse visible here since 2020.
What do the suits protect the astronauts against? Do they have an autonomous oxygen supply, for example? Pontius, these are pressure suits. If you look at the right thigh, so Nicole is like dead center. If you look at her right thigh, there's like a buckle right there. They are tapped into the capsule's life support system. So, like if you ever flown on like a jetliner, like a 737 or 747 or something, right? They talk about the oxygen masks. So in case of cabin depressurization, oxygen masks will deploy. Well, okay. If you have a depress, a catastrophic depress in the capsule, your air goes away about that quick. About that fast. If the capsule does have a leak, those are their oxygen masks. But instead of, an airliner is like 5 psi or like 15 psi to 5 psi outside. This is 15 psi to nothing. You will run out of air like that. That's why they have a spacesuit. The spacesuit is there just to be absolutely sure in case of cabin depress that it won't instantly kill you, because in the movies, you have in the movies, you see like 2 guys fighting over a pistol and they shoot and the window goes out, and then it just gets very windy very quickly. On the spacecraft, you're dead. Like that. You don't want that to happen. Those suits are tapped into Dragon's life support systems, which are actually down there. They're underneath this plate right here. It's called an ECLS, Environmental Control Life Support System. They are tapped in on an independent loop to the main capsule's loop on board. Now, don't get me wrong. If Dragon did depress, that's an immediate mission abort. But at least you're not, you're still breathing. You need to come back down like as soon as possible, because that means Dragon has vented a crazy amount of oxygen. You don't want that. Dragon only has so much on board, right? Because you're flying around in space. It's not like you can stop at the oxygen store and get more of it. What's the procedure if they lose pressurization on the way up? Probably a launch escape system jettison, Antennae. New Zealand, what's up? Hi there. I wonder when they're coming home. Is it today? The Crew-9 handover was originally supposed to take 3 days. So I'm sure they'll talk about it here on the cast. But if I had to guess, Crew-9's probably going to come down on Monday. Monday or Tuesday. What is the process the astronauts go through at docking and exiting the Dragon to the ISS? Well, during docking operations, you have your suits on toxic because you're basically running your spaceship into a gigantic space station. Yeah, so they have spacesuits on, and then from there, once your docking happens, right, they equalize the pressure between the ISS and the capsule, and then there's a little open air volume between Dragon's hatch and the ISS's hatch. It's called the vestibule. They pressurize that, and then they make sure the pressure in the vestibule, Dragon, and the ISS is equalized. Once it's all equalized, they open the hatches, and you're welcome to go into the space station. That does take time. That does take some time. Whenever the crew goes to dock, guys, I'll try to stream it. I'll see what I can do, and we could talk all about that. It's a good question. I only buy my oxygen from SkyMail. I buy mine from Airgas. New Zealand, tier one sub. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks for the sub, dude. What is their ETA to the ISS? There's seat rotation right there. Get rotated, idiot. They're being rotated into the launch position here. What time is the launch for tonight? We're 2 hours and 30 minutes away. They're targeting 7 o'clock, give or take. I get my oxygen from Perrier. Yes, I can assure you and your viewers there's no problem with the air shield. Yeah, I know. I've heard the same thing too. Bye. What's the pressure aboard the ISS? It's about 1 atmosphere, LS. It's pretty close, yeah. I see that on the countdown. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it, dude. Sometimes I have it covered and stuff. It's all good.
It for liftoff, so the windows essentially.
So yeah, the spacesuits guys are there for a very, very good reason. In fact, one of the next things that you're going to see is they're going to test them. When they put the suits on, when they don the suits in the operations and checkout building at like T-minus 4 hours, they suit leak check them there. What they're going to do now is suit leak check them one more time, just to make sure you didn't spring a leak between here and the O&C building. True story. So we'll you'll see a suit leak check, and the suits will inflate, and they'll look like the Michelin man here for a second, which is pretty cool. How do they vent out personal gases? It goes through the ECLS. If you fart, you're basically Dutch ovening yourself if you have your spacesuit on. Frackery, which, yeah, joke's on you. If you have to pass gas when the helmet's down, well, you're gonna bask in that glory. I know. Whoops. Kirill's probably gonna take a nap again, sure. Yeah, everybody loves their own brand though, right? Am I right? If the suits are made to hold 1 atmosphere in a vacuum, why did they bother with pure oxygen? 5 psi atmosphere during Polaris Dawn. That was for acclimation, LS. If you depress so pressurization and repressurization of spacecraft in on-orbit operations takes some time. Damn, SpaceX has graded a lot of ground around that Starship pad. Look at all this. This is all grading right here to get that Starship pad going, dudes. Look at how much SpaceX has graded. They're gonna start digging the flame trench for that thing. That's Starship's pad over there. Anyway, Ellis, if the suits are made to hold 1 atmosphere, why did they bother with a pure oxygen 5 psi environment? That was to prevent the bends from happening. You have a nitrox atmosphere inside of the capsule. If you depressurize that too quick, you'll get the bends. Same thing like scuba diving. Your body doesn't really react to pressure changes quickly very well. Human body doesn't do that very well. Which is why during the EVA, they slowly acclimated the Dragon capsule down to 5 psi and the right mixture, right, with the environmental control systems that are down there. They're below this box right here. They're at the very bottom of the capsule. They're actually sitting on the top of the heat shield, if anybody wants to know. So you don't want to get the bends. Same thing as scuba diving. That's why, like, if I cover the Crew-10 docking, that's going to happen if these guys launch. Docking and equalizing the pressure and everything takes a long time because you don't want to do it fast. It's bad for humans and it's bad for mechanical stresses on the ISS. You don't want to inflate it really quickly because the ISS could pop like a balloon. If you inflated a balloon too fast, it'll just pop. You want to go nice and slow so you don't break something. You don't want to basically mechanically shock the ISS by changing the pressure too fast. Also, like I was saying, that's really bad for people. Your body doesn't like sudden depressurization. That's really not good for it, particularly your lungs. It's a really easy way to blow capillaries in your lungs. You kind of need those. Fun fact. Do you think the inside of the capsule is cold? It's 20°C in there, Kill. Environmentally controlled. It's probably not environmentally controlled right now because they haven't closed the door all the way. Once they close it, they'll wait for a little while until Falcon 9 gets into startup to really turn on your life support systems. But I mean, that basically happens during section 5. So that after suit leak check, they'll basically get it ready to go. Actually, I mean, the Eclipse is probably in like standby mode right now, if I had to guess. I don't know exactly when it like goes into overdrive, but you don't want to use as much oxygen down here. You want to use as little down here as you can because the more oxygen inside the capsule that you use right now, the less you have for the mission, right? Flame trenches tomorrow, Vargon. Beautiful shot. Oh, that's awesome. W, nice. Yep, there we go. Suits are inflating now. See? Here. I'll rewind it real quick. Ready? Watch. Back it up. Watch the suits. See? Suit leaks. They inflated the suits so they all look like the Michelin Man.
To lift off and take them space.
Do you happen to know what material the suit boots are made out of? I have no idea, Canuck. Rubber? Rubberized fabric?
So these vehicles actually don't have a ton of cargo space when we have the astronauts on board. Most of our cargo comes up on the cargo vehicles. There is a Dragon cargo vehicle version, and we also have the Northrop Grumman Cygnus.
Flame trenches on Saturday
and we have
because
the
of
Russian
this coverage.
Progress vehicle. And that's how we get most of our supplies up there. We in the past have had a Russian vehicle called HTV, and now there's actually a new one during this mission that TOC will be able to capture, and it's called HTVX. So that'll be the first flight of that new cargo vehicle.
Cool.
But interestingly, not a ton of other room on this vehicle with the crew. So their personal belongings are actually already up there. They've been up there for months. All of the clothes that they need, most of the food that they need, and that kind of thing. Personal things will already be up there. There's a small amount of items in this vehicle with them, maybe some more food.
Phil, did she say no? No.
National Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. As you can see there, Crew-10
astronauts on board. Most of our cargo comes up on the cargo vehicles. There is a Dragon cargo vehicle version, and we also have the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, and we have the Russian Progress vehicle. And that's how we get most of our supplies up there. We in the past have had a Russian vehicle called HTV, and now there's actually a new one during this mission that TOC will be able to
in the history of the Commercial Crew Program.
HTV is a Japanese vehicle, not Russian. HTV is JAXA's resupply vehicle for the ISS. The HTV-X is the newest version of it that's launching on Japan's next generation H3 rocket. That's their new hotness that they got over there. And Takuya Onishi, the Japanese astronaut on board, is going to be the one that receives the Japanese spacecraft. Because it doesn't make any sense for a Japanese astronaut to receive a Russian spacecraft. That's why you have Russians on board. I'm just saying, leak checks are passed. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, guys. See the door? They still have the door open while they're doing suit leak checks, right? So the ECLIS really isn't turned on. When they close the door, that's when they'll turn on the cabin pressurization system. I do love that Chinese Cygnus.
Would Seat 4 like their Valsalva installed for launch?
Tech, shut up.
Dragon, affirmative. We would like that Valsalva, thanks.
Crew boots are made of silicone rubber.
Copy the affirmative. Stand by 1.
I didn't hear what they said.
So that Valsalva that they're talking about is a small device or small really block of foam that they will put into the helmet, and that just helps you if you can't clear your ears when you're changing pressures in the suit. Sometimes you can do that. Like I can just do that by swallowing, for example. Kind of like when you're scuba diving, you know, sometimes you have to do a Valsalva maneuver where you plug your nose and create a little bit of pressure in order to clear your ears. Yep. So that's what they're talking about in spacesuits. In all types of pressure suits and spacesuits, we often have these Valsalva devices, so you can lean your nose up against that device in order to block it and then get that pressurization that you might need to clear your ears.
Ah, interesting.
I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, that's what you do. You guys ever dove in a pool, gone to the bottom, and your ears start to hurt? You hold your nose and try to blow through it, and it depressurizes your ears.
Diving, just kind of do it. I guess some people can do it, just kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Open up that, you feel it open up and the pressure releases. Of course, pressure's built up, so it'll easier to get it out.
For some people, swallowing or kind of massaging your eustachian tubes in your neck. And
it's not the best thing to do for your ears, guys, but
hold my nose to do it. But when I'm not in a water environment, if I'm in a spacesuit.
Murray, or Kill, so the people in the middle, the pilot and the commander, the ones on the side are just kind of passengers. They call them mission specialists. That's a nice way to say you're hitching a ride. Yeah. Nobody wants to be called a passenger when you fly in space, dude. No, you are a mission specialist. So Tak and Kirill are going up there to do experiments on the ISS. So are Anne and Nicole, for what it's worth, right? But they're the pilot and the commander of this spacecraft. So, well, the interesting thing here is that, it's a funny thing. I heard this from an astronaut. I think it was Pam Melroy that told me this one time. I had the pleasure of meeting her at Intrepid one time. And I think, I don't know, it could have been her, Mark Polanski. I don't remember. The commander is the pilot of this mission. They're the one that's flying. Anne's going to be the one that's flying if something goes wrong, right? Nicole is the co-pilot, but no astronaut wants to be called a co-pilot, so it's commander and pilot. But the commander and the pilot on a spaceship are serving the same functions as a pilot and a co-pilot would on an airplane. Does that make sense?
Items remain secure from now through launch.
Copy.
Yeah, excessive. If I get to ride to space, you could call me a space tuba or something. I don't care. I could be astronaut. I could be space participant. Done by tuba. Sure, whatever. Space giraffe. I don't. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm with you on that one.
This is the second launch attempt for Crew-10. There was a launch opportunity on
right
Wednesday.
now what number 21 is doing right there is cleaning and inspecting and documenting the flange, the sealing surface, which is called the flange in mechanical engineering. The sealing surface, he's making sure that it is debris free. That thing is so precisely engineered to not cause a spacecraft leak that a hair being on it when they go to close the door can cause a leak. What they're going to do with this thing, when they close the hatch on Dragon, they're going to pull there's like a rubber O-ring in there in a channel that goes around the door, right? And that rubber O-ring is hollow on the inside, right? And then the channel is kind of square and the O-ring is kind of circular, right? They're going to pull vacuum in the cavity between the circle and the square, and it'll inflate to the seal. They'll basically pull vacuum. They'll pull vacuum around it, and that'll cause it to the seal to expand and seal the door correctly. It really needs to be clean to get that to seal correctly and not have any leaks. So that's why they're sitting there with rubbing alcohol and they're cleaning the seal on the door in preparation for hatch closer.
Thing that really occurs to you until you don't have it anymore. I remember from my mission, or even from when I used to do research in the Antarctic, when I would come home, there's also this very distinct smell of life on Earth. And of course, it's not something that we notice every day.
You do not want
because
space
it's
getting
always
inside.
there. So it's just part of all the background.
No, Lord.
But suddenly when you don't have it, and then you come back to it, it becomes very, very strong. So I remember coming back from the Antarctic, the plane would touch down, and, you know, in the Antarctic, it's this cold, austere environment with no natural things growing outside. So when you land again in New Zealand, there's this really powerful smell. And it's just the smell of life. I think it's like the smell of the humidity in the air and all forms of life that are growing that you don't notice.
Does it smell good?
Until you have it removed. And then it lasts only for a few minutes. So you really have to appreciate it. Like somebody will point it out to you. You appreciate, because then it's gone. And it's just full in the background again, and you don't notice it anymore. I had that experience coming back from the Antarctic, like I mentioned, also when I did a caving expedition with the European Space Agency in Italy. The same kind of thing. You didn't have any of those smells in the cave, and you come out, you're overwhelmed by it. Your sense of smell is just overwhelmed by it, and it's so fleeting, and it's gone. And the same thing coming back from space, where you're suddenly back, you land, the capsule door opens, and it's this overwhelming smell, once again, of just life.
How about that? For all the excitement of going to
oh
space,
yeah, God, New Zealand smells good apart from
things here on Earth
Rotorua.
That
I don't know where that is, but all right.
Such a feeling of nostalgia once
the time in the UK is 20:46 p.m.
Smell of
the
life
time
that you're
in
talking about,
on the eastern seaboard of the U.S. is
there's really, as we know it right now, no place like Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what you have until it's gone, right?
That's right.
I think they were just smelling the hobbits. All right, here we go. Hatch door closure. How long will it take to get to the ISS? So PB Foot Dragon does a 24-hour rendezvous. Soyuz, the Russian Soyuz, because they've been using Soyuz for a long time, the Russians have, and they really understand how it works, can get there in 3 hours.
Right now, and maybe they're taking some
Dragon is taking kind of a very... Dragon is still a new spacecraft. Despite this being the 10th launch, it's still a new spacecraft. You don't want to rush. You don't want to rush it. So NASA likes a 24-hour rendezvous. That's just enough time to get the capsule up into space, make sure everything is working well on the capsule, make sure your crew is also well. That's really important. And then once you get to that point, there's a little bit of downtime, and that little bit of downtime is there just in case you have to fix something with the capsule. Launching is a violent thing. It can mess stuff up. Usually that doesn't happen, but just in case, the whole, you leave some time just in case. And then they do the same thing for docking. They do it very slow and very methodically. The idea behind this 24-hour rendezvous is that you're never putting yourself into a position where you could enter what's called a failure mode. You're trying your best to make sure that nothing bad happens. That's why they have a careful, considered approach. It's done like that for a reason. Now the Russians with Soyuz are they've been using Soyuz for the better 48 years straight. Actually more than that. Soyuz first flew in 1967, so way more than that. Soyuz is a very mature and well understood spacecraft, so the Russians are just like, send it there, get 3 hours, no problem. You maximize science now. Go do science. Go. Давай, пошли. So, yeah, Dragon is a little bit newer, so it takes a more careful, considered approach because it's just a newer spacecraft. You never know when you're going to uncover a funny with your spaceship, right? It happens. Do you think they will ever land on the moon again in the future? New Zealand, I think that's happening by the end of the decade. I'll say by the end of the decade. That's a pretty safe bet. We're in kind of, dude, NASA is in a holding pattern right now. Like, and believe me, guys, I'm not using this as a way to, like, bring this into the conversation. But, so with the current administration, the executive branch of the United States controls what NASA does. They are the one that comes up with NASA's goals, right? And I think it would be an understatement saying that we're in a little bit of a shakeup right now, and we're not entirely sure what's going to happen with NASA over the next couple of years. I think that's a fair assessment. Whether, you know, I'm not asking for your opinion on the matter. We're just kind of, this is an inflection point with NASA. NASA could either be amazing, it could be the craziest thing, like go back to like Apollo style stuff, which is personally that's what I think it's going to do, or it won't. Either one. I personally think it's the former and not the latter. Actually, guys, for the people that follow me, I do space news segments during the week, all throughout the week on stream. And who wrote? Hang on. I saw somebody. Jim Bridenstine officially endorsed. Jim Bridenstine was the NASA administrator from 2017 to 2020. He endorsed Isaacman, and he said the Senate really needs to confirm. He like, he endorsed Jared Isaacman, who's the guy that's been tasked with potentially running NASA. Jim is kind of not necessarily the old guard. A little bit of a update, like if you want a quick summary of what that means. Jim is kind of the old guard. He, you know, like old school NASA. Even though he's a younger dude, when he ran NASA, he tried to get it to run like Apollo, but he couldn't. He didn't have enough time. You know, the political winds changed, so to speak, right? Jared Isaacman, the current pick for NASA administrator, is it's out of left field. But to hear somebody like Jim, who's very well versed in, you know, modern NASA, but also knows old school NASA as well, to hear him say that's a hell of an endorsement, dude. He like officially did it. I saw it on the internet, so it must be true. No, it was he was like, the Senate really needs to confirm him now, like we got to get going. And I'm like, Jim, my dude. Yeah, I'd have to go find it. But this was a tweet today, like he officially endorsed him, which is good. Yeah, he did good. How long was the rendezvous for the space shuttle? It depends, Blue, but it probably about a day. Sometimes it took a little bit more if they found a hiccup with the shuttle, which they found a lot of those.
Shot. The sky
Isn't the time of arrival due to inclination? That does have a lot to do with it, Derek. Sure, absolutely. That has a lot to do with it too, but I find that most of the crew missions take about 24 hours. It has a lot to do with the orbital mechanics. The ISS, here, I'll show you stuff in .space. I'll show you what, you know, in case people were wondering. All right, so here is like your proverbial map of like all the known like active satellites in space. There's a lot, I know. Please don't freak out. This does not convey the scale correctly. So if you look, and nor is this in real time. It's close, but it's not in real time. So you see how the ISS's orbital track, that's where it is right now. It's out over the Pacific, right? You see its orbital track is kind of near Florida. The ISS is going to do one more rotation, and on the next rotation, its track is going to cross Kennedy Space Center. All right? And you ideally want the ISS's path to be crossing your launch site when you go to launch. Long story short, physics. Physics is the reason. If the ISS, look at the orbital speed. 7.68 kilometers a second, which is about 17,000 miles an hour, or 27,000 kilometers an hour. You need to be going fast, all right? So just think of it like this. You got to go quick. The ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour that way. If Falcon 9 was trying to get to it from here, if they launched right now, Falcon 9 would need to go here, accelerate to 17,000 miles, 500 miles an hour here, and then take a left turn. And then accelerate 17,500 miles in this direction, right? So it would have to launch here, and then it would have to do what's called a plane change burn. I don't know if you guys have ever driven a car or on a road at all, but if you get to like a four-way stop, you stop and then you turn, you take the turn at low speed. If you tried to do that going 100 miles an hour, you wouldn't turn. You'd just kind of keep going straight and maybe list a little lazily to the left. You know what I mean? Spaceflight works like that. You know, you can't turn at high speed in space, and if you do, it takes a ton of energy to do it. So they're gonna wait until the ISS gets over Florida, the track for the ISS gets over Florida, and they'll launch into the same orbit as the ISS. Like trying to launch this way and then taking a left, you'd need a rocket. You'd need like a Saturn V to do that. Seriously. To launch the same capsule with the same 4 people on board, if you wanted to try and launch this way and then have it take a left-hand turn in space, take the left at Albuquerque, so to speak, you would need a rocket that's about double the size. Yeah, it takes a lot of energy to take 10 tons of mass, or, well, Dragon's like 12 tons of mass, and change its velocity that way to this direction instead of that direction. So the ISS is going to do, it's in a 90-minute orbit, right? So it takes an hour and a half to do one orbit around at this altitude. It's going to go around, and if you look at the T- here, 2 hours and 8 minutes, right? In 2 hours and 8 minutes, the ISS is basically going to be like right here. It's going to be going over the Yucatan Peninsula when they go to launch, which is not a coincidence. Once again, if you want to make this absurdly simple, you launch when the ISS is near you, right? You launch when it's near you. That makes the most sense, right? You would kind of want to do that when it's going by, like right? Is it a northeast trajectory? Yes. Going to the ISS is always a northeast trajectory. The reason why NASA prefers to do that with people on board is because the northeast trajectory to get to this tilted kind of orbit that the ISS is in basically has them track up the East Coast. If something goes wrong, you are not far away from a very highly populated area with a lot of ports and a lot of rescue ships. Now, if it was the space shuttle did the same thing, but it's not boats that go and rescue the space shuttle. There's a lot of airports that the shuttle could land at on the eastern seaboard that have a long enough runway. Simultaneously, NASA prefers this flight corridor because you have basically civilization all the way up to Newfoundland right here. And then there's a transatlantic crossing right here. And the abort sites go all the way to Shannon. They go all the way to Shannon, Ireland. Even during some shuttle flights that didn't launch into such a tilted orbit, they would have abort sites either in Shannon, Reykjavik, if you really needed to, or Rota, Spain. Yeah, the U.S. Air Force Base in Rota. Yeah, the shuttle could have landed over there on what's called a TAL abort, transatlantic landing. Now the capsule isn't going to do that. And the capsule's never flown over Spain. Dragon is only ever inserted into this type of orbit because it's only ever gone to the ISS, with the exception of Polaris Dawn and Inspiration 4, which I do believe were in a very similar inclination. The first Dragon mission to go into an orbit that's not 51.6 degrees inclined is from 2, which should be the next Dragon flight, which is going this way. It's going to be in a polar orbit, interestingly enough. But the abort core, the reason why NASA chooses to go up the northeast corridor to match the tilted orbit, I mean, you could do it if you rotated all the way around and they could fly southeast out of the Cape, but there's not a lot of stuff that way that has the infrastructure to be able to go and rescue a craft. I mean, you could probably get away with it, but flying up the corridor, flying up the eastern seaboard of the U.S. is a lot easier. You don't have to deal with that whole other country thing, right? So NASA prefers this corridor because there's a lot of U.S. in between on the ascent corridor. And then if there's not U.S., there's some Canada and some Ireland, 2 countries that are, in terms of spaceflight, ideologically aligned. No, I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Let's Go back talking about space. I don't want to hear it. Nope.
Experiment.
Experiments.
It's a biomonitoring wearable technology garment, and it's looking primarily at things like the cardiovascular system in terms of understanding more about how that system responds to microgravity to make sure that we can monitor these aspects of astronauts and keep them safe on orbit. There's an experiment called Thigh Cuff that they'll be...
What are the chances that we'll send another suicide drone to Venus for updated surface pictures? Rocket Lab wants to do something with Venus space, if I'm remembering right. I don't know if they're going to land something on it, but they want to send something there. As far as going there again, I have no idea.
Really leaves our legs because here on Earth, gravity is pulling, of course, all that blood down to your feet. So in space, you have this upward fluid.
Hey, man, in New Zealand, there's flights from Heathrow to Orlando that are, from what I understand, one of the cheapest flights you can get. So a lot of people that go on holiday down there, mate. A lot of people go on holiday here. Seriously, every time I'm in Orlando, there's English people all over the place. Why you lot like Florida so much? What's that about? I mean, I like Florida too. I like Florida because I like Disney World, and I like rockets, and I like race cars. In Central Florida, you can get all three of those things within like a 20-mile radius. That's pretty neat. I like all those things.
And also even a flattening of the eyeball. So a
They love
flattening
Florida,
of the back
just
of the
not
eyeball
Floridians.
actually changes the refraction and changes your
That's a shame.
vision.
Floridians
This
are
was
pretty
something
cool.
that I actually
Just
experienced
saying.
during my mission.
They like race cars,
I had a
rockets,
pretty severe case
and
of
Mickey
SANS.
Mouse.
Luckily,
I like all
everything
of
is
those
kind of
things.
back to normal now. But the one lasting
Also, I
symptom
lived
that I
there
have is that I have
for a
perfect
while.
vision now.
Just saying.
When I launched to space, I actually did wear glasses and contacts, and because of that globe flattening, I now have 25th vision that has
No, they are not.
2015 vision that has persisted
I'm
for
a
the last
Floridian, I don't
5
like
years.
us either.
So,
But
most
Daytona.
expensive corrective surgery I think possible. Thank you, taxpayers.
When you mentioned that on Wednesday, it really kind of surprised
nice.
me that it fixed it. But then I thought about it, and for most people who know, I wear glasses. For people who also wear glasses or contacts, you can have an astigmatism, which is an irregular shaped eyeball. And I was wondering since then if that's what ends up happening. Does it then take that
Maybe
irregular
it's
shaped
me.
eyeball, which is more like a football, and
Engine's
kind of
already
make it
cut
more
off,
into
would
a
probably
basketball when
is-
you go to in terms
it's
of
gonna be tough to
focusing
see.
it.
Not
I would still
necessarily.
go
In
and
terms of
look.
my case, it's not like it's causing an astigmatism, and I didn't have an
Right, no, but I'm
astigmatism.
saying reversing it.
Yeah, well, I didn't have an astigmatism to begin with.
I
That's
see.
different than just being nearsighted or
Okay,
farsighted. So
okay.
I'm not sure actually if we have any data on people that experience SANS that have an astigmatism. That's an interesting question on how it would affect that overall shape.
That happens, Jedi. Yeah, zero gravity does all kinds of cool things for the human body. It also does a lot of bad things for your body. Cool things is like what happens to your eyes. Yeah, your eyes, because they're not under the force of gravity, right? They reshape. And yeah, you can get better eyesight in space. That's absolutely something. Actually, there's a boat out there that looks like a Coast Guard cutter, though. Actually, spaceflight research in microgravity research is one of like ocular microgravity research is like a leading field in medicine, because you can prevent like macular degeneration with microgravity and stuff. It's super interesting. Other good things that happen, spaceflight's really nice on the joints. If you have a bad back, your discs will naturally decompress and heal themselves. As somebody with two burst discs, I would very much like that. The ride up into space would really hurt your back though, but whatever. I'm in. Let's do it. Downsides. Now don't get me wrong.
This is space.
The downsides are a lot more serious than the upsides. The downsides, hey, XTC, thank you for the 5 subs. Yeah, Zfon, you actually unfortunately get way worse sight in space due to remodeling. Actively worked on this. Interesting, Zfon. It fixes astigmatism, but your eyesight gets worse? I don't know if I'd chalk that up to a good thing, so maybe I'll add that. I'll put that in the bad column. Other bad things that happen to you. Muscle atrophy. You're not using your legs. You're not using your legs. Your body, your leg muscles, not using those can create what's called atrophy. You can atrophy is degradation of muscle tissue, right? If you have atrophy, right, and you come back down from staying in space for a long time, you try to stand up, your legs won't be able to hold you up. And what your heart's going to do to try and compensate for this is it's going to increase your heart rate, right? If you have muscle atrophy and try to get more oxygen to your muscles. And that, well, it doesn't work like that. Your heart will basically redline. Yeah, that's bad for you. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if you take an engine and put it in the red line. It you know, that's bad for it. It's also bad for your heart. So to mitigate this, ISS astronauts never skip leg day. I'm serious. They never skipped it. Dude, 2 hours of workout every day, mandatory, or else you will have a very bad time coming back down here. Yeah, your heart doesn't like to do that either. That's called cardiac arrest. That's not good for it. You should take care of your heart. You need that. That's important. That's like the proverbial oil pump for your body. You need that. I don't think I need to say that. So the other thing is you get bone atrophy. Your bone density, you lose bone density in space, which is the other reason why you got to work out. You have to work out. You have to have a good diet up there. You have to. You will die if you don't, or you'll never be able to come back down to Earth. You know, one or the other. I'm pretty sure you don't. I mean, some people probably want that second one. Who knows? So yeah, those two are very, very bad. That's not good for you. Do you lose fat stored as well? I don't know. I'm not enough of a medical dude to really know the difference. I know those two, and I know about muscle atrophy and stuff, and working out and whatnot from playing sports as a kid. So I don't know. But yeah, there are benefits. There are benefits. Yeah. Also, there's another benefit that's not necessarily a biological benefit. One of the benefits of going up into space is that it's easier to synthesize drugs in space. Yeah. Yeah, that's just another quick thing. It's easier to synthesize drugs up there. Walter White would love it.
Colonel who has spent 204 days in space.
A bunch of people just went,
wait,
what?
She's a highly
Wait, what?
decorated master Army aviator with over 2,000 flight hours.
Back to the joints. Right.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Good news. At this time, we're tracking no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding with launch today at this time. So I have no updates for you, but we'll continue to keep you up to date if anything happens. Otherwise, the closeout team is performing their final steps in the White Room before they depart the pad. How copy?
Yeah, Flavia, I just said that.
SpaceX Dragon, copy, no issues. Great work to the team.
Everything's looking good. Tracking no issues. Flying while flying is not allowed on the space station.
No major issues. The launch vehicle, the spacecraft, the ground systems.
Liquor, not at the behest of sounding like, you know, unclassy. I can't decide whether that would be really cool or really not cool. I guess it depends on what's your, you know, what flavor you like. What flavor of ice cream you like. You know what I'm saying? Pad closeout team is now inspecting the hood that they use to seal Dragon and make a clean room environment now that the hatch is closed. And that's why the dudes have the harnesses on, because they're taking the hood off of the crew access arm. They're retracting it back. The reason why they have the harnesses on is because it's a 220-foot drop that way. Like there's nothing beneath them for about 200 feet. Yeah, but the pad, you know, so that's about 60 meters that way. There's nothing there, so they have the harnesses on because you don't want to fall here.
Transportation and complicated vehicle setups.
And where in the world is it that you can order a pizza that's as big as the roof of a car?
Spokane, Washington, apparently.
Apparently so.
That's actually true.
Wow.
I know people that live there.
Something, I guess they were called.
The Colossal something, I guess they were
come
called.
Off the roof, because it sounds like it would cover an entire windshield. So good job, Ann. Hey, let's talk about our Crew-10 pilot now, NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. She's a U.S. Air Force major and graduate of the Air Force Academy. Nicole has flown the T-38 and the F-22 Raptor, logging over 1,400 flight hours.
Yeah, they're moving around, Coffee.
Combat.
It moves a little bit in the
This will be her
wind.
first space flight, making history as the first astronaut from NASA's 2021 class to fly. And she has said that that is very special to her. She feels humbled by it, and she's flying stuff up into space for her fellow classmates in honor of her being able to go first.
You know where she got her call sign, Vapor?
I do not.
It's an interesting story as well. You know, she's an F-22 pilot, and apparently is one of her early flights, and I think she had a formation flight with her colonel or something as her on-wing, so big deal flight. She got ready to start the aircraft, and suddenly as she was doing so, there was some kind of smoke building in the cockpit. So her training kicked in, and she was abort, 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 quick, you know, ready to leap into action and abort that engine start. And turns out it was just condensation. So that's how she became known as Vapor.
The vapor that condensated onto her glass inside the cockpit. Well, it's as good a nickname as any. I thought you were going to say that she pulls really hard G's and creates a vapor trail, and that's where I thought you were going.
Well, that
with
too.
Oh, that.
Yeah, Nicole Ayers is not just an F-22 pilot. She's a F-22 instructor, by the way, just in case you wanted to feel more inadequate than you already do hearing these people's resumes. Just saying.
His second mission, a former commercial pilot, he spent 113 days aboard the space station in 2016 and then became the first Japanese astronaut to capture the Cygnus spacecraft. When he's not training
what are the leads they
as an
tied
astronaut,
into
he enjoys flying,
in the white
hiking,
room?
movies, and
It's
playing
just a
the
harness.
saxophone.
Also serving as a flight
on the
director.
thing so you don't
know,
fall.
He, after his second flight, got certified as a flight director and was actually acting as a flight director on the ground in the Mission Control Center
people do,
in
Digger.
Japan for even up during his training flow until his last trip to Japan. So really exceptional experience for him, because it really gives you that kind of perspective that's so vital as an astronaut to understand the ground really intimately. A lot of us as astronauts work as Capcoms in the Mission Control Center, talking to the astronauts from the Mission Control Center, and that affords that as well. But being a flight director is even more impressive. So well done for TOC for keeping that up. He even has an asteroid named after him.
Yeah, you mentioned that before, and
You're not asking too many questions.
I'm
New
still
Zealand.
very
Ask as
curious
many as you see fit.
how that came
We'll
about.
have to dig that one up.
That's what I'm here
But,
for.
you know,
That's
you
what I
mentioned
make money off of. So
qualifications,
please ask
which
away.
Flows into his upcoming assignment as ISS Station Commander. Those are some great qualifications. The fact that he has seen it from both sides, both in space and on the
Pretty
ground.
cool, Tigris, right?
The second mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, a former airline co-pilot. This will be his first trip to the International Space Station.
Airline co-pilot?
Skydiving.
What do you mean airline co-pilot? He's type rated on a 757 and a 767, Daryl. What are you talking about?
A man of very many words, but when he does speak, he's very succinct.
Yeah, he's a co-pilot, though.
Very clear.
Wait, the Russian
Kirill,
guy is
we
quiet?
talked
Please
about
tell
the
me
fact
more.
That he had never seen a bear until he went to California, even though he grew up in Siberia. But another great fact that I came across from his colleagues was that, you know, in this region in Siberia, it's very close to the Mongolian border, which is an incredible part of the world, where I actually had the opportunity to go to do some research to study bar-headed geese in Mongolia, and it is a very special area. But one of the things that's special about that area is that they do a lot of throat singing. It's this old traditional form of singing that's really deep and guttural from the back of the throat. I won't even try to do it because I can't, but if you've never heard it, you should definitely Google it and see. But apparently Kirill does throat sing.
He can do it?
He can. So I wonder if he's doing any of that for them in the capsule.
I've heard this, just so happened to have heard it, and I was fascinated by the sound that they make with their throat in this singing. That'd
be pretty cool, Tessa.
It's really pretty cool. At first I was like, oh, whoa. But there was a very
throat singing mentioned.
TV in which
I use Microsoft Copilot. Does that count? Oh yeah, you should be an astronaut.
So I had to go look it up.
It is very cool.
That
very
is pretty cool. Yeah.
What? A mature adult, I would not make jokes.
We are T-minus 1 hour and 49 minutes until the liftoff of NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission. We have 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside of Dragon Endurance atop a Falcon 9 rocket. They're at Launch Pad 39A. They are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab.
Sunita Williams, New Zealand, is from my neck of the woods. Grew up in the town next to me. Yeah, true story. She's from Massachusetts. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, there you go.
The members they'll be joining, Crew-9. And then they will become part of Expedition 73. They will conduct research to understand material flammability, contributing to the future spacecraft design, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. And that's their patch.
Binary?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, Daryl. The Expedition 73 patch was designed to honor the science and scientists that make space exploration possible. And if you look at some of the elements on the patch here, the number 73 is a prime number and a binary palindrome. There's a good one for Pi Day for all the NASA geeks watching today. And that's represented at the base of the patch. 73 is also a star number, represented by the hexagonal shape of the patch, accented by white stars, and symbolize the crew's dedication to space exploration. The grid lines illustrate our earthly perspective from the cosmos, and finally the ISS, the International Space Station, symbolizing humanity's continued collaboration across space and time.
Those grid lines to me look like something out of an 80s video game.
Yeah, or the Matrix. You know, I believe Johnny Kim was the mastermind behind this mission. I believe we talked about it on Wednesday, but the way that we start a new expedition on board the International Space Station, it actually rotates not with the Dragon flights, but with the Soyuz flights. So Expedition 73 will begin on April 8th with the launch of that Soyuz mission. Sergei Ryzhikov, Alexei Zubritsky, and NASA astronaut Johnny Kim for his first flight.
Johnny Kim. Grid. Digital frontier. I tried to picture clusters of information as they move through the computer. What do they look like? Ships? Motorcycles? Or the circuits like freeways? I tried picturing a world I thought I'd never see. Then, one day, I got in.
Physiology variation, so different humans experience it a little bit differently. For me, you know, it was interesting when I went to space, I actually adjusted very quickly. Even though, you know, as humans we've never evolved without gravity, I felt really comfortable and like I was at home. Some astronauts do experience space motion sickness, though, for those first few days, where they may feel a little bit queasy, even a little bit nauseous, maybe even vomiting a little bit. But that's normal and usually resolves in the first few days. And most of these effects are really due to your neurovestibular system. So your inner ear, we have these semicircular canals, and some other organs that are actually gravity dependent in terms of how they work for your neurovestibular system, which is, of course, responsible for spatial awareness and balance and those types of things. So that system goes a little bit haywire when you first experience microgravity, and then once again after you've adapted to that and you come back down to Earth. So when you come back down to Earth, you don't feel great. You literally feel gravity, kind of like the bully on the playground that has their hand on your head and is pushing you down. You feel the weight of gravity when you're sitting down, like you just feel heavy. You go to get up from sitting on the couch. I remember having some lower back pain that actually persisted for many months. I just felt really stiff, like I was suddenly 80 or 90 years old and I couldn't, quite straighten out my back. But overall, astronauts generally adjust pretty quickly. In those first few minutes and even hours, you're a little bit like a drunken sailor when that neurovestibular system is really kind of readjusting. Some people have a little bit of motion sickness in those first few days. I didn't really have that. I was pretty fortunate. And then, you readapt to things like walking kind of quickly because your body just, gets used to it. You'd been doing it for so many years before flight. It takes a little bit longer to adapt to running because it's this more complex motor neuron connection for running than it is walking. And I remember that very well. I was in the gym with my trainer, and she's like, okay, go ahead, run across the gym. And it felt so strange as I took kind of that upstroke of one foot. It felt normal, but then when I landed my foot, I felt like I was an elephant crashing down to the ground.
Wow.
And we run in space on the treadmill every day, every other day, and so you're used to running, but you're not really used to running at your full body weight because in weightlessness we have a harness that we use to hold us down on the treadmill, but we usually only run at about 75% of our body weight. And of course it's so different when you're not under the full effect of gravity. So running takes a lot longer to kind of get normal again. So depending on what exactly you're talking about, the first days, even weeks, you feel pretty tired, but then you adapt fairly quickly after that, and maybe some lingering effects for some people, back pain and that kind of thing, but really a lot of individual variation there.
Fun fact, do you guys know what the treadmill's name is on the ISS? There's an acronym for it. It is the Combined Operational Load-Bearing Exertion Resistance Treadmill, or Colbert for short. Yes. Yes, that. Yes, that.
Yeah, because your cardiovascular system, you are running and bicycling every day pretty much up there to maintain your cardiovascular system.
Everything's looking good, Brendan. Yep.
But of course, the rest of the time, your cardiovascular system is not acting against the force of gravity like it is here on the ground all the time. So there's some level of deconditioning that just happens where, on the space station, I'm up there, I loved running on the treadmill. You kind of feel like a gazelle since you're a little bit offloaded.
I feel fast.
And yeah, even your gait changes, your stride changes a little bit because of the mechanics of running are just different up there when you're not under your full body weight and you're kind of, you're being held down by this harness. But I really, really enjoyed it. But you're running for miles, every day. So Sonny Williams did and a few other people have actually done marathons.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Here we go. Yes, Fluffy, yep.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
All right, pad closeout crew is leaving.
So what happens is when you come back down to Earth, you just even though you've been running miles a day, you come back to Earth and you can't even run a mile because you've had this kind of cardiovascular deconditioning. So that takes a little bit longer to come back.
Remember what I told you guys about your heart getting really angry when you come back down from space?
Of the change.
There you go.
Back from space to Earth. Well, we are now T-minus 1 hour and 42 minutes.
Is that a Milwaukee backpack?
Let's take you now inside Mission Control in Houston, where flight controllers are constantly monitoring the International Space Station.
Chad, it's pronounced
and the
Milwaukee.
living on board. NASA's Gary Jordan is there.
Which is Algonquin for the good land.
Good afternoon, Daryl and Jessica. Thank you. This is Mission Control Houston, and we're in the International Space Station's flight control room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
Gary?
The team continues to prepare for launch, led by Flight Director T.J. Creamer. Today we'll be, of course, launching the 10th rotational
We're
crew
not
mission to the
worthy.
International Space Station.
We're scum.
The
We
agency's
suck.
Special Crew Program. Following Crew-10's arrival, the space station will have a total of 11 crew members aboard for just a few days. 4 of those 11 crew members include the Crew-9
So check it out. ISS
cadre,
position is
NASA
over
astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, and
over the
Sonny
Indian
Williams,
Ocean right there.
Alongside
That's the South Atlantic anomaly. That's the ISS ground track.
During the next few days, Crew-10 will
Note
go
that,
over
once again, the next ISS orbit goes right over Florida.
Including a safety briefing and orientation. Then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies.
Gonna do science.
After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew-9 will prepare for their undocking
I only
and
have
return
4,
to Earth.
Van.
Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous
South
US
Atlantic
presence
anomaly is a
on the
point
space
on Earth's
station, which is
atmosphere
now
where the
24
magnetic
years
field
and
gets
counting.
really close to the
Ahead
ground.
of Crew-9's return, NASA astronaut Sonny Williams turned over command of the space station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin. In just a few weeks, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-26 with NASA astronaut Don Pettit coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 73,
Maybe.
led by the new commander, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. All of this, of course, coming up after today's launch. We continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back to Kennedy. Daryl?
Daryl?
If you're just joining us,
hey,
this is live
Northeast,
coverage
Force.
of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station.
I don't know, Toxic,
We're
maybe.
now T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes until liftoff. And so far, we've had a smooth countdown. No issues with the rocket or spacecraft, and ground systems are looking good for launch. You're looking now at the crew inside their capsule, Crew-10. And one of the first tasks Crew-10 did as a team was design and create their mission patch. There it is on your screen. And here's their description. The SpaceX Crew-10 patch was thoughtfully designed by the 4-person crew. They used AI for the initial inspiration, and then a human artist perfected the design. So as you can see, as you're looking at there, it's a 10-sided patch with the Roman numeral X boldly in the center, representing the ascent and descent that they will do. It's also representing the 10th operational flight of the Dragon spacecraft. Notice the Dragon with its wings fully out in full flight. That's a nod to the 4 crew members who are all professional pilots. The stars are red, white, and blue for the flag colors of each crew member's home country, and the brightest stars represent the crew's closest family members and support system. It's a lovely patch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And it was interesting, Nicole Ayers was asked about it. She said she kicked off the design of the patch when she and her husband initially used the AI image generator to come up with some ideas, but it was really just to kind of kick off some ideas, and she took those then to the human artist, who then was able to artfully design that Crew-10 patch. And I really like that X in the middle and how it's got them ascending into space and then returning to space. It's a good one, and you can see it there represented on the flagpole just below the American flag. Flies the Crew-10 patch on the CCP.
Yeah, edgy. Kind of had that vibe, huh?
CCP standing for
So
Commercial
Flame
Crew
Trenches
Program.
tomorrow, Make.
Yeah, it's one of the great things that we do together as a crew. Another one of those traditions like we talked about. You know, I don't know that everybody knows that we really do design those patches by ourselves. So we try to capture the elements that are important to us, special things from our professional and or personal lives.
The Russian
special
always
things
sleeps.
About the mission and timing.
Every time there's a Russian on, he's
just
like,
things that
"I'm
mean a
going to
lot to
bed.
all of us as
Good
crew
night."
members. Oftentimes, you know, we are capturing the international spirit of cooperation and
Quiet, you
collaboration
don't wanna
that's
wake 'em up.
reflected by the makeup of our crew. We talked already about that 50th anniversary of the Apollo Soyuz mission as well. All of these things really play into our patch design and thinking about what components to put there.
Will you have some artistic influence in your patch if you
Kind
do a
of,
patch
Tessa,
one
yeah.
day?
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, I did help design the patches for my previous mission and for future missions as well.
Do they get paid to sleep? Technically, if you're up on the
Crew-10 is
ISS,
also
sure.
allowed to have some personal items.
If
as
you
well know.
technically
Jessica
anybody that has a
Gear,
salary position gets
astronaut
paid
at
to sleep.
NASA, join us here on the broadcast. They get to take them with them for their stay, their extended stay in space. And for this crew, here's a few things that they will be taking up. Anne McClain.
Yeah, no, as long as you show up, right?
Personal gear to meet
I'm
them
salary.
on the
I should sleep
ISS.
more.
It's going up on SpaceX
I just
32
stare at my
in
desk,
April.
but it
She
looks like
packed
I'm
some
working.
Sports team shirts, and those are from the schools she attended, along with some holiday gifts for the crew. Commander McClain said, most importantly, she was able to pack a memento for multiple people
Why would
who
they do
worked
that,
on
Mark?
this flight to support her either personally or the mission as a whole. Those items will be
Maybe it's
returned to their owners after flight, and
They include things like pins, necklaces, and rings. It's neat to have some jewelry that's flown in space. Takuya Onishi, he's having a lot of pictures of his family, friends, and colleagues sent up. He's also flying some banners from elementary schools he participated.
What's the saying? What's the saying? Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
Things as astronauts that's so important to us is being able to share this mission. You know, this is not just for us as individuals or even just for us as a crew. This is really
That's right,
a
it goes
mission
in the
for
swirl.
everybody at NASA and all of our partner agencies, all of the people of our countries, really all of the citizens
He's
of the
been
world.
in Houston
so
for a good while.
we try to
Brandon.
bring up
It's
things
where
to
they did all the
represent
training.
that, whether they're from
They're not
universities
fueling,
that we
not
attended,
yet.
different organizations
Another 30
we
minutes
belong
till.
to, things
You'll
that
know
really
when they start
represent
fueling because
all of the
a lot of
different
condensation
people
will
who
form on the
helped us
rocket.
get where we were and where we currently are on the International Space Station, and to really bring it back to them, to tie it to them as well, to share the mission and remind everyone that this is truly for them and for all of humanity.
Do they have a windshield? How do they see?
I just had,
they have
note about
windows,
Nicole.
Boss Dog, but
She said she's
you don't
taken
really
out-
need to look out the window. Spacecraft technically don't need any windows. Probably be easier if they didn't have any. Same with airplanes too, for what it's worth. But I never heard a pilot that wouldn't want to look out the window to see, you know, the ground. But anyway, they have screens. Screens will tell them the telemetry of the vehicle. They'll show where the vehicle is. They'll show kind of like a 3D map view where Dragon is going. You'll see them show the screens once they get on orbit. There's a camera that's between the pilot and commander that faces the screens, and it gives them all the information that they need. So yeah, no, there's no windows to look out of, but you got screens to see, which is pretty cool.
It really does feel different. You know, you get to know
Maybe, Trey,
all of
maybe.
the other astronauts and cosmonauts that are flying.
So what
and
was wrong with
every
the clamp?
launch, of course, is very special when it's one of your friends or colleagues.
I don't know.
But it's a little bit different when you see your own classmate, because it just makes it more real for you. You know, your classmates are like your friends and family, and they started at the same time as you, and it just gives this
Gemini pilots had to
extra
fight to get
dose of
windows. That's a
reality
good
of,
example,
wow,
sir.
I didn't just become an astronaut.
Sir Umlin,
We
yeah.
actually are going to have the chance to go to space now. So, very exciting day, I know, for all of the flies.
And a relax.
Yeah, the camera that I was talking about is right there. You can actually see it between Nicole and Anne. Well, yeah, of course. Nicole put her hand right. See it right there? Yeah, you can see the screens. Yeah, on a spacecraft, you don't really need to look out the window. Like the space shuttle, for instance, the real reason why the shuttle had windows is so you could, you know, look out and see the runway when you go to land. Kind of important. Oh, hey. But with a capsule like Dragon that has a parachute, you know, and, you know, lands in the ocean, you know, window. There are windows by the door, and there were going to be windows on the sides, but they got rid of those because the way the reentry heating. Oh, Butch and Sunny, hold on. The way the reentry heating propagates over the capsule.
and Williams have been living and working on the space station now for over 9 months. The other two for a little over 5 months. Once Crew-10 arrives.
What about docking to the ISS? There's a forward-facing camera on the docking port at TOS that they can look at.
Usual. And then, of course, Crew-9 will undock and come back home.
So there is a camera. Right now, that camera is being covered by Dragon's nose cone. Dragon's nose cone actually opens, and the camera is basically on the docking hatch. And SpaceX's UI on their monitors is actually super cool. You have all your data, right? And the data is overlaid over that camera. So you like think of it like a multifunction display, like on an airplane that shows you like an artificial horizon, but instead of the artificial horizon, it's just the forward-facing camera. Yeah, UX on the Dragon capsule was very, very important. They wanted to make it simple and quote-unquote easy to use, about as easy as you can use a spacecraft. You know what I mean? Is it automatic docking or manual? It's automatic with the ability for Nicole or Anne to manually override the system. If you look at Anne's right-hand side armrest, there's a bunch of buttons in there where she can actually push buttons and fly the spacecraft manually.
So there's different hardware on board, different systems. Some things are running a little bit differently. So really important time. The other component of two from that 2+2 is one arrival day and then one departure day. But we will.
That's a good point. It's cool that you mentioned that up at all. Admiral 66-month resub. Thanks, man. So on the Apollo and Gemini spacecraft. So on Gemini, they basically actually Buzz Aldrin was the guy that figured it out. He who was an avid sailor, right? He liked sailing. He figured out that, you know, when you're in space, star doesn't change. The stars in the sky don't change. You could still use the stars for navigation. He figured out that using a naval sextant and using a similar way that ships plot courses, you can use that to plot orbits and stuff. And during Apollo, they use that same thing to make sure that their gyroscopes were configured correctly for what's called inertial navigation. Now in Gemini, they just had a grease pen and a piece of paper and a sextant, right? On the Apollo capsule, because it was a digital flight control system, they looked out the windows to make sure that their gyroscopes for their inertial guidance system was working correctly. Basically, the gyros on the Apollo spacecraft can pick up on acceleration. So when they fired the rocket engine, the gyros would pick up on that accelerated force, similar to it's the same exact idea. Like if you have your screen on your phone, you turn it and the thing turns too. The phone picks up that you turned it. That right there is derived from spaceships, derived from the Apollo capsule. That's where they got the idea to do that stuff. I mean, there's a couple more degrees of separation from Apollo spacecraft to phone, but that's the idea. They had to look out, Soren, and it's cool that you mentioned that because they had to look out the window to make sure that the gyro was good. So they didn't, because on the Apollo spacecraft, you could saturate a gyro, and if you saturated an INS gyro, you die. Yeah, that was really important not to do that. On modern spacecraft, like Dragon, Starliner, the Space Shuttle, if you even want to call that modern, they have star trackers. They have a camera that's looking out up at the stars, and that is relaying the information to the computers. Yeah, they're called star tracking cameras. The shuttle has them. Dragon has one, but I don't know where it is. It's on there somewhere. An accelerometer. They're called inertial measuring units on spacecrafts, Leo, but yeah. Yes, that's the idea. Same idea. The accelerometer that's on here is just a really, really, really simplified version of an IMU. All modern airplanes and spacecraft, guys, for what it's worth, use what's called an inertial navigation system or an inertial guidance system. You've probably heard that in spaceflight a lot. The inertial systems they're with like an airplane, for instance, you have to configure an INS if the thing is equipped with it, right? And it basically, when you configure an INS on, like, let's take, I'll give a plane as an example, like a Citation CJ4, all right, a passenger jet, right? When you flip the plane back on, you have to configure the INS, and you have to tell the plane where it is with latitude and longitude so the plane can figure out where it is when you leave that point. Like if you plot a point at this latitude, like this is where you are right now, the plane's INS will take over from there. And that's how, like when you're flying in the airplane, the displays will tell you where you are. That's what an INS is. They have those on fighter jets. They have those on modern airliners. They're all over the place. Spacecraft do the same thing. They're going to switch that thing on when they go to internal power here, when they go near the launch, and the INS is already configured because there's only 3 places this thing can launch from. Actually 2 for the Dragon capsule, this and Pad 40. So it's already been configured, and they'll power it on, and that's how the spacecraft knows where it is, because it uses its launch point, and then they reference acceleration to figure out where it's going and where it was. If you've ever heard the meme, the missile knows where it is, that's what that's about. It's about inertial navigation.
All right, T-minus 1 hour and 26 minutes.
I'm taking a drink. That was a lot of talking. Better than a map saying you are not
Crew-10,
here. Exactly.
Ready for their mission to the International Space Station, and there you see them from left to right. We have Roscosmos cosmonaut, mission specialist, Kirill Peskov.
Flavia, in case of an abort during flight, the crew that is on the ISS would come back anyway? No, they wouldn't.
I'm sorry, the pilot, Nicole Ayers.
They'd stay up there for a little bit longer.
Going to the right.
And nowadays accelerometers are freaking nanomachines.
And McLean.
Pretty cool, huh? All that got kicked off from
to the far right on the screen.
Dude, the entire microprocessor kind of revolution got kicked off because of the Apollo program. Computers before the Apollo program were the size of an apartment building and used freaking vacuum tubes for logic. Somebody at NASA in the early 60s figured it would be really difficult for a human to try and land on the moon via sight. And, figuring out a way to miniaturize a computer enough would get you a more precise landing. Neil Armstrong begs to differ. But so during the Apollo program, they spent billions of dollars trying to figure out a way to miniaturize electronics. And the miniaturization of electronics is why you're watching that huge technological leap during the 60s from the Apollo program is the reason why you're watching this on a phone or a computer in your house or a television that most likely has a computer built into it. The miniaturization of electronics is the direct result of the Apollo program. So the next time somebody asks you, what has NASA done to make my life better? Yeah, that smartphone that you have in your pocket is a good place to start. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Yeah, those are useful.
And then cross that crew access arm that you see on the right-hand side of the screen. That took them into the white room at the very end of the arm. And
AGCs are awesome, OIF. Oh, dude, there you go.
They are now.
You linked up the SVT sim, AGC.
Less
That's
than 90
cool.
minutes until liftoff. They performed this routine.
So, fun fact. After the Apollo program, a couple of guys at, I think it was Convair, came up with the idea of taking something like the AGC and use it to interpolate flight commands on an airplane. Fly-by-wire systems. Yeah, the Apollo program. Yeah, you could take the Apollo program for that too. Some engineers in the 70s literally took an Apollo guidance computer and hot-rodded it to an A7. Actually, I think it was guys at NASA. I think NASA did that project. But anyway, yeah. There's somewhere out on the internet, there's a picture of an A7 with an AGC hanging off the side. That fly-by-wire stuff is the reason why we have the F-16, amongst other things, and every airplane that uses fly-by-wire. It wasn't an A7, it was an F-8. Yep, there it is. See? And it was a NASA project. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Digital fly-by-wire. When I say they like hot rodded it to the side of it, I mean the computer is like hanging off the side. There's the heads-up display from the LEM right there. The Apollo guidance computer. They shoehorned it where the gun would be. Actually, I'm not sure if that's where the gun would be on that particular plane. But, dude, cable management, am I right? See? Yeah, that's how fly-by-wire got invented, by the way. Did I hear them say that Artemis 2 would be going in February next year? That sounds right, Ben, yeah. Let me get hired to be a cable manager for NASA. That's a technician's job.
This Dragon Endurance spacecraft is a special one for NASA. It's also special to Jessica, as you noted so well, talking about the name of Endurance, and a historic ship that helped Shackleton cross the Antarctic.
Jeez.
The Dragon spacecraft Endurance will take Crew-10 to space today in its 4th space flight. Since its first flight in 2021 for Crew-3, SpaceX's Endurance Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's commercial crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station.
Yeah,
with Crew-7, Endurance proved its reliability yet again, marking its 3rd journey to orbit.
Bro.
In all, Endurance has flown 10 astronauts and 2 cosmonauts to and from the International Space Station.
It's going to the ISS, Charles. Yep.
International crews from NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
That's right, Q. It was April, but they said on this webcast that it was going to be February now. I have a feeling that Artemis 2 is going to creep up on us a little bit faster than previously anticipated. Call it a gut feeling. I wouldn't be upset by that. They are stacking the whole thing right now, Norath. It's going to be fully stacked in another couple of months. The core stage is there. The ICPS is there. The launch vehicle staging adapter is there. Just waiting on the Orion capsule. No, the old crew comes back next
Discovery,
week.
go and throttle up.
That's them cranking the audio. Are we gonna do something about this, or?
Live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-10 launch to the International Space Station.
Can you guys get some grounding loops, please, for the love of God? Yeah, it's spoiled. How about you design it right next time, Sam? So that background buzzing is because they don't have any grounding loops. Yeah. That's, not great. Ground loop interrupt. Ah, Mr. Technical's back. Hey, have you seen Aqualux around? No, we love the buzz. All right. Did you install yours yet? Yeah. You don't hear any buzzing from me, do you? I have it down there. Of course there's some buzzing. Who do you think they are? NASA? Oh, yeah. You don't own space. NASA does. NASA? Space people? Maybe you heard of them? Hey, what are we doing here? Well, we're about 1 hour and 18 minutes from the Crew-10 launch. There's 4 souls on board here going to the International Space Station. Right now, they're going to move to Section 6 on the checklist, which should be Launch Escape System arming and fueling operations. Do you have SBL up? Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. It's got a really nice shot of some porta potties right now. You think I'm kidding? See? It's a really nice shot of some porta potties. Just saying. What, am I wrong? Look, those what, were those not porta potty? Oh, one guy's going in one now. Okay. I recently learned about state space control systems. Okay.
We are T-minus 1 hour and 17 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew-10 on a Falcon 9 rocket to the International Space Station.
Do you think this door up on Dragon that protects the docking door is the same one that they'll use on HLS?
To fly as part of NASA's
it's probably derived
Crew
from a Trapo. The docking port is. I'm not sure about the door.
To transport people to and from the
probably
orbiting lab from right here.
With spaceflight, dude, the name of the game is go with what you know, which is part of the reason why, like, SLS has shuttle parts on it, right? That's part of the same reason there. And like the Saturn V had parts from a Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B had parts from the Jupiter and Juno rockets. Jupiter and Juno rockets had parts from the Redstone rocket. Redstone rocket had parts from the V2 rocket, right? Like, you go with what you know, you go with what works, because engineering does take time. The docking port system on this is probably going to be very similar on HLS. Yeah, it's probably going to be the same thing. Because why reinvent the wheel? That makes no sense, right?
Closer and closer to liftoff, and Jessica, it's been a good day so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kate, you said you've seen certain people saying they think HLS won't actually happen and that SpaceX wants out of the contract. I'm curious what you think about that. Are these the same people that said NASA is going to be finished? There's not a chance in hell that that's what's going on. Why would SpaceX skip out of a $2 billion contract to land people on the moon? Why would they do that? Man's got bars. Yee. That's right. Why would they do that? These certain people, I don't know who these certain people are, Kate. I have no idea who they are. They are wrong. Yeah, I can say that with pretty reasonable conviction. Apparently, they've gotten most of the money already. Yeah, some people say the crew is stranded. I mean, right? People like to talk. Kate, there's no way they're skipping out on HLS. That's not a chance that that's happening.
Of the Dragon.
In fact, Kate, I will go so far as to say, and I would only say this unless I was absolutely sure. The only people that are trying to say that nonsense are people that have a bone to pick with SpaceX. You know what I mean? I'm 100% certain of this. Source: I was in Starbase a week ago. They're working on HLS. I can't say how or why or when. They're working on it. Give them some time.
And for you too, right there at the beginning, we're on our.
I don't have the best understanding on any of how this works,
as you mentioned. And
so I sometimes don't know who to listen
when
to.
You look back,
yeah, that's fair. It's all
you
good.
Think about just being right there at the beginning of the commercial crew program when that Dragon docked at the ISS. It was really exciting for the entire country.
That's right,
so
Trapo.
Thrilled to have the ability to fly to space from
we have
American
top men
soil.
working.
Yeah, it was really wonderful to resume that aptitude to send rockets and with crew members on board from American soil again from here in Florida, and of course still trading off regularly.
When is the old crew coming back? Probably
Russian
Monday or Tuesday,
with
Ethos?
Soyuz flights. So we're still continuing to fly American astronauts on the Soyuz, and as you see, we have a Russian cosmonaut on the Dragon today. So really nice that we maintain this spirit of international cooperation on board the International Space Station.
No, I'll desert. That's not
Especially
that's
as
not
we
what's
said,
going
with
on,
that
dude.
50th anniversary of Apollo Soyuz coming up in July.
Oh, they called it Apollo Soyuz.
Another
They called it right this
spectacular
time.
view. I think it's going to be a very beautiful launch day for all the people on the ground here in Florida.
Yeah, I know, Hellfish. It's ridiculous. There's a lot, guys.
Absolutely, we are headed in that direction.
And once again, I ain't inviting this conversation. Please, just let me say this and we'll be done with it. Like, SpaceX is in the public eye a lot more lately because of their boss. Obviously, I don't think that they're in the public eye more. So I see a lot more people weighing in about spaceflight lately that have no idea what they're talking about. I saw a pretty popular account on X on social media the other day say that the scrub is a waste of taxpayer dollars. The way Crew-10 scrubbed on Wednesday. Oh, what a waste of taxpayer money. That is so ridiculously tone deaf to what is actually going on. I'm appalled that person can form sentences. Like how. Okay, so yeah, careful, Kate. Like, I'm not going to be like, don't listen to this person, don't listen to this person. If you want to come ask me, I'll try to give you as straightforward an answer as I can. But yeah, there's a lot more people weighing in on spaceflight nowadays, and there's a lot more people weighing in on spaceflight that have no idea what they're talking about. Like, not even the faintest clue.
For 6 months or more, you have that vehicle there at all times in case anything happens on the space station, anything happens to a crew member.
I will try to give you guys a straightforward, unbiased answer as much as I possibly can. That's my duty to you.
From time
to
time,
you pay
as you've
me
seen
for.
in the last few years, we do have various situations emerge. If there's a technical issue on a certain vehicle, for example,
I saw it, Pat.
And so we do what we do best here at NASA, and that is adapt and reevaluate and replan. And to me, that has always been the most impressive thing thing of working at NASA.
So the vent is going on the transporter erector for pre-chill of the second stage liquid oxygen lines. I can speak English, I swear. Remember that forming coherent sentences thing. No, there's a little bit of condensation coming out from the pre-chill vent line, meaning we're on time for fueling. Are you sure? No. Yeah, see it right there? That's the second stage liquid oxygen line. They chill it down to make sure that the propellants don't evaporate on the way up. The propellants that Falcon 9 uses, particularly the liquid oxygen, is absurdly cold. And Florida is not a place that gets cold. So if they just tried to pump the liquid oxygen up that line willy-nilly, it would evaporate. So what they do is they pump it up the line very slowly, and there's like a vertical pipe inside of the white structure that's not the rocket, that's like hugging it. They pump it up the line very slowly, and it does, as it cools the pipe
Good
down,
afternoon.
it
You're
boils a
watching
little
live
bit,
launch
and that's why they
coverage
open
of
the
NASA
vent.
and SpaceX's 10th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with us again today is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. It's great to have you back again.
Thanks, Daryl. It is wonderful to be here. Sending your friends and colleagues up to space is
try,
always
Noble.
the best
It's
thing
gotten
that
a
you can
little
do
rough
as an
lately, but I'm
astronaut
trying.
here on the ground. So I'm so excited to be here playing a role in all of it.
And a big reason that you're here, to see your good
Jess
friend
Meyer's
Ann McClain
cool.
off to space.
She's cool.
Liftoff for her and the rest of the crew is at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time from here at Launchpad 39A. But before we continue our coverage, a quick reminder about Jessica's experience in space. Take a look back to 2019. Jessica Meir and Christina Cook made history with the first
Don't do
all-women
that to me.
spacewalk, the 221st for Space
Cool.
Station Assembly. 2 years later, Jessica served as astronaut support person for Crew-10,
Number 38.
or Crew-2 rather. There you see her, number 38.
That's what I
helping
just said.
the team all the way to the pad. Then she went over to pad 39B, where she rehearsed with the Artemis II crew. A great time with the astronauts was had, but this time this crew was practicing to go to the moon.
You know, I really like this video because it shows the enthusiasm that we all bring to the roles, whether it's a support role or whether it's a crew itself. You know, there is nothing better than sending your friends off to space,
She's a
as
fully
I just
trained
said.
pad
So
ninja.
one of the most interesting things about our job as astronauts is doing different things all the time. It is an incredible time to be an astronaut right now, where
Yeah,
we have
Willie.
so many different vehicles we can launch on. The Soyuz, like I launched on, the SpaceX Dragon that you're watching here today. Soon, hopefully, coming up next year, the Artemis II vehicle will launch and send our first astronauts to an orbit around the moon. So it's a very exciting time for us.
She didn't
You
mention
certainly have
Starliner.
a lot to look forward here on the Space Coast and for the United States
Womp
Space
womp.
Program. Some background, though, on today's launch attempt. It is the second launch attempt for Crew-10. On Wednesday, NASA and SpaceX stood down.
Hey, she was
from
just
the first
speaking
attempt
factually.
after teams discovered a suspected pocket of air trapped in the ground support hydraulic system used for the clamp
It was
arm, as
nitrogen
you can
jumping.
See there on your screen. It is wrapped around the Falcon 9 rocket and holds it to the launch arm. Yesterday, ground support teams successfully flushed that hydraulic
How did
system, and now it is ready to go for today's launch.
There you go,
Crew had a
Zabaski.
little bit of break
They
while
bled the
worked on that.
system.
Yeah, they did. The
Air in
crew
the
was able
lines
to
all
relax
day.
yesterday. I think it was a very fortuitous opportunity because, you know, the day before you launch, they're still probably doing all of these things that are giving them a little bit of stress, dealing with last-minute issues. And then yesterday, they had already done all those things for the previous launch. So they
Bleed the
had
brakes.
yesterday to really relax and
Kibbo,
get
it's the
some
same
chance to
thing.
be
They
outside
bled the
at beach
hydraulics, which
house
is really
and,
funny to me.
Just take it all in, appreciate some of the sights and sounds and feels of the Earth before they go to their new home on the ISS.
Crew-10 will be launching from pad 39A that you see there.
Dumb question.
Big
Why did
props
NASA
to
keep 39B instead of 39A? 39B was basically refurbed to clean pad when they canceled Constellation, Shaw. And when Constellation went out the window and they canceled it, they didn't have enough. When they canceled Constellation, NASA, the budget for revamping 39A to a clean pad design like 39B went out the window. The budget for retooling these pads for Ares 1 and Ares 5 was part of the Constellation program. They just chose not to do that, and NASA, after STS-135, basically abandoned 39A until SpaceX got the lease for it in 2014. Yep. NASA chose to retain 39B for SLS because the SLS program had enough money for that, I guess is the right way to say it.
Keep winning. Then we saw them walk out. Crew-10, waving.
All right, we're going to fast forward a little bit. We're getting a little bit behind. Well, that was silly. Yeah, you're telling me, Geeson. You know, shouldn't have canceled Constellation, but also at the same time, I'm happy someone is using the stupid thing. We paid a lot of money in the 60s to get this stupid pad working. Like, might as well use that. I'm glad someone's using it.
Throughout this broadcast, we've been taking your questions from social media, so keep sending them. Hashtag
Prepare to fast forward.
Fast
forwarding,
YouTube,
sir.
Facebook, X, and Twitch platforms. Also, for those of you
Twitch.
watching on NASA's YouTube
What's
channel
Twitch?
right now, a reminder to make sure you refresh your player or browser to join our live chat. Now, at this time, we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome
I don't think so, Trapo,
SpaceX
no.
and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX mission team is located. And a great good afternoon
When do you think
and
HLS
welcome
will begin
to both of you.
stacking? End of the year? Jesse?
Thanks, Daryl. I'm Jesse Anderson, a senior production engineering manager here at SpaceX.
Okay,
And I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications. We are excited to be joining you once again from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew-10 just over an hour from now. Of course, Crew-10 is our 10th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station. Crew-10 will have 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA astronaut. And the multinational crew represents 3 different space agencies, with NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos all represented.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endurance, which previously flew the Crew-3, Crew-5, and Crew-7 missions. Overall, this will be Dragon's 46th visit to the space station and its 14th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting lab, which includes NASA's Commercial Crew Program missions and private astronaut missions with Axiom Space. We're also celebrating the 23rd anniversary of the founding of SpaceX today on March 14th, which also is Pi Day, a celebration of the mathematical constant pi.
Now, over the last 3+ hours, Crew-10 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's
a celebration of the mathematical constant pi.
Now, over the last 3+ hours, Crew-10 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's go ahead and take a moment to introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Ann McClain. She's making her 2nd trip to low Earth orbit. The Spokane, Washington native and U.S. Army colonel was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 204 days in space, completing 2 spacewalks totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes outside of the orbiting laboratory. Next to McClain in the pilot seat is Nicole Ayers, who was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2021. The Colorado native graduated from the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs and is a major in the U.S. Air Force, and this will be the first space flight for Ayers.
Style Fords.
Serving as a mission specialist is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and today's flight will mark Onishi's 2nd trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009 and has logged 113 days in space previously.
Extended cab.
To round it all out, the final mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, and he was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will also be making his first spaceflight today.
Crew cab with dual tanks.
Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-10 will briefly become members of Expedition 72 and then Expedition 73 in April. They will conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand material flammability, contributing to future spacecraft design and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution.
To date, SpaceX has flown 56 crew members to space since the Demo 2 mission in May of 2020, which was almost 5 years ago. Coming up here at T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening in for the team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll.
OIF, only every single time they talk about astronaut resumes. It's like, you know, you hear about like Johnny Kim, who's flying the next American astronaut flying on Soyuz, right? He's just, you know, Navy SEAL, MD, medical doctorate from Harvard, astronaut, and also a pilot now. NASA taught him how to fly airplanes, so he's a Navy SEAL, astronaut, doctor, pilot. Hey, I took out the trash today, dude. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice.
You may hear talking to the astronauts.
I did the dishes,
crew
too.
Operations and resources engineer.
I know.
You'll hear
I
us
know.
refer to them as the
Like,
core
it's
throughout
comparable.
the broadcast. And there are 4 additional team members focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team...
Dragon SpaceX, cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure. Additionally, I can give you a go to step into Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Section 5, LES arming.
SpaceX Dragon, copy Section 5 and work.
I did, Enco. I fed the dog as well today, yes.
Just pausing for some comms between the core and
One hour.
Crew-10. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is currently
Edgy, you
located
too? Me
in
too,
the Launch
dude. My
and
truck's a
Landing
stick shift.
Control
Hell
Center
yeah.
at Hangar X.
High five!
And we are now less than an hour until launch, and they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and getting ready for launch itself.
Yep, and NASA has its very own set of team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. The teams in Mission Control Houston recently gave their go for launch, confirming that the station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Following liftoff, today's flight to the space station will take about 28 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. Docking is targeted for 11:30 p.m. Eastern, 8:30 p.m. Pacific, tomorrow, March 15th. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
Okay. Can I talk about the launch escape system? Sure. Inside of these nacelles, there's twin packs of what's called Super Draco engines. There's 2 of them here, there's 2 of them here, and then there's 2 on the other side. 8 total, but they come in packs of 2. They're inside of these nacelles. Those Super Dracos are armed. They're going to arm them before they fuel the rocket. So the first thing they'll do is move the crew access arm out of the way. It's on a hinge. It'll pivot. Oh, hold on. Sonic boom video.
People will be excited when they hear the...
And then they'll arm the system. It stays armed basically all the way up through ascent. And then they'll save it.
Sonic booms.
That sonic boom is great for us.
That thunderclap broke the sound barrier.
It's such a good video. I love this video so much.
Side booster separation confirmed.
Dude, look at that. It's so good. It's so cool. Ah! All right. Anyway, the launch escape system is going to stay armed. It stays armed basically from right around now all the way basically to second stage engine cutoff 1. They will safe the launch escape system. Basically safing the LES is something that can only be it's a detent thing. So once you safe the FTS, or not the FTS, once you safe the LES, it cannot be it can't be turned back on. They basically have a one-time use thing that severs the fuel lines going to the Super Dracos. I mean, it's not exactly like that. That's just kind of a figure of speech. It's not exactly how it works. But once they safe the LES, they can't turn it back on. Now, I know people are going to say, what about the fuel for the LES? Well, the fuel works off of the launch escape system, and the Super Dracos work off of the exact same fuel tanks that they'd use for orbital maneuvers, right? Because why carry a separate set of fuel tanks that you're never going to use? If you have to fire the launch escape system, you're not using the Dracos, right? So that's what I mean when I say they sever the fuel lines. They don't actually like it's not like a little scissors that's going to cut the dang thing. They shut it off, and you can't. The system can only be reinitialized. It can only be rearmed when the capsule's back down on the ground. You can only rearm it from the outside. That's on purpose. Obviously, you do not want any type of scenario where those Super Dracos fire during a mission other than an abort, right? But yeah, those rocket engines, if something goes wrong with Dragon, they'll fire them, and it'll eject the entire capsule off of the stack. 9 Gs, if you're wondering. Yes, it hurts. You'll feel it. You'll feel it. But, hopefully we don't want that. We don't want that at all. We want this. We want that happening.
That we have and continue the science experiments that we have ongoing there.
One of the unique characteristics of the International Space Station is microgravity.
We get to learn how humans and plants and other types of hardware react in the space environment and the microgravity environment.
Yeah. And it helps us to develop all kinds of new materials.
Maybe they have gotten rid of that, but I don't think this mission will have it.
The discoveries that we make on board the
That's
International Space Station then inform what we do on Earth, and it allows us to further both humankind here on Earth and get to further places in the universe.
Actually, Matt, that's a good point. That's how they used to do it. SpaceX has actually since changed that. They now, whatever their detent mechanism for disabling the launch escape system, can only be reactivated in the event of a parachute failure. That's actually a really good point. I forgot about that. So if SpaceX has a parachute failure during Dragon descent, those engines will fire to do a propulsive landing for Dragon out in the water. SpaceX has the capability, but that's something you really never, ever, ever want to use. Ever. Ever. But yeah, SpaceX did say in a press conference a little while back that they do have that. So the parachute systems, whatever the parachute system does, it overrides the detent that they have. Interestingly enough. Hey, Xanax, what's up?
But it's not an easy journey, and when we face a new challenge, we must solve it step by step.
I think that's one of the biggest benefits of the International Space Station. We're outside of the atmosphere, and now we don't have the protection of the atmosphere.
Exactly.
What happens, and how do we better prepare our people, our hardware, our food, our water systems for that deep space exploration? It's really important on the space station that we learn those lessons now when we're in low Earth orbit. That way we know what we need to bring with us when we go onto the moon with the Artemis program.
One of the things that we do on the International Space Station is work with our international partners all across the world.
I think it's hard to overestimate the value of international cooperation in space exploration, because we all know that it takes much time and effort.
Space is hard, it's very challenging, it's sometimes unpredictable, and that's why I think cooperation is the key to success.
The International Space Station wouldn't be international without all of our partners.
And our goal is to be a beacon of hope for all of humankind, so that people can look and say, this is what we can accomplish when we work together.
T-minus 52 minutes and counting. We just pulled go for NASA and SpaceX to begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. A great update there to our milestones. We now have NASA's Megan Cruz live from a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy Space Center. Megan.
Hey, yeah, back here again today, and the weather is as beautiful as it was Wednesday, and the crowd as excited as ever to see liftoff in less than an hour. Now, we again want to bring in Mike Ravenscroft with NASA's Commercial Crew program. He's on console working the launch today over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Mike, great to have you back.
Hi, Megan. Happy to be here.
All right, so again, thanks for stepping off console. When we spoke during Wednesday's launch attempt, there was a ground hydraulics issue. What was done to resolve that to get us to launch today?
Yeah, Megan. So the team worked really hard on Wednesday during that first attempt to resolve the issue. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get there. So the teams, the SpaceX and NASA team, met Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, and developed a troubleshooting plan to go ahead and restore this system back to operational. So we went ahead and met, and Thursday they went off and executed that plan. They went ahead and opened up some of the valves, did some inspections, opened up some of the valves, and went ahead and bled the system. And then they did perform checkouts, and performed the checkouts, and the system was nominal at that point. So we got back here today on launch countdown and did some additional checkouts, normal checkouts that are performed on day of launch, and everything's checking out good.
That's wonderful to hear, and it's always great to see teams coming together to resolve issues to get us to launch. Now, as CCP's Launch Vehicle Systems Office Manager, you were also part of keeping an eye on today's booster, correct? Which is flying for its second time.
Yeah, Megan. So we watched that booster from the beginning when it's starting to be built, the whole way through production, the whole way through all the testing that's performed. Even before it's getting
brakes,
that first launch,
hydraulic systems are like that.
Occurred in December for the Empower E mission. So we track all that, track all the issues that come up from all that in the first flight, and we review all that data. And then when it goes into maintenance for our flight, we are tracking all that work along with SpaceX and ensuring that the vehicle is ready for day of launch and a safe flight for the crew to the ISS.
And Mike, last question for you. How do you feel just being a part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program?
This is awesome. I can't imagine myself anywhere else. This program, I've been here for quite a while, and this is a family. You get to work with folks from all over the country, from California to Texas to Alabama to here in Florida, and it's just a family, and that's how we feel about each other. We work hard. We get to work with a lot of great contractors. And so, day in and day out, you get to show up for work and enjoy what you do.
Yeah, and do amazing things together. Mike, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it.
Actually, for what it's worth, the aerospace industry is everyone knows each other. Yeah, everyone knows each other in the aerospace industry. It's kind of strange because it's so scattered all over the United States. Everyone knows everybody. It is peculiar. And like space content creators, like me, like Joe Barnard, Scott Manley, we all know each other. We all know each other, it's the same thing. Everyone knows everybody, which is kind of cool. I live my life a quarter pounder at a time. For those 10 bites or less, I'm free. Ooh, Falcon landing.
Helps increase launch frequency and enables a wide array of new government, commercial, and scientific opportunities in space. Lowering the cost of access to space is helping take humanity's next steps into the solar system, whether in low Earth orbit, interplanetary, or even deep space. And when costs are lower, government and commercial customers can launch more missions, which helps accelerate development. This also helps commercial satellite and private research customers afford to launch more projects to space, which helps stimulate innovation here on Earth. All of this to say, reusability is the key innovation that is making space more accessible for the industry as a whole. And just like the first stage of Falcon 9, Dragon is also reusable.
The reusable Dragon spacecraft has flown people to the International Space Station 13 times. And as we mentioned earlier, today's crew will fly aboard the same Dragon that previously flew the Crew-3, Crew-5, and Crew-7 missions.
But back to today's mission. We are coming up on T-minus 48 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the pre-flight process. Now, a lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal, static fire on Sunday, and an initial launch attempt on Wednesday. Now, we did stand down from that attempt due to a hydraulic system issue, but the teams completed inspections of the ground support hydraulic system used for the clamp arm supporting the Falcon 9 rocket and successfully flushed a suspected pocket of trapped air in the system.
Now, all of that hard work brings us to today's launch, and next up in our
the team has pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch.
Okay, here we go. It's gonna get quick from here to T-minus 0. A lot of stuff's gonna happen.
And there, you just heard that the team had pulled go for both prop load and for launch. So that was the next step in the countdown that we were waiting for, and that was from the SpaceX launch director, and they were calling up to the crew to let them know that we had received that go to continue with that prop load. And then, as we mentioned earlier, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. And the launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, referred to as the MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure everyone is on the same page and everyone is ready to move forward. Again, there's a lot of teams and a lot of moving parts to getting a launch off the ground. And so leading up to the final stages of launch today, you will hear various check-ins on that process. So right now, there on your screen, you can see Crew-10. They are on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for the launch and arm the launch escape system. And we did just hear that go, so we should start getting a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft pretty soon. Now on the range side of things, the range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor.
And as you can see in your on the left-hand corner of your screen, the weather is looking great for today's launch. Overall, weather is trending in the right direction, and we currently have less than a 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time today, which is great. Our teams will continue to keep an eye on the weather, but we'll have a final pre-fueling weather briefing in about 20 seconds from now at the T-minus 45-minute mark. Now, weather is forecasted to be excellent on the Space Coast heading into today's launch opportunity. And again, the current forecast is greater than 95% chance of acceptable conditions at launch. Now, weather along the Atlantic
T-minus
coast...
45 minutes. Both control rooms go into lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approval board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
Crew X arm retraction starting.
And that was the launch director performing a briefing with the crew. Sounds like everything is go for launch, and we're going to start seeing that crew access arm moving away from the vehicle here shortly.
We should also see propellant load getting underway in just a few minutes as well.
So basically from here on out, guys, we hear hold, hold, hold it all. That's bad. Oh, there it goes. Crew access arm retraction.
Launch Control Center to monitor Dragon throughout its entire mission from liftoff all the way to Crew-10's arrival at the space station and then on its return home to Earth. And there you're seeing some great shots of the crew access arm pulling away from Dragon. Clear skies as far as the eye can see. Perfect weather for today's launch.
Getting exciting over here. Yeah, weather looks amazing over there at pad 39A. You can see that crew access arm still moving. It'll move all the way to that 90 degrees away from the vehicle.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
And there we just heard confirmation that the crew access arm has been fully retracted. That process is now complete. Again, the next step in our process leading up to today's launch at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific will be the propellant loading, and that should be getting underway here shortly. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check back in with Daryl at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Pull umbilicals back from Dragon when it launches.
All right, thank you very much, ladies. Back here with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we orbit the launch pad, Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, going in circles on Pi Day. Seems fitting, Jessica.
Absolutely, it does. This is the day for it.
Falcon 9
We've got a
isn't
few
on the
milestones
pad, guys.
coming up
on the
here
other
in the
pad,
next few
not
minutes.
This one, the other one.
We're going to close our visors at T-minus 39 minutes.
There's no
and
Falcon
then
on
start
Slick
the
40.
process of getting that
down.
launch escape system armed. As we just saw, the crew access arm has moved away, so if there were to be an emergency, going through the crew access arm is one option up until the point in which the
precision
launch
yeeting
escape
will commence.
system is
What's
armed,
up, Sean?
and then it's off the top of the rocket.
Yeah, that's right. That launch escape arm could actually swing back
Sean,
in just about 30
you're
seconds,
saying
and during that time,
we've been
the
through
crew would
deja
actually
vu?
be unbuckling their seat belts and getting ready to egress, so that timing would work out.
I just closed, arming the launch escape system.
Copy, Dragon. You are go for 6.6 arm launch escape.
Okay, launch escape system. They're going to pressurize helium tanks are going to pressurize bladder tanks, which basically prime the launch escape system to be able to be fired quickly if needed. They're going to do that because when they go through fueling is one of the most dangerous times to be near a rocket other than when it launches. When you go through fueling, you're introducing a lot of variables into the vehicle really, really quick, especially with the really super cold propellants, with the cryogenic propellants that Falcon 9 uses, or semi-cryogenic propellants, right? So it uses liquid oxygen and RP1. You got to be careful with that liquid oxygen. You're changing a lot of things when you put that into the rocket quickly. You're changing pressures, you're changing temperatures, you're changing structure. The whole rocket will contract a little bit because it gets really, really freaking cold.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
So they have the ejector seat ready just in case something weird happens during transients, during fueling transients, is what it's called.
There we have the verification that the launch escape system is armed, a high-energy system.
Who is Crew-10's astronauts?
Very much
humans.
needed in case something were to happen to the rocket.
Yeah, that's something that the astronauts on board can actually hear. They can hear it being armed. They get this sort of loud thump that they hear. And of course, that launch escape system, it consists of 8 Super Draco thrusters. It's only used for
the slide wire
abort
baskets
in this
OIF.
case.
They
And it's
reuse the ones
2
from the
minutes
shuttle. They put them
before
higher
the
up on the
loading
tower.
of
You
the
can see them
fuel.
over there on the left.
And I'm wondering about your thoughts
They're
in
right
this
there.
moment as you hear Commander Ann McLean. Get these systems ready.
What's up, Red? How you doing?
Your friend, your fellow classmate, getting ready to go.
Yeah, I think things are getting very real right now. It's really interesting on launch day. You know, I know from my own experience, sometimes you actually have to remind yourself that it's actually launch day because you have been through this whole series of readiness and all of these checks and all the comm checks and all the physical actions so many times in various simulations. I remember on my launch, I really did have to remind myself, I'm looking at my monitor, I'm going through all of these different cues and the procedures.
Yeah, I got you,
but
Sean,
then
don't
I
worry
would
about it.
hear something, maybe the groan of the fuel in the lines or a slight movement of the rocket, and that was what made me realize,
Super Dracos aren't
oh, wait
fueled.
a minute.
They're primed.
At the end of this one, I'm
so,
not going to be going.
Shadow Man, the Super Dracos work off of the same exact fuel tanks that the regular RCS does, the Draco thrusters, right? They work off the same fuel tanks. They have the same tap. So they're just pressurizing that. No, normally you wouldn't pressurize the maneuvering system during ascent on vehicles. I mean, sometimes that happens. It depends on the vehicle, right? But they do it because the reaction control systems and the launch escape system engines both use the same fuel tanks, fuel and oxidizer tanks. So yeah, LES is primed, and the Super Dracos are tapping off of the Dragon's main fuel tanks.
We're gathered in the area to watch. The sky will become lit up as the sun dances with the exhaust from the Falcon 9 rocket.
My niece wants me to wave
These
to her.
launch escape systems
Hello,
that we're
Easy.
talking about are, of course, a vital
Hello.
component of any vehicle that contains astronauts on
what?
board.
Sorry.
And it's something that
what, am I not
we
gonna
hope,
say hi?
of course, to
Of course I'm
never
gonna say
have to
hi.
use. But the few times historically when we have had to use them also provide such a testament, such a great test of that system.
Not very long,
I remember
Cajun,
very
30
well
seconds,
Nick
maybe?
Hague and Alexei Ovchinin's abort on the Soyuz that happened in 2018. I was in training at the time in Star City, and that abort happened when they were at
She's
about
3.
30
My niece
miles
is
up,
3.
and they
wants-
ended up
she wanted me
going
to
up
say
to
hi.
about 50
Hello.
miles and then landing safely due to the very reliable, highly functioning abort system. Search and rescue teams were there to pull them out in about 10 minutes, and a really stressful day, of course, for everybody.
And exit venting for propellant load.
Okay, here we go. NASA is messing with the audio 619. It does get, louder and then not.
That was a stressful day for everybody on board and everybody on the ground, but again, a really nice test to see that these systems are in place for a reason and they do
I don't know,
work.
Snarn. It's an
Came
inconsequential
to
cost
space that day
comparatively
and
to the
came
cost of
right
the vehicle,
back
though.
And fortunately, everything
Probably
went
costs
well.
like 200 G's to fill that thing up,
ISS,
maybe.
and he's up there now.
Yeah, he's up there right now, waiting for this mission to join
It's a
him.
multi-million-dollar vehicle,
very
so
much
fueling
looking
is
forward to
inconsequential.
giving
But
Ann and her
that's
crew
about
a
all I can
big
speak
high
to is
five,
like the price.
especially for those 8-ball classmates, but really for everybody on board. We joke in our class that Nick launched 2.5 times so far for his
They
2
have
missions to
absorbency
space.
garments on.
He's got a
Kyle,
little bit of
just in
extra
case.
experience.
We have learned so much during your time here, Jessica, spending it with...
That booster has been reused. Dude, fun fact, that thing is not... It's a young booster. The booster that's flying today is booster 1090. It's only its second flight. 87-day turnaround. It's going to land about 10 miles south of here at the landing pads. The capsule that's flying today is Dragon Endurance on its 4th flight. That spaceship has been to the ISS 3 times prior, which is actually super cool.
Comm loops are open. Of course, we can talk to the crew if, in case of any type
Needs
of
a paint
emergency
job?
or any type of
That's
information
soot
that they need.
from the
we
engines
have those comm
building
loops
up
open.
on the side of the booster, guys. It's actually not
Interestingly,
burnt
speaking
paint.
about that,
Falcon
the crew
9.
can actually hear the fueling process. So they
Falcon 9 actually rolls coal. It's using RP1, like rolls coal, brother. No, the rocket propellant that they're using, the liquid fuel, is RP1. It's a highly refined version of kerosene. And obviously they run liquid oxygen with it. Now, rocket engines, we know obviously that rocket's it looks a little scorched up. It's been reused a couple of times. If you want to, rocket engines are very, very violent. It's a very violent thing. So you want to try to do every mitigation as much as you can to not damage them every time you fly these things. They're that precisely engineered. So one of the tricks that propulsion engineers do is run the engine with a very, 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 very high, rich fuel map, right? They run with a lot more fuel than oxidizer. That's called running fuel rich. The reason why they run fuel rich is to keep everything cool, because it turns out, kerosene and actually gasoline and diesel fuel and jet fuel are all the same. It turns out at the end of the day that those are hydrocarbons. So it's carbon and hydrogen in kind of chains, right? That's what oil is. It's like petroleum is hydrocarbons. Hydrogen is an insanely good heat conductor. It's really good at absorbing heat. It's also really good at exploding very efficiently when you combine it with an oxidizer. Well, as we'll see here in about 33 minutes, right? But because of that, so if you run fuel rich, right, it takes all the heat out of the engine and it prevents components from wearing. So Falcon 9, when it's coming back down and it flies engines first and it fires its engine, a lot of the soot coming out of the gas generator from the motor, which is the fuel pump, right? Part of the fuel pump system, and the rocket engine, it flies through it. And that actually gets stuck on the side. So yeah, Falcon 9 rolls coal. That's why it's dirty. Those actually aren't scorch marks from re-entry heating or anything. It's soot deposits from the motors, because the engines run extremely fuel rich to stay cool. They run extra fuel, take all that heat out of the system so the engines don't melt.
Splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. NASA and SpaceX have been working together toward certification and readiness for Dragon recoveries on the West Coast. Since 2019, Dragon recoveries have primarily occurred off the coast of Florida. SpaceX is moving Dragon recovery operations to off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean, comparable to the first 21 Dragon missions.
Yeah, they're going to land on the West Coast. So Scuzzard, can they have the booster just use the atmosphere for the first minute instead of LOX? I mean, Scuzzard, you could, sure, absolutely. Jet engines aren't powerful enough for this application, though. Seriously, you cannot make a jet engine produce the amount of thrust. Well, you could. I mean, theoretically, you could, right? But the whole point of using a jet engine in an application of a rocket is because jet engines exist, right? Right? The jet engine that you'd need to supplement liftoff here would be gigantic. And now you're adding this big freaking jet engine to your first stage. What are you doing with that? What are you doing with that when the first stage comes back down, right? You're going to fire it? That's a lot of extra weight, a lot of extra mass added to your vehicle. You don't want to do that. it's easier to use the rocket engines to do it and just have a much more simplified system than have a jet engine that uses air and RP1 and then, you know, switches to a rocket motor and then the rocket motor turns on for a regular rocket. Now, that's not to say that something like that couldn't exist either. You could theoretically, you could make like an airplane that takes off with jet engines and then fires a rocket engine. The thing about that, though, is that your airplane would be like heavier than a fully loaded 747 because you'd have all that. You have to bring all the fuel and oxidizer with you with a rocket, and you don't have the benefit of staging unless you have like a carrier ship that drops a rocket, in which case you can only really bring a small-ish rocket up to 30,000 feet to launch it. With a rocket like Falcon 9, I mean, SpaceX originally did want to do air launching, but they kind of nixed it because the engineers at SpaceX figured out that, you know, for all the benefits of building a plane that can go up to altitude to drop a rocket and send it, or a plane that, you know, could take off like a plane and then launch up into space, like rocket all the way up into space, you're adding all those wings, you're adding all those engines, you're adding all those landing gear, you're adding all this stuff to it when you could just have a rocket with 9 engines that does all that in the first like 20 to 30 seconds. Falcon 9 is not going to take very long to get to 30,000 feet. So any benefit that you'd get from a jet engine, you'd probably get a jet engine like strapped to the side or something. The benefit would be like maybe 30 seconds of extra boost. That's not worth it, dude. It's not worth it. You could do it. I'm not saying it's impossible. You could do it, but you'd have to really find the right application, like a plane taking off or something. Now, with that being said, there are applications, at least conceptual applications of a jet rocket hybrid, but the company that was working on that type of technology actually went out of business a month ago. So the concepts are going to stay concepts. Yeah, you see, rocket science is already complicated. You don't want to get confused by adding something that's seemingly going to help you, but in the long run, it'll be worse. You're making your vehicle more complicated. You're trading efficiency for complication there. And it's always a trade-off with engineering. The key is finding the right trade-offs for what you're trying to do. That's really important to understand. Your launch vehicle expectations denote how you engineer stuff, right? But that was a good question, Scuzz. Yeah, good call. Good question, dude. Yeah, that's super important to understand. You know, any engineer is going to ask you, you say, oh, I want to make a rocket. They'll be like, all right, what do you want this rocket to do? You know, what are you trying to do? That's really, really, really where it starts. Like, what are you trying to do? SpaceX is trying to make a easy to manufacture rocket that eventually would have been reusable. That's why it's seemingly simple. You got 9 engines down there. Now, 9-engine ignition back in the day was a little bit complicated, but the reason why SpaceX chose 9 engines is because it's easier to manufacture smaller rocket engines than it is to make bigger ones. So they chose a size for their Merlin engine that was easy to manufacture, but still packed a punch, right? That's why it has 9 engines. So they traded manufacturing efficiency there for vehicle complication, and that seems to have paid off, right? And that was a big thing back in the day when Falcon 9 first started flying. Oh, it's got 9 engines. The 9 engines is ridiculous. A 9-engine ignition, that's nuts. Nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, of course it does that. You know, it's always about trade-offs, always. Also, the design of the engine is very important to understand. SpaceX has the fuel injection system for those Falcon 9 first stage engines are very, very kind of not garden variety. They use Merlin engines use what's called like a pintle injection system. So that's how they deliver fuel and oxidizer. A pintle injector allows you to spray and atomize fuel and oxidizer on the engine's radial axis. All right, I'm nerding out here for a second. I get you. This is just additional information for anybody that cares. So normally, like with a conventional convergent divergent rocket engine design, you have your fuel kind of sprayed down towards the opening, right? Or at least at like a 45-degree angle. In Falcon 9's Merlin engines, they actually spray it radially relative to the engine instead of longitudinally, or at least at a 45-degree angle, right? spraying it out sideways like that with their engine design is a little bit more complicated of a fuel injector system for the rocket. But pintle injectors allow your engine to be more throttleable. Like, for instance, if you want to land a first stage. So it's always trade-offs. Always trade-offs.
Since 2021, and how does it feel to be back here to watch another crewed launch?
Oh my God, I can't, Megan, tell you how excited I am to be here, and I was here the whole week. You know, we had unfortunately had the scrub on Wednesday.
I'm a 3D artist by trade.
But I cannot explain the feeling of coming back home. You know, I love this center, I love this workforce, I love the mission that we have here at the center. So it's very exciting. You know, in DC, it's not my normal job jar down here at the Kennedy Space Center being center director, where, you know, I had the workforce and the mission. So I'm super excited to be back here and to be able to witness this launch later tonight.
Yes,
Petro.
absolutely.
She's running
launch
NASA
is
right
going to
now.
happen here shortly. And you know, I know we've been talking about this a lot in the broadcast.
Thanks,
that every single member of Crew-10 is a pilonaut. Yes, actually.
Pilonauts! Actually, that's an awesome word. I'm going to use that from now on. Okay, so why is it more throttleable, XKit? Yeah, sure. I'm a propulsion nerd for what it's worth, guys. How the rocket engine works really makes me happy. That's one of my favorite things. Okay, so spraying your fuel radially. The short answer, Git, is spraying your fuel to the side makes the explosion fill up the combustion chamber at varying levels of throttle. All right? Show them the book. Is that 47 on the side of your cap? 47 is a hat brand, Morton. Just in case anybody was wondering. It's not that. Pilonauts. That's a really good idea, Buck, by the way. So, okay, spraying your fuel radially allows you to throttle the engine. You can deliver different amounts of fuel and oxidizer, and the explosion fills up the combustion chamber. All right, with a regular rocket engine, a convergent divergent rocket design with a longitudinal injector, right? What's going to happen is you're going to spray less fuel, and the way the explosion propagates is not going to fill up. You'll fill up the combustion chamber. You have to fill up the combustion chamber with fire for the rocket engine to work. If you get cavitation inside of your combustion chamber, it'll blow up. Yeah, it'll explode. Yeah. You don't want non-uniform pressure inside of your combustion chamber. That makes things blow up. The car equivalent would be a head gasket leaking. Yeah, you don't want that. No, you don't want that. That's just... Anyway, so with the pintle injector, they spray the fuel sideways instead of spraying it down. And that basically spraying the outside wall, the outer walls of the combustion chamber with fuel and oxidizer makes an explosion that fills up the combustion chamber, which allows them to keep chamber pressure no matter what throttle level they're at. So you can land. You got to throttle the engine, right? Because you're burning when the Falcon 9 first stage comes into land, and super heavy for what it's worth. Raptor engines are throttleable in a different way. They use a swirl port injector, but that's another story. So when Falcon 9's coming in, the computer is controlling the throttle of the engine. You got to control it to vary, it has to go down, it has to go up, right? You have to have variable control, or else you're not going to be able to do a precise landing, right? Is that why the F1 engine had problems? One of the reasons, Trey. When you try to get 1.5 million pounds of thrust out of a rocket engine, it's very difficult. That's the big one. Get another good question. Now, you guys want to hear something cool? You see that thing right there? Falcon 9, because of its pintle injection system, can trace its roots to a company called TRW. TRW is a company that made rocket engines. I don't know what they got absorbed by an aerospace giant or something. I don't know. TRW developed the engines that landed people on the moon. The Lunar Module Descent Engine on the descent stage of the LEM used a pintle injector system. So Falcon 9 has heritage in the Apollo lunar lander. Not a lot of people know that. I think that's super cool. That rocket can trace its roots directly to the LEM. The reason why, and people are saying, like, what if SpaceX just copied the TRW design? Well, yeah, they probably did. But the interesting thing is that Well, today is the 23rd anniversary of SpaceX being founded. It was founded March 14th, 2002, right? In 2002, when Elon was going to start this company, he poached a propulsion engineer from TRW named Tom Mueller. Tom Mueller's the guy that designed the Merlin 1D engine and the Merlin vacuum, and the Kestrel engine, and the Draco, and the Super Draco, and had a lot of input on Raptor. He races cars now for fun. Yeah, he's down at Sebring right now. And he has a company that makes Methalox upper stages. But that's another story. So, yeah, Falcon 9, because of Tom Mueller, it could trace its routes directly to the LMDE, the Lunar Module Descent Engine. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? That's its heritage, which is pretty sweet. Just like the Saturn V can trace its roots back to the Redstone rocket. Right? Yeah. Falcon 9 is technically in the same family of rockets as the LEM. But I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. Propulsively landing on the moon, propulsively landing on Earth. There are some things that are slightly different, but for the most part, the general gist of it is the same. Did you see the car's wrap? Dude, the Impulse space wrap is badass, man. Yep. Yeah. Any more questions on rocket engines? I got you. I got you. That's my bread and butter. I love it. I love it. Anyway, that was a lot of talking.
For more Artemis updates, scan the QR code
20-minute vent.
Screen
Good
right
sign.
now. Or
do you think in our
visit
lifetime
nasa.gov/Artemis
we'll be able to develop much faster propulsion to get places?
Roman numeral 2.
Absolutely, Murray. Look up rotating detonation engines. Oh, yeah, RDEs. RDEs are pretty good. Oh, also nuclear thermal. And then Vasimir, too. Those are all stuff that is sci-fi at this point, but we're getting there. Trust me. It's pretty good stuff, dude. I saw it, Pat. I saw the Firefly Eclipse picture. Is any rocket engine able to do full throttle ability from 0 to 1? Not to my knowledge, Trey. I mean, RCS would probably be the closest thing to that. Nuclear pulse detonations could
work. As we continue
Soren.
to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew-10 to the International Space Station today. Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket developed and manufactured by SpaceX, known for its safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to space. It's also the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. And sitting at the top of Falcon 9, Dragon and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall.
There's 4 people
there
on
are 2
board,
windows on the spacecraft, plus one underneath the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. And the trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo. The Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our...
Why is there so much more smoke coming out? Hello, did I break it? All right. Oh, yeah, there's the entire Dragon fleet. Look at that. Isn't that cool? They're going to add one more soon. That's condensation from the effects of fueling. Levi, I would ask you to ask me if you're going to post something like that before you go and post it.
Destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 super...
It's the liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen tanks are the ones that get... Killer, those are the ones that get really, really cold. So because they're pumping that cold liquid oxygen in there, it takes all the heat out of the thing. And because the outer skin of Falcon 9 by basically via conduction gets so ridiculously cold, what happens is that the moisture in Florida's atmosphere, you know, right around the rocket, it gets so cold it actually condenses it and it forms ice on the outside of the vehicle. That's why you see all that smoke coming off of it. The fun fact, though, is that you can actually see how much the vehicle is fueled and filled, judging by how much ice there is on it. When the ice gets all the way to the top of the tanks, you know that's when you know you're good to go.
For vehicular activities, as the crew used during the Polaris Dawn mission.
They're not stupid questions, Killer. They're good questions. See,
now
look.
continuing down the vehicle, we
just
do
a
have the
smidge
second
of ice
stage.
down there.
The second stage is powered by a single Merlin vacuum engine or MVAC engine, which is optimized to perform in the vacuum of space.
I thought that was paint
After
for a
stage
second.
separation, the MVAC will ignite and carry
Right
Dragon
there.
to its target orbit.
See what I'm talking about?
Now the Falcon 9's first and second.
I thought that was paint for a second, then I looked at the clock. I'm like, if they haven't started fueling it yet, we got a big problem. You can see how much LOX is in the LOX tank. The liquid oxygen tank on the first stage goes from this line right here to there. That's the bottom of the LOX tank. The RP1 tank is down here, but RP1 is kerosene or jet fuel. That's not cold. That can exist no problem without being cold. Liquid oxygen, on the other hand, has to be really cold to exist as a liquid. About minus 200 C. It's, 193, technically, right? So at the bottom of the LOX tank, you start to see that ice, the ice accumulation. And right there, you can see exactly how much liquid oxygen is in this thing. When the ice line gets up to here, that's when we're good to go. And you'll start to see it happen on the second stage too. They've already started second stage fueling. Second stage fueling should wrap up at about T-minus 2 minutes. You'll see it. There will be a lot of ice on the LOX tank up here as well. How do they keep it cold once it's loaded? Pressure. Pressure. That's another great question, PHP. Pressure is how they keep it cold. Yep. If they play some audio, you'll hear vents up there constantly alleviating pressure out of the vehicle. But the flip side of that, PHP, is that they also... There's a reason why we're 15 minutes out and SpaceX is still loading fuel, because their liquid oxygen is extremely cold. Oxygen will start to exist as a liquid at minus 193 C, but you can go a little bit further to get the liquid oxygen even colder, and you can get it to like snow cone slush, right? And doing that, you can actually get more liquid oxygen in there. And if you can get more liquid oxygen in there, what's called densified LOX, right? You get more performance out of the vehicle. That's part of the reason why Falcon 9 back in the day couldn't come back and land, but now all of a sudden it lands all the time. They squeezed more performance out of the vehicle by densifying the propellants in 2015. That was 10 years ago. Whatever. Anyway. So, yeah, don't get me wrong, like the pressure could keep it there. You could keep the fuel in the tanks for a little while, but you really want to fill it up and go. Which is once again, to get that extra performance, that's why the last thing they do before they fire it off is fuel it. So what's your favorite rocket engine? Shuttle motor or Raptor, either one. Last. I don't see it, Sea Kraken. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with mission timeline
There on your
events.
screen, clear skies, and we are still tracking a roughly less than 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time of 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. And as you heard earlier, we're continuing to be optimistic that we're going to maintain these good conditions into launch. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window driven by our...
Any reason why SpaceX never used a balloon tank on the second stage? They traded second stage performance because they're always using Carolox. They traded second stage performance for easy manufacture of second stages for mass production. That's why the second stage is in a balloon tank. Sea Kraken. SpaceX back in the day wanted one type of tooling, one assembly line to make first and second stages. And in doing that, you're trading off performance there for manufacturability. It's always a trade
PM
every time.
Eastern, 3:41 PM
There's no net
Pacific,
benefit.
but again, everything and all the systems continue to be go. And for now, we're going to go over to Gary at the Johnson Space Center for a quick status update from Houston.
That's right, Kill. Yep.
Hey, thank you, Anna. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams continue to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the teams inside the room is Flight Director T.J. Creamer. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endurance when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, the invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft, is essentially the neighborhood of the space station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the station will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew-10 to float into the station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after the docking. When they enter the orbital outpost, Crew-10 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 72 crew.
We should be able to see
will
it,
come
Eric,
together
if
for
it's
opening
not cloudy.
remarks. That's all from us here in Mission Control as the anticipation continues to build for launch in under 20 minutes.
Do we know when the new landing pads for Falcon 9 are going to come? There actually was a draft environmental assessment that was released by the FAA this morning about, believe it or not, putting 2 landing pads just outside of Slick 40. Yeah. They're going to put landing pads at Slick 40. That's the plan. They have 3 different places to put them. One of them is on like the northwest side of the pad. The other one is out by the coast. And the other one is on the south or northeast side of the pad or southeast side of the pad. Yeah. So the draft environmental assessment for SpaceX to make new landing pads at Slick 40 actually came out today. That was a good question. Is JPL still independent from NASA? It's not independent from NASA. It's a NASA design center. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory is a NASA facility, just like Kennedy Space Center or Marshall Space Flight Center or Houston, which is Johnson Space Center. But couldn't you bring back more of the vehicle, i.e. the structure, to support the second stage and just make it a higher percentage of reusability? Take a breath and a sip of water, you're going to explode. Yeah, it doesn't help when people are constantly telling me to see last. Hate to interrupt, but ads, please. Okay. At T-minus 10 minutes, dudes, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to run pre-roll ads. The reason why I run pre-roll ads now is so nobody gets ads during Ascent. So if you're unsubbed, first of all, I don't care. Subscribe or don't. Whatever. I want to earn subscriptions. I don't ask for them. But for the people that aren't subscribed or the people that can't afford it, I'm going to run the ads now. I hate ads for what it's worth, but I'm going to run them now so you don't get an ad mid-freaking Ascent. That would suck. That would piss me off. Like, all right, we're go for launch. Oh, here's an Applebee's ad.
Oh, this is space.
That, DC
I'm in space.
Did out 6 subs, but there you go. I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
S-Shop with 5. Give me a freaking break. Good questions, though, dudes.
I'm in space.
That's fair. Eggle, I can't stand it. If I had control over the ads, I wouldn't run any at all. I would rather have your viewing experience
this is space. I'm in space.
be better to the detriment of my wallet. All right, go for launch. There we go. I'm not even kidding, and I feel very strongly about this. If you
this is space. I'm in space.
Jesus, sewer rat. Come on. Come on now. Clearly, it's not a problem. Like.
This is space. I'm in space.
SVO gifted a bunch. Killa on of. And they weren't stupid questions, man.
This is space.
Control.
I'm in space.
Now, there are many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and the crew are both safe, leading up to liftoff and during flight. And
thank you, Wally.
now
Thank you,
that we are in
Sidewinder.
Terminal Count, our teams are performing those final checks before launch.
What the hell, guys?
And coming up here,
the notifier is going to break. It's going to be going all the way into Ascent. Don't make me shut it off.
Just over 8 minutes away from launch. Again, today's ride to orbit will be about 9 minutes, which is from the time of
Heavy metal,
liftoff
tier
to the
2,
second
61
stage cutoff.
marks.
And then Dragon in the second stage will continue to coast for a few minutes after that, prior to separation.
You started this. Yeah, but you finished it.
You'll hear some performance calls along the way as we get into the final countdown and then after liftoff. And these are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones.
All right.
So some of the call-outs you will hear after liftoff are a combination of letters and numbers, which will mark different abort zones throughout space flight of the eastern seaboard. The first two are 1 Alpha and 1 Bravo, which are abort modes available while the first stage is firing. And then the next round of numbers and letters you'll hear are 2 Alpha through 2 Echo, though you'll only hear the 2 Alpha.
They got excavators.
On the public
excavators on site for digging out the flame trench for Starship's pad. Let's go.
And then diverting a little bit from the other naming system, you will.
I'm shutting it off at T-minus 5 minutes.
Shannon,
that's a good call.
Which refers to Shannon, Ireland, and this call means the crew can target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort late in the second stage.
Thanks, man.
And you'll continue to hear those different callouts along with chief performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officer along with the propulsion lead. We're now just under 7 minutes away from launch.
Engines are chilling in for flight.
Okay.
This is space. I'm in space.
Engine thermal conditioning has started.
Yeah.
What they're going to do is start running locks.
That the stage 1 engine.
They're going to start running liquid oxygen, that cold liquid oxygen, down into the engines.
This is space.
That primes the engines, and that gets them to the correct operating temperature. The engine turbine machinery needs to be cold to work correctly. If it's not cold and you put cold propellants in it,
This is space. I'm in
it
space.
will shatter like the Terminator. Hasta la vista, baby. You don't want that to happen. Worst, or an even worse case scenario than that is that you get...
This is space.
All
I'm in
right,
space.
I get it. Jeez. An even worse case scenario is that you get cavitation in your oxygen impeller and a fire starts inside.
This is space. I'm in space.
If a fire starts in your rocket engine anywhere but the combustion chamber, you're gonna have a bad day. You're gonna have a really bad day. We don't want any of that here.
This is space.
Will be
I'm in
stage
space.
1, RP1 loading complete, which we
C-Mac.
just heard that.
Tier 1 sub, thank you.
The RP1 is densified kerosene or
I'm in
rocket
space.
fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. All of that RP1 is now fully loaded into the rocket, and since we previously
Why'd you
heard
say it, Badger?
that
This is space.
second stage
I'm in
loading
space.
was completed.
Okay. All right.
We are still
All right,
loading
I'm
the
shutting
liquid
that off.
oxygen or LOX onto
Thank
the
you
first
for all
and
the
second
support,
stages,
everybody.
and this is the oxidized.
Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it. I lost track of all the subs there, but thank you very much, guys. SVO, I saw you in there with a bunch. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm shutting it off. Shutting it off so I can hear the calls. That's really important.
Just under 30 seconds at that T-minus 5 minute mark, we will hear the call for Dragon to...
Oh, yeah, we should fast forward to make sure we're caught up. There we go. They're not done fueling. They will be done fueling in the next 2 minutes. Remember, they, like I said, Kill, they move it real close. That's the last thing they do before they put this thing into internal power and startup, which should happen... Falcon goes into startup at around at 1 minute. You'll hear it.
Also heard that the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional structural support to the rocket as we get ready for that strong back to retract. And that strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines.
Has started.
Okay, strong back will retract to
Strong back
the
lower has now started,
87-degree
and again,
position.
that strong back provides access
Now
to
watch
Falcon
the
9's
clamp
fueling lines
arms.
and umbilicals for both.
The clamp arms that they had problems with yesterday, those guys right there, see them up at the top? They're going to open.
And what you should see on
Hopefully they do open.
Clamp arms that are around the second stage, just below Dragon, they're going to open up, and once they're fully open, then that strong back or the TE can begin to recline away from the vehicle. Now, initially, we are going to recline that TE just about 2 degrees away from the vehicle.
Both clamp
and then
arms
we
have
will
retracted.
Fully move
All right.
the TE about 45 degrees away up at T0. And they're maybe a little hard to see on your screen, but the clamp arms are opening up there. There's a better view. Looks like
Clamp arms
the
are
clamp arms
open.
are now fully open, so that TE will begin to move away from the vehicle.
87-degree retract. So it's going to move away a
Very
second.
slow and slight.
And then when the thing goes to launch, that thing's going to throw away. It's called a throwback. They're going to really move that away quick because you don't want rocket engines roasting any of this expensive stuff on this. See that? That's what happens if you don't move it away. Wonder why SpaceX switched to a throwback. Their older strongbacks used to kind of just sit there and then it would get cooked from the rocket engine on the way up. In fact, Vandenberg's pad still does that. These ones are a throwback mechanism, so this whole thing is going to shoot away that way when the thing goes to launch.
As we get closer to launch. This is because liquid
it moves around a
oxygen
little
is
bit,
super
Gil.
chilled,
That happens.
so a little of it will boil off in the warmer Florida air.
Yep. What was that yellow cable? It's a pull wire to... There's a...
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
The yellow cable's
Great
attached to a
call out
wire. The
there.
wire's
Stage
attached
one.
to an umbilical on Dragon, and there's a counterweight. When the TE throws away, it pulls.
Putting liquid oxygen
That wire
onto
will
stage
pull.
2, and that'll wrap up
That wire
here
will pull.
at the T-minus 2 minute mark, just about
They put their back into
20
it, yes.
seconds from now.
All right, Iraq, no
And
problem.
once we finish propellant loading, that will mean that 1 million pounds of RP1 and liquid oxygen will be loaded onto Falcon 9 here, just under 10 seconds.
I would like to remind everybody that in 1 hour, the Electron is going to launch. Rocket Lab's Electron is going to launch. Yeah, we're an hour out from that.
Stage 2, lock load complete.
Just in case you were looking forward to that.
We just had confirmation that the Stage 2 liquid oxygen loading is now complete. We are under 2 minutes away from launch.
Yes,
Gas
that's right,
closeout
Gil.
has also begun. So
The rocket can only support itself when it's fully fueled. It can't. It really can't. It could, but it really doesn't like to sit up straight with no rocket fuel in it.
And you just heard
because they
that
use
call
pressure.
out that Dragon is an audit.
Expect loud venting.
So ground gas closeouts are happening here. There's liquid oxygen in the fuel and in the fuel line in the oxidizer. Well, in the oxidizer line that goes up to the second stage tank. What SpaceX is doing now is they're pumping nitrogen up the line to inert the line and get all the oxygen out, because you don't want your launch pad to catch on fire during a launch.
In a state the flight computers
Next step is
understand
startup,
before
which
it
should happen
takes
in about
over,
5
making
seconds.
sure the transition to final countdown is smooth and all the flight computers on board are in sync and configured for launch.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
I'm on front page, Northern? All right, that's kind of cool.
Anything countdown?
All right.
And in the final countdown,
Startup.
less than a minute to go, and at the time of launch, the space station will be flying 260 statute miles over the west coast of Australia.
Dragon, SpaceX. Go for launch.
Launch director reports go.
And
Of course, Banana.
Dragon Crew-10, copy, go for launch.
And McLean,
Great
speaking
call,
on
then
behalf
we'll
of the
go for launch,
crew,
and we do have a
reports
large
go.
crowd here in front of Mission
T-minus
Control,
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
waiting to watch Crew-10 take off today.
T-minus 15.
Sound suppression or pad deluge system is on. You can see the little mist from it. Sound suppression water system is active. Ignition.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and go SpaceX. Go NASA.
Crew-10 is in the air.
Copy 1 Alpha.
And McLean reports 1 Alpha, the abort contingency.
1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-10. And we're continuing to get good call-outs.
Vehicle will do a pitch kick over here in a roll program, establishing proper flight azimuth to get to the ISS 51.6 degree inclined orbit. There's the roll. There's people on that, you know. It's pretty cool.
We're now 40 seconds into today's
Should
flight.
get a call for power and telemetry. There it is.
Continuing to get good performance call-outs.
Stage 1 is throttling down. Vehicle should be going supersonic here in a second for maximum dynamic pressure. There it is.
What great timing that was.
Everything
We
looks
just
good,
passed
Bill.
through Max Q. That's the largest structural load that
It's
the vehicle
NASA.
will see
It's
on
graphics.
ascent.
Hellish.
Vehicle supersonic.
What a shot.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Okay, throttling the engines
We're
back
now
up.
just
Falcon
over
9
1
has
minute
ascended
and
far
10
enough out of the
seconds into
atmosphere where it
today's
doesn't need to
flight,
worry about
traveling
air
at
perturbing the
more than
vehicle
1,400 miles per hour.
as much.
And
Okay,
we just heard
good
that
call from
call
Ann McLean.
for
Mode 1 Bravo.
Bravo, which means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first stage, continuing to get good performance, and the crew already pulling over 2 Gs. Next up, we'll have a couple of events happening in rapid succession.
Spec chill started.
First will
Second
be that
stage
engine chill
thermal
on the
conditioning
second
has
stage impact
started.
engine, which we just heard, and then we'll have MECO, or main engine cutoff.
But it's
where
smoke
the 9
change right
engines
there.
on the
Temperature
first stage
dropped
will
in the
cut
upper
off
parts of the
ahead
atmosphere,
first
so it
and
leaves a
second stages.
contrail because the
We'll be
rocket engines
separating
are
from
hot and
one
the atmosphere
another.
is cold.
Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew-10 to orbit while the
T
first
plus
stage
2 minutes
begins
into the
its
flight,
journey
everything's
back
looking
to Earth.
good. Falcon 9
Now we're
will
just
align
2
to
minutes
prograde
into today's
velocity.
flight. The vehicle is traveling.
Falcon will now align to prograde velocity in preparation for staging. Staging should happen in the next 20 seconds. The first stage will jettison the second stage and Dragon, and the second stage will ignite, pushing the crew higher up on the ride to space.
Stage separation.
Hell
and
no,
SES1.
Global. Hell no. You could see the contrail from the launch. This is a shot looking up the second stage engine.
Main engine cut off.
There's MECO.
SpaceX Dragon, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Separation, and McLean
Copy,
confirms
2
2 Alpha abort contingency. Upper stage ignition.
Great call-outs and incredible views there on your left-hand screen.
Good ignition on
Your
the second
left-hand
stage.
screen, you can
First
see a
stage
view
going to
from
turn around
stage
and turn
one.
its engine back on to get back to the launch site. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's so cool. Go, baby, go!
Awesome views of that boost back burn on
What
the
a
first
shot!
stage, as well
That was
as the
awesome.
back engine igniting on the second stage.
Dude,
Great views
what
there. Now
a
the
good
booster
view that
is in its
was.
boost back burn. This is the first of 3 burns
Dude,
as it makes its way
that's awesome.
back down to Earth. This will last about 45 seconds. And the Crew-10 crew is still on board Dragon, attached to Falcon 9 second stage, which you can see there on your right-hand screen.
Makes me so happy.
And we're now at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle
Should get a
is
call for
traveling
2
about
Bravo here soon.
6,500 miles per hour. They are on their
Oh,
way
yeah, many
to
times,
the
MC.
space
Yep.
station. And we did have that confirmation coming up of the
Nice
boost back
program.
shutdown, and then coming up at the T+6 minute mark.
Dude, this is a live shot of a crew
coming-
flying into space
And
being
there we
streamed
have
to
our
your
first
computer.
images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft.
What
as
the
they make
hell?
Their way into
When
orbit.
did this? Ah,
Dragon,
gets me every
SpaceX,
time, dude.
nominal trajectory.
Continuing to get good call-outs.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Stage 2 it continues to be on power with in its firing until we get to that second stage engine cutoff around the 9-minute mark of flight. About 5 minutes of flight to go before Dragon will be flying free.
There's a shot here, the first stage coming back here. You can see its nitrogen control thrusters are firing it to orient it for the correct attitude for its entry burn. This is my favorite part. What Falcon 9 is going to do is when it's coming back down to land, it's going to fire the engines to slow itself down, but it's also going to fire the engines to push the re-entry heating out of the way. Yes, you heard that right. What's going to happen is the engine's going to fire, and that actually will push the shock, the plasma shock, away from the vehicle, and it'll envelop Falcon 9 in its own exhaust gases, and that is enough of a thermal barrier to prevent the thing from burning up in re-entry. It's my favorite part. Guess what it's called? Supersonic retropropulsion. My speed metal band is going to be named that. Just thought I'd let you know. Should be coming up on that in another minute or so.
7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. Continuing to get good call-outs as Stage 1 makes its way back to Earth, and Stage 2 continues
See,
to
the nitrogen
fire,
thrusters are
propelling
slowly
Dragon
rotating the
into
vehicle
orbit.
to get the engines to the business end
And
to
if you're
fly
just
first.
now joining us, the 4 members of Crew-10
Stage 2
launched
will
from Launch Complex
do a
39A
deorbit
at
burn
Kennedy
jumping.
Space Center in Florida, and they're currently on board Dragon, still attached to Falcon 9's second stage, which you're seeing there
It's
on
because
your
it's made out of
right-hand
steel,
screen.
Micon.
On your
Starship's
left-hand
made out of
screen,
steel,
the
so it
first
doesn't
stage
need to do it.
vehicle
The
is
steel
making
can
its way
tank the
back
heat.
down to Earth.
Falcon
It
9's
already
made out of
completed the
aluminum.
first
It's not
of
going to be
3
able to take the
burns
heat.
as the boost back burn, and the
You
next
see?
event coming up for that vehicle.
See how the booster's slowly rolling to pointing the engines to the way it's going. It's prograde velocity. Watch this. Okay. Nominal call from
That
the mission
entry burn is
director
coming
and
up here
Commander Ann
in
McLean.
just under 20 seconds. We'll reignite
Right,
3
Will? Isn't
of
it
those
sick?
9
So
Merlin 1D
cool, dude.
engines to help slow the vehicle down as it makes its way back into the Earth's atmosphere.
We're now just over 6 minutes into today's flight.
Okay, here
as
we go.
Dragon in the second stage.
So what you're going to see... Oh, there it is!
12,000 miles per hour, making their way into orbit and on the way to the International Space Station.
Dude, that's so cool. Look at it. The flames, even the way the flames propagate is even heat shield shaped. Look at. Now the Griffins are going to steer her back. She's flying! Or is she falling with style?
It was very quick, but we had the entry burn, which we got some cool views of that from the
Dude,
ground. which
she's
is
coming
awesome.
back! Oh, that's sick, dude. This
And the
camera's
next event
awesome.
Coming up will be the landing burn for the first stage.
So they're chilling down the
That's coming up
engines right
here
there.
in
That's
about
what those
30
white plumes
seconds.
are coming off the front.
Nominal trajectory.
Move the camera up, dude.
Again, great call-outs
All right,
for
they're priming the engines again for the landing burn, which should be happening here in a moment. Dude, look at it steer!
Confirmation
Oh!
there from the crew. as
Oh,
they
I am
continue to make
nerding
their
the
way into
frick
orbit
out
about
right
7
now.
minutes into
That is
today's
so
flight.
cool!
The first stage making its way back down to Earth, and the second stage continuing to fire.
Who's controlling this camera? Give them a raise.
Awesome view. Let's see if we can see the center engine relight for that landing burn here in a few seconds.
There we go. Come on, baby. Stick the landing.
There's that landing burn. Let's watch,
Watch.
as Falcon 9 touches down on.
Should see a landing leg deploy here in a second. There it is. Sonic booms. Bruh. Come on. Come on now. Come to, Damn, that's cool. heck?
Now that the first stage has made its
How does
way
this
back
even
to
happen?
Earth, we're about a minute away from the second engine cutoff, which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if I can see it flying by. I'll be right back.
Dragon and all of the systems on the vehicle are performing as expected. Just over 8 minutes into today's flight, traveling more than 21,000 miles per hour.
Terminal guidance.
Hearing good call outs. We're about 30 seconds away from that second engine cutoff, and then shortly after that, about a minute or so later, we will have orbital insertion.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
Dude, I saw it!
Shannon.
I saw it!
Call out there for Shannon, and that is
I saw
the
it!
call
Yes!
out for Shannon, Ireland.
Awesome!
This is the final abort
Yes!
stage for the second stage off the coast of Ireland.
I'm up in New England, dude. I saw it. I'm on Cape Cod. I saw it.
Second engine cutoff.
Yes! I left my phone here, though. Crap. There's Seco 1. Plasmic, you saw it too! Yes!
Orbit insertion.
Good call for nominal orbit insertion. Oh, that's sick, dude. What a good day.
Launch escape system disarmed.
Boom!
Good
Huge
confirmation
milestone
of orbital
right there.
insertion. Crew-10 is now well on their way to the International Space
forget,
Station
Shadow.
following a 9.5-minute flight uphill.
So you heard the call for Shannon there. That's the last abort contingency before they make it into orbit. The last abort contingency was the LES disarm, meaning they're pretty much on orbit.
Shortly, in about 10-15 seconds is what we're expecting. And we're preparing for
Dragon
stabilizing
separation.
the second stage so that we can have a smooth separation.
And there you can see on the left-hand side.
What is that? That's not supposed to do that.
Separation. That second stage making its way, and Dragon is now flying free. 10 minutes into today's flight, that was about a minute after we had that second engine cutoff and orbital insertion.
I don't know what that was,
It looks
but that
like
wasn't
a good
supposed to do that.
separation, good rates. Dragon now flying free.
Dragon RCS is on, or reorienting the spacecraft
There
for
on the
on-orbit
right-hand
operations.
side of your screen, you can see some first images of Crew-10 inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft as they're now successfully in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
It was an honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew-9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew-10 Commander Ann McClain. Thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher. Days like today are made possible only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong.
There's a moon over
Build
there.
relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent goodness of all people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew-10. And over to pilot Nicole Ayers.
Pilot Nicole Ayers again. We're not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here to this wonderful view and this perspective, to
You'll
the
burn up,
teachers,
Oprah.
coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
The numbers look okay. Those are right. So
This is Mission Specialist Takuya Onishi. I want to say a huge thank you to NASA
200
and
by
SpaceX,
200.
especially the Falcon 9 team for the successful launch, and we are looking
No,
forward to
200 by
a smooth
189.
ride to the International Space Station.
51.6.
日本の皆さん、たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。 9年ぶりの無重力の感覚をかみしめてます。
AWD。
これから先の ISS への宇宙の旅、楽しんでいきたいと思います。I will now hand the mic over to Mission Specialist Kirill.
Arigato, Nishi-sama.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride, and I want to say a couple of words in Russian. Пользуясь такой чудесной возможностью, хочу поздравить с 65-летием со дня начала подготовки первого отряда. И также хочу сказать спасибо большое за те знания и жизненный опыт, который мной были получены в тех стенах для того, чтобы выполнить этот полет. А также спасибо школе номер 14 города Назарова, Ульяновскому высшему авиационному училищу гражданской авиации и авиакомпании «Макар» и «Нордвинд», где я начинал свой путь в небо. И, конечно же, спасибо большое семье и за поддержку.
Спасибо, Кирилл. When is scheduled, Doc?
Crew-10.
24 hours.
This time I can report nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
SpaceX Dragon, copies.
Congratulations on 65 years from first space crew training start. Thanks to my school and family. There you go. Right on, Vasya. Kirill's from out in the middle of nowhere, dude. He's from Siberia, dude. It's a long way out. How long till they get to the space station? It'll be about 24 hours, guys. That piece of debris was not good. I don't think it was on the spacecraft, from what I can tell. We'll see. I want to go look at it again. I just wanted to make sure we got through the crew thanking everybody and stuff. That's super cool. Let's take a look again. Stage 2 is going to do a deorbit burn, guys. That's a thermal insulator. Second stage thermal insulator, from what I can tell. Woof. Yeah, the second stage is going to deorbit. Guys, if you looked at on their consoles, there were, I think they said they're about a 200-kilometer altitude, give or take. They could do nothing with the second stage, and it'll come back down. It'll decay. There's still some atmospheric perturbations up there. The atmosphere is still happening up there. It's still a thing. It's even a thing up where the ISS is. So yeah, the second stage will get disposed of. Believe it or not, they still have some performance left in that stage. They'll fire it to deorbit it, and that debris will most likely burn up whatever it is. It doesn't look to be off of the spacecraft though, dudes. Yeah, that's just it's an insulator, whatever it is. Hey, Avoiding Cult. Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. I appreciate it. I'll turn the notifier back on, dudes. Is Hawthorne Mission Control manned 24/7? No, only when missions are going. This doesn't seem to be from the trunk. So why can't they return the second stage like the first? It's going a lot faster. Don't worry, Sewer Rat. SpaceX is trying to solve that problem. What do you think Starship is? It's a reusable second stage. I'm just trying to see where that dang debris comes from. See, the interesting thing here is that it has the same imparted velocity as the capsule, which is very strange to me. I don't think it came off of, like, the outside of Dragon or anything, because there's solar panels here and radiators there. I'm pretty sure this is all good. I'm pretty sure that's just a piece that's on top of the second stage on Dragon's payload attachment fitting. It's probably there for thermals to keep the locks on the top of the second stage cool. If I had to guess, that's a huge guess. I don't know, but that's obviously not great. You don't want debris like that coming off your ship, especially when people are right there. That's not great. So whatever that was, it looks like the separation damaged it and it ripped it off. I don't think it's from the capsule kill. It's definitely not. That's the Dragon's trunk. So like this volume right here is an unpressurized volume. There's not really thermal insulation on there. You have your radiators on the back and your solar panels, but that's, ooh, something else happened over there. You see all the crap coming up? Interesting.
Once Crew-10 does arrive to the International Space
Yeah, the
Station,
smaller
they
stuff
will,
is
of
normal,
course,
Matthias,
partake
yeah.
in some additional
You get some
science and
ice
research.
every
they will
time
have
you get a
over 200
separation. It
experiments
happens.
that they will contribute to
It was a good
during
launch,
their
New Zealand.
time
I'm a little
aboard the
worried about that
International
debris,
Space
but
Station. Again, we're just standing by for confirmation that that nose cone has fully deployed. And we
yeah,
may
Scott,
also
I'm pretty
get
sure.
some
Yep,
additional
yep.
look inside the cabin of the crew.
Where do the clamps attach? Below where that second stage
Yeah, as we
camera
patiently
was.
wait for those views, we are trying to see if we can get some views.
Yeah, Phil, it looks like a second stage top LOX dome insulator, if I had to guess. But I would really be wondering why that came off during separation. That would mean it somehow liberated itself during ascent, and the separation was just what popped it off.
SpaceX Dragon copies and confirm nominal E-course activation and go for visors.
Okay.
And there we heard
They're turning off the
confirmation
fasten
that the nose
seatbelt
cone
sign
has
so
fully
they can-
deployed and that the crew is now able to lift their visors. And there, again, we're seeing some views
Thanks, Katsuni.
inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft with Crew-10 on their way to the
That
International
happens,
Space
Peter.
Station.
That's okay.
Confirm, you are go to open visors.
The JPD, the fins don't have
Because
panels like
they're
that
going to
on
open
them.
visors,
I
which
know that
means
for a fact.
shortly they'll also be able to get out of their suits and get comfortable for the entire ride on Dragon to the International Space Station.
It looks like they taped it, guys, from what it was
And
worth.
from left to right on your screen, there's Roscosmos
Red.
cosmonaut
Good
Kirill
night.
Peskov, NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut Ian McLean, and then far on the right-hand side of your screen is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi.
Any other crew coming back on this? The four crew
And
that
there you could see that they are in microgravity.
the four crew that launched on Dragon Resilience, so this one, are coming back on this one. There's a capsule already up there that was part of regular station rotations, and that's what Butch and Sonny are coming down on, if you guys were wondering.
We're now just over 20 minutes into
The
today's
suits-
flight following
The suits are pressurized. They're not now because they have their hats off. But check it out. Here, there's their orbital track. That's where they currently are. They're over Greece right now, if I'm looking at that right. 7.79 kilometers a second. Which is, yeah, at least I think that says 7.79. 202 altitude right there is 202 kilometers. Apogee is 204 kilometers. Perigee is 181. That's the first one was obviously current altitude. Apogee is highest point in your orbit. Perigee is lowest point in your orbit. Let me go back there real quick. Their inclination is 51.6 degrees inclined. That's the ISS. The ISS is 51.6 degrees inclined as well. What that means is the ISS, if this is the equator on Earth, right? You got Earth here. This is the equator. The ISS orbit is tilted. It's tilted so much that when it crosses the equator, it makes an angle, and that angle is 51 degrees. That's how the tilt of your orbit is measured. They use in orbital mechanics, you use the equator as your datum. So depending on how tilted you are, the angle gets more obtuse, right? So 51.6 degrees indicates positive orbit tilted at 51 degrees posigrade orbit tilted at 51 degrees relative to the equator. Posigrade orbit or a prograde orbit indicates that you are going with the spin of the Earth. Any orbit that's an inclination past 90, you're going against the rotation of the Earth, and it's called a retrograde orbit.
And we looked up at the sky and we wondered, what if? It's a symbol that every big accomplishment starts with a quiet dream, and that dreams do come true when you believe in yourself and you listen only to those who believe in you. Crew-10 believes in all of the dreamers.
Bart.
The flag and the number markings on the crane, there's a number 10 on each of its wings and a flag from each one of our countries on the tail. This is a nod to each of our shared experiences as professional pilots. These patches are arranged to look like an airplane. This is a source of deep pride for our crew, because what pilot doesn't like to talk about the fact that they're a pilot?
True story. Tech Noob, 23 minutes into the mission. That's what that means.
Culture as astronauts. In the years of training together, we found we have far more in common than we do different. Our zero-G indicator was handmade by a small business owner in the United States. This represents all the hands which created our entire space program, and this rocket and this capsule that we're flying today. It also represents all of the artists and musicians who inspire people to imagine beyond what they can see. Spaceflight is perhaps the most complex endeavor of our time, but it was built one step at a time, by one person at a time. Finally, the origami crane is the international symbol for peace, hope, and healing. Crew-10 hopes to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humans can accomplish when we see the goodness in one another and we choose to work together toward a common goal. Today, we are united not through common enemy, but through shared optimism and a basic belief in the goodness of humanity. It is far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. It's easier to break partnerships and relationships than it is to build them. Spaceflight is hard, and success depends on leaders of character who choose the harder right over the easier wrong, and who build programs, partnerships, and relationships. We explore for the benefit of all. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Crew-10 chooses to go together in peace, because you cannot be great without the greatness of others. Go NASA, go Roscosmos, go JAXA, and go Crew-10.
To boldly go where no one has gone before. Except everybody that's launched into space over the last, 30 years. Yeah, no, it's good.
From Dragon SpaceX, we really appreciate those words, Ann.
Nah, that was good. That was cool. Plasmic.
From NASA astronaut
Hey.
and the Crew-10 commander.
We got a 10 Canadian dollar super chat. Thank you for helping me see the second stage. Never watched a rocket launch, so that was the coolest space thing you've ever seen. Plasmic, they launch up the East Coast all the time. But was I right? Kind of 45 on the horizon? Pretty cool, right? It's freaking sweet, dude. When you see it, it kind of is just like, oh, that ain't just something on my screen. There it goes. It's like it flew by. All right.
The crew now has
Pretty
an
cool.
approximately 28-hour journey ahead of them before they reach their destination, the International Space Station.
Yeah, Gracie, right.
Again, docking is targeted for tomorrow, March 15th at 8:30 p.m.
Or, that could happen. Sweet. Looked like some pretty good YouTube videos on the feed there. Come on. They didn't cut the cast, did they?
Probably they're sticking
to catch up with the space station, and
All
that
right.
first burn
That was weird.
will be taking place around 4:52 p.m. Pacific, 7:52 p.m. Eastern today.
And those were some great words about the zero-G indicator.
I'm going to back us up a little bit here. I just want to hear the
Crew now orbit
times.
following an approximately 9-minute ride after a liftoff at 4:03 p.m. Pacific, 7:03 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew now has an approximately 28-hour journey ahead of them before they reach their
Nice, home run.
destination, the
That's cool.
International Space Station. Again, docking is targeted for tomorrow, March 15th at 8:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. Eastern to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Between
I'll be
now
here for
and
that.
then, Dragon will perform a series of burns to catch up with the space station, and that first burn will be taking place around 4:52 p.m. Pacific, 7:52 p.m. Eastern today.
And those were some great words about the zero-G indicator.
Cool. All right. We got Electron here happening very soon.
Signing off from
How does the docking procedure even occur? Dragon uses LiDAR, and there's a LiDAR detector on the end of the docking port. It's called Dragon Eye, and Dragon looks for it and homes in on that target. Don't get me wrong, docking is a very complicated operation. I can tell you guys more about how that all works tomorrow. We'll be here. I'll get done with Flame Trench and I'll pop back over here and we'll cover the docking. The zero-G indicator is a crane flask, a stuffed crane, not a real one. It's a stuffed animal crane. Cranimal? Pylonauts? Daryl?
Off from launch pad 39A. The crew is now en route to the International Space Station. I'm Daryl Nail. This is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who just watched one of her close friends and many friends, Crew-10, go up into space, and I'm wondering what that moment was like for you.
What does it take, 24 hours to dock?
Well, I will tell you, it is
Slow
a
and
moment that you
methodical
never forget.
is what
I am
NASA
so
likes,
excited
dude.
right now, sitting
Also
here
orbital
thinking
mechanics.
especially of Nicole and Kirill, because that first time experiencing prolonged weightlessness is something that they will never forget, and they will be talking about it for years
Tennyson.
and years for the rest of their lives, just like I recounted my stories here tonight.
Flame trenches tomorrow because of this. We didn't want to do crew coverage and flame trench at the same time because we all wanted to watch the launch because we're nerds.
Important themes tonight, talking about this Japanese art of folding paper, really combining all of the cultures of their crew, the name being a Russian name meaning friend, the origami crane for Japanese culture, all of the flags on the crane handmade by a small business in the U.S. It really highlights so many important elements that I know are so important to the crew and to all of us at NASA and all of the space agencies. Ideally, really in summary, highlighting the representation of peace, of hope, and of healing, and that we are all truly stronger when we work together. So thank you, Anne. Thank you, Crew-10, for those incredible words. I think that there's a lesson there for all of us tonight. We are exploring for the benefit of all.
And Crew-10 believes in all dreamers. Thank you for highlighting the words of Commander Anne McClain as well. Crew-10 will become part of Expedition 73, briefly with 72, but then 73 when they arrive on the space station. NASA's Megan Cruz joins us now with Megan Everett, Deputy Chief Scientist of the International Space Station.
That's right.
Well, Liliana, how long does the actual docking procedure take? So what are we talking about? So Dragon's going to pop in, and it has like a spring-loaded retraction mechanism on the front of on the IDSS. It will complete a soft capture, and then they retract the spring mechanism. The springs are there to basically absorb any hit from the Dragon actually docking, right? Remember, if it hits the when it docks the International Space Station, it's imparting a good amount of energy because Dragon's pretty high mass, right? So the springs kind of absorb it, right? And they soft capture, and then the spring mechanism retracts, and that actually gets the docking port flanges together, and then the hooks, there's 12 hooks, they lock them in sequence. So 6 over here, I mean, you get the idea, and then 6 all around. That whole thing, and then pressure equalization takes about an hour. Give or take. So from like soft capture to getting in the space station takes about an hour, sometimes a little bit more. But the whole docking procedure is pretty much going to be set in motion pretty much by tomorrow afternoon. It's all part of a thing that NASA calls RPOD, Rendezvous Proximity Operations and Docking. Or RPOD for short. RPOD does take time because you got to go slow. You got to do it slow. You got to do it methodically. You don't want to crash into the space station. The Russians tried that once in the 90s. It didn't work very well. Seriously, a Progress capsule crashed into Mir, and that was almost the end of that.
Cell research and organelles and how those relate to specific diseases like cancer. And we also look at protein crystallization.
I did, Big Rick.
So we can
something came off the second stage, I'm pretty
better
sure.
than we can on Earth. And these
That
crystals
was not
are really important
normal,
in pharmaceutical
but
drug
seems to be
development.
okay.
So together we can look at disease progression and how we can better treat those diseases with new pharmaceuticals in space.
That's great. You did also mention human health and researching, what it could mean if we go farther and farther into the universe. How are we doing on that research? What are we learning?
So we've used ISS as a test bed for exploration beyond low Earth orbit for a long time, and we continue to use that, and we will all the way through end of station.
ISS docking, Liliana, is going to be tomorrow, so it's 27 hours and change from now.
So we look at
28
exercise
total
countermeasures at how we can maintain muscle and bone strength. We look at things like food systems for how we keep crew healthy for long periods of time.
There you go.
We have a very robust plant growth program.
So I am actually gonna I'm gonna switch because we have another rocket launching. I cover pretty much as many rocket launches as I can here, and we have Rocket Lab launching with the Electron rocket on their the Lightning God Reigns mission, which is a IQPS SAR satellite. If that made no sense, it's a Earth observation satellite, a commercial Earth observation satellite. That is scheduled to launch here in about 23 minutes. So we will pick up that cast here. And yeah, got a pair of rocket launches tonight. Should be good. I don't know, Ivalex, yeah. Is that one out of New Zealand? Yes. Yes, Lightning God Reigns is going to launch out of Rocket Lab LC-1B and the Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand. Mm-hmm. I made this for you, okay? Nice. Yes, Tron, that's it. So, you know, I don't even think we're going to jog the VOD. We'll probably just keep it going. I won't jog the VOD on YouTube, guys. I'll just change the name of the VOD here to Crew-10 / Electron launch coverage. Save it over there. And then on the Twitch side of things, we'll just switch the title over to PJ's right. Electron. The Lightning God Reigns. Launch coverage. There we go. Got more rockets and plenty of stream left here, guys. After the rocket launch, we're going to switch gears a little bit to doing some sim racing. I'm racing Assetto Corsa with viewers tonight. Racing at Sebring. We're going to do 154 minutes at Sebring for the Eric Johnson Racing Administration. After the Electron launch, though. So, still got plenty of time here. Hey, Mats, what's going on, dude? We got plenty of time, plenty of launches, plenty of stream. This stream is going pretty much all the way to Transporter 13. So, Transporter 13 is at 2:39 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Still got 7. We got 7 hours of stream left. Yeah, we still got plenty of stream left. We're already 7 hours into this stream, so, you know, we're halfway there. Your brain will be goo. Yeah, but I want to see a launch, so, yeah. Waiting for FP3 on the Australian GP. Cool. So, once again, we got plenty left here. Coffee. Yeah, I might go do that in a second, Brandon. Yep. Let's see. Is Rocket Lab up and running? They are. So, I'm going to pop in over there. We're at T-minus 19 minutes, 45 seconds. I hope you guys enjoyed Crew-10, but we're switching gears over to Rocket Lab.
Communications Manager here at Rocket Lab.
And I'm Matt here. I work on the avionics systems for Neutron. We're thrilled to have you join us once again to watch Electron take to the skies.
Today's launch is for our friends at IQPS, the Institute for Kyushu Pioneers of Space in Japan. They've named the mission the Lightning God Reigns, and if that name sounds familiar, it's because it follows on from our first launch for IQPS back in December 2023. Now, that mission was called the Moon God Awakens, and it deployed a radar imaging satellite named Tsukuyomi-1. Today, it's the Lightning God's turn as we launch the first of 8 new missions for the Japanese Earth Imaging Company.
Across these 8 launches, Electron will expand IQPS's constellation of SAR satellites. These aim to provide persistent monitoring of Earth at fixed points every 10 minutes. Inside Electron's fairing is a single spacecraft, the QPS SAR-9 satellite, and it's headed to a 575-kilometer orbit.
It's a good typo.
Let's hear more about their mission from the team at IQPS.
QPS SAR project. The future begins in Kyushu. Maximum ground resolution of 46 centimeters. World-class image data enables observation of moving objects like cars and ships. QPS SAR, a 100-kilogram class small SAR satellite. A constellation of 36 satellites will observe almost every location on Earth every 10 minutes on average.
Okay, jawohl.
Unlike optical satellites, radar satellites can observe even through clouds and in darkness. The satellite processes observation data into images on board and transmits only the necessary images to the ground, delivering SAR images quickly.
Yeah, but does it open the pod bay doors?
Using inter-satellite communication. Even faster delivery is possible, aiming for about 10 minutes after observation. QPS SAR data unveils a new world, previously unseen.
Zoltan! Zoltan!
SAR satellites, unaffected by weather or time, can quickly assess disaster situations and confirm passable roads. Additionally, utilizing the radar's unique features, it can detect changes in infrastructure, such as roads and buildings, down to a few millimeters, allowing for pre-screening and repair of potentially hazardous areas. It is expected to be useful for managing large-scale infrastructure, capturing detailed information with high resolution.
Yeah, but can it run crisis?
It can even contribute to reducing and eliminating illegal logging. Multiple satellites enable high-frequency observations, visualizing the movements of vehicles, ships, and planes, and allowing for fixed-point observations. It can detect sea ice even during nighttime or adverse weather conditions, providing information essential for the safe operation of vessels. Additionally, analyzing economic, weather, and other data using AI allows us to forecast urban and national economies, along with future trends.
What, can it see the stock market too?
SAR images can be used to quickly create and frequently update 3D maps. By tracking changes in terrain and buildings, it provides accurate information essential for autonomous driving and other uses. The ultimate goal of the 36 satellite constellation is near real-time data services. By integrating SAR images into various applications, they become more convenient tools and are used routinely in everyday life.
And surfing.
The QPS SAR project aims to liberate the world from uncertainty and anxiety and sustain its daily life through satellites.
Can it find Waldo? 46 centimeter
Expand
resolution.
The
Yeah, I think
possibilities
so.
of space and contribute to the development of the world. IQPS.
Right now, we are just over 14
Beautiful
minutes
launch
away
site.
from sending that QPS SAR-9 satellite on its way to orbit. So for now, let's take a look at some of the numbers behind the launch vehicle that will take it there. So today's launch is our second for IQPS out of a total of 9 Electron missions that they have booked with us.
No, UQPS.
It's also our
How'd you know?
third launch of the year so far, but our 61st Electron mission overall. And that includes our suborbital Electron variant, HASTE. It will be our 57th liftoff from Launch Complex 1, since we've carried out 4 missions
New
to date
Zealand
from Launch
house.
Complex 2 in Wallops, Virginia.
Please no, Golden Goose.
Each Electron has 10 Rutherford engines total. That's including 9 on the first stage and 1 on the second stage. So you'd probably think that means that we've sent 600 Rutherford engines to space.
I was wondering why the accent was familiar.
Or
It's because it's
610
yours.
after today's flight. But that's where you'd be wrong. We've recovered and reflown one of those engines before, bringing the total number sent to space so far at 609. Since our first launch in 2017, we hit 50 launches faster than any other
Rocket Lab
commercially
is the name of the
developed rocket
company.
in history. We also deployed
I have to
well
go to
over
New
200
Zealand?
satellites to orbit. This
All good,
year, we
Booger.
have more than 20 missions booked on the manifest, so we're quickly adding
Hong
to
Kong?
that deployment tally. No doubt you memorized all those figures and ready for the quiz at the end of today's broadcast.
But for now, let's give the numbers a rest and listen in for some very simple words instead. Go or no go? And that is the question our launch operators in mission and range control will be asked shortly by Launch Director Paula Teres-Serralonga. They'll each report status.
So why is this rocket called Electron? The namesake for Electron comes from its engines. Electron has 9 engines in the first stage, single engine in the second stage. These engines that are in these stages are called Rutherford engines, Sewer Rat. They're named after, their namesake is Ernst Rutherford. And what these engines do are, well, I really don't have a better way to say this. They're the only rocket engines for an orbital class vehicle that use electronic fuel injection. Yes, this rocket has EFI. I don't have a better way to say it. I have a better way to explain it, though. Rocket Lab's engines, they're Rutherford engines. All rockets, all liquid fuel, bipropellant rocket engines. Well, not all of them. Any ones that are using turbine machinery or just, fuel pumps, right? Usually have a jet engine attached to them. Like the Merlin engines on Falcon, they have a gas generator. A gas generator is basically a jet engine with the compressor cut off. And instead, so they have your jet engine. The jet engine's, you get an explosion, it spins a turbine, and the turbine moves fuel pumps, right? On Falcon 9. They're called fuel impellers, like an electronic fuel pump on a car. That sends, pressurized gases or liquids into the combustion chamber, depending on the type of engine, and you get the boom boom that comes out the bottom. Electron uses an electric motor to spin the impellers. Electronic fuel injection. It's the same idea as EFI on a car. That's why I call it that, because that's what it is. They're the only engines on an orbital class vehicle that use electric motors to spin their impellers, to spin their pumps. So their turbo pumps aren't turbo pumps, they're just fuel pumps. They're the only ones that do it. Pretty cool. That's the namesake for the Electron rocket, because it uses electricity. Interesting thing on Electron, it also uses batteries. The batteries spin the electric motor. They're high voltage discharge batteries. And they actually jettison them on the second stage to save mass. You'll see it during ascent here.
Just the T0 slightly for weather or any other reason. We have plenty of opportunities.
Kind of surprised SpaceX doesn't play with that idea. Guys, electronic fuel injection, so electric rocket motors, that kind of stuff really only makes sense if you have small rocket engines. Scaling up an electric motor, not very mass efficient, because you need a bigger battery and a bigger battery and a bigger battery and a bigger battery. Power is your constraint at that point. You'd end up having your rocket, which already has a ton of liquid fuel and oxidizer on it, you'd end up weighing it down with even more batteries. That's why it only really works on a small scale. Electron addresses this problem also by being made out of carbon fiber. The whole rocket's made out of carbon fiber, so it's really light. That light carbon fiber offsets the heavy mass of the batteries that are on board to spin those engines. It only works on a small scale. You trying to scale, even Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab is building a bigger rocket in the future called Neutron. Neutron doesn't have electronic engines. It does not have that because you can't. You can't really scale up that architecture. So Rocket Lab has gone for more quote-unquote conventional propulsion with their Archimedes engine that they're working on for Neutron. The cool thing about Neutron, though, the Rocket Lab's next generation rocket, is that it's going to be not fully reused. It's a partially reusable rocket. So the first stage on Neutron comes back down and lands, which is pretty cool.
Our perigee, or the point at which we pass closest to Earth, to 300 kilometers. A second engine burn will then raise the orbit's apogee.
It's a little bit more than that.
The spacecraft passes furthest from the Earth, all the way up to 900 kilometers.
It was, Matt.
Rocket Lab involved operators in mission.
Rocket Lab was going to catch Electron. They wanted to catch Electron with parachutes and try and get a helicopter to bring their first stages back, etc., etc. And then they were just like, let's just build a reusable rocket. And then they decided to build Neutron instead. So they were planning on trying to get their second or first stages back, but then they decided to build a reusable rocket instead. It's much easier when you clean sheet the design, especially when you have experience reusing it. Now, the gentleman on the cast said, we reused one rocket engine. Well, that one reused rocket engine, the reason why they would have reused more, but they reused one, and then they said, oh, it'd be better to just clean sheet the design, and that's exactly what they did.
And recovery of the capsule once it reaches the ground. And just like that, from 900 kilometers above Earth to touchdown in South Australia, all in the space of just 15 minutes.
Is it too pointy? No, this rocket is
The new era
pointy
in
enough.
space manufacturing continues.
They're successfully instilling fear into their enemies.
Recently, our third Pioneer spacecraft, Varda, was integrated and is shortly awaiting launch. So looking forward to another re-entry in the weeks to come.
Now, today's mission profile follows the standard launch sequence you've come to expect from orbital Electron missions. So after liftoff, Electron will move through max Q, main engine cutoff, stage separation, second stage ignition, fairing separation, and battery jettison before second engine cutoff and separation of the kick stage that carries
violates
the IQPS
multiple laws of
satellite.
thermodynamics.
Now that full sequence takes less than 9 minutes, and then we are in an elliptical transfer orbit. And from there, the kick stage and the payload coast around Earth for around 40 minutes or so before a final circularization burn that takes us to a 575-kilometer orbit for final payload deployment.
The W3 spacecraft they're talking about is launching on Transporter 13 in 6 hours. All right, nice. All right.
So
now the cool thing about Electron here is that when this thing goes to launch, like, you know, if you picture, like, we watched Crew-10, the engines turn on and it kind of slowly creeps up off the pad, right? You know, it seems to kind of go slow. Electron doesn't do that. The thing about those electric motors is that they spin up instantly. So at T-0, this thing's just boom, and then it's gone. This thing, it really goes hard. Watch. They're retracting their strong back. It looks like Rocket Lab's clamp arms are, in fact, working pretty well here.
And closes back up and remains attached to the first stage, so the whole
Nico,
system can land back
thank
on
you, sir,
Earth
for a
and
year of
be
awesome
reused.
content. My duty, my pleasure.
We recently ticked off a big milestone in Neutron's development.
It is
with
tiny.
the successful
Look at
testing
the handrails
of this
down
fairing
there.
actuation.
Let's check
it out.
Electron is a small sat launcher.
The
It's a
great
very
thing about
tiny
Neutron
vehicle.
is that
Ooh,
we took
Neutron.
all the experiences
I'm
that
shutting
we
up.
had with Electron and rolled that into Neutron. So, you know, a lot of launch vehicles historically have been appended with reusability. We got a blank sheet of paper to start from scratch to make a reusable launch vehicle the way it should be. And you end up with things like not throwing the fairings away and bringing them back down. Yeah, so the fairing stays attached to the vehicle at all times. It's about 6 seconds altogether, so the fairing opens in 1.5 seconds, and then there's a few seconds of the second stage being ejected from the first stage, and then there's about a 1.5 seconds for the fairing to close again, and then for us to tip over and head back home.
That's their new rocket. That's
keeping
Neutron.
the fairing means that it's much more efficient. You don't have to fish these things out of the ocean, which ultimately drives more cost. There's always a penalty for doing these things. You know, the first stage is slightly heavier coming in and re-entering. But it just means
That's
we don't
awesome,
have a
Paul.
refurbishment
Hell yeah.
activity or a recovery activity, and the rocket basically lands exactly as it starts. Yeah, well, the advantage with a carbon composite is that it's very lightweight material. So, you know, it's half the weight of aluminum or 4 times lighter than stainless steel, so for the same specific strength. So it means you can make much, much lighter structures. And ultimately that translates into performance of the vehicle. So the rocket doesn't need to be as big to lift a larger payload. You look at Neutron, it looks quite different to normal launch vehicles. That's because it's optimized to do 2 jobs instead of 1 job. While the rocket has to go up, but equally well, it has to come back down. So a lot of the design decisions are actually influenced by the re-entering rocket, the rocket coming down, rather than necessarily the rocket going up. If you don't have to throw away the fairings and recover them out of the ocean, or you don't have to build them or refurbish them, that's a huge advantage. So keeping everything intact that you don't want to throw away is a great idea. I mean, when a jumbo jet lands, it doesn't jettison its cargo doors. You know, it opens them, and then your cargo goes out, and then you close the doors. Same principle here.
That's super cool, dude. Dude.
Can't wait to see the
gonna
Hungry
be
Hippo
wicked.
in action on Neutron's debut launch soon.
For now, though, back to today's mission, and we would like to take this opportunity to...
So it's not an SSTO. Neutron goes up in the air. It's a first stage, but it's a first stage with a payload fairing attached to it. So the first stage goes up, payload fairing opens, it jettisons the second stage in payload. The chomper closes, it turns around and boosts back and lands.
to help make that happen. It's an honor to have Alex and his family joining us in Mission Control today for launch.
All right.
Looking forward to it, Alex. All right, T-minus 3 minutes and counting, and it's As we approach T-minus 2 minutes, Electron will enter the auto sequence and the vehicle's flight computer takes over.
For sure, David.
In those final few minutes, you'll hear the various call-outs from Mission Control as final checks and procedures are completed for liftoff. Let's listen in for those calls now.
All right, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Three minutes on the dot.
From now, there should be no red flags on your critical LCCs, VCON, LD, and mission court.
LD VCON.
VCON, lock the auto sequence and confirm.
Locked.
And VCON, confirm all flight computer ASCOs are green.
All flight computer ASCOs are green.
Understood, thank you, VCON. We are go for auto sequence start at T-minus 2 minutes. LD is
That's
go
correct,
for launch.
flip up. All right, I'm going to fast forward again. Make sure we're all caught up. Electron does not land. No, Electron is fully expendable. It uses RP-1 in lock. Same thing as Falcon 9.
The vehicle is fully on internal power. FTS is green and enabled for flight.
Automatic flight termination system. Yeah, Bob, they decided to make Neutron instead. Vents are closed. 90 seconds.
Lock slot is complete. System is in recirculation.
Okay, vents reopened. Sixty seconds.
Anti-geysering is disabled.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 tanks are pressed for flight.
45.
High flow engine purge enabled.
T-minus 30 seconds. It's awesome, Super Rat. 20.
T-minus 20 seconds and counting.
15. 10. 9.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Lightning God Reigns is in the air. We got 2 launches tonight.
Beginning pitch up.
Like 1.3, Chief, TWR, I'd say. Everything looks good there.
Stage 1 propulsion nominal.
Okay, the lightning god's reign has begun and we are on our way to space. Electron has lifted off from Launch Complex 1, cleared the pad, and is now traveling at over 800 kilometers per hour as it propels IQPS's satellite towards orbit. Now, one of the next calls you'll hear from our operators is Max Q, and that's the point in flight when Electron experiences the highest aerodynamic loads. Let's listen in for that call.
Electric motors driving your pumps, Badger. Once a battery is jettisoned, if your batteries are in series,
Cleared Max Q.
Once jettisoned, jettison it and use the other one.
Max Q behind us, and Electron is continuing its way to space for our 61st mission.
I don't know, Bright.
Electron is now at an altitude above 17 kilometers, traveling at speeds past 2,400 kilometers per hour. Up next, in quick succession, we have MECO. That's main engine cutoff, which is when the first stage engines shut down. A few seconds later, Electron's first and second stages separate. At this point, Stage 1's role in the mission is now complete. But it's just getting started for Stage 2.
Shortly after separation, the single Rutherford engine on Stage 2 will ignite,
She goes, man.
and
It's
that
quick.
will propel us the rest of the way to an elliptical transfer orbit. So watch closely to see all of this take place in the next few seconds.
C plus 2 minutes. Everything's good. Should be coming up on staging here.
Stage 1 propulsion holding nominal. Stand by for MECO in 30 seconds.
"15 seconds to staging. Enter burnout detect mode."
Yeah, right, Phil. It's pretty good. Okay, stand by for main engine cutoff. All the engines down there should shut off. Okay, main engine cutoff. Stage separation. Good staging. Upper stage ignition.
Stage separation confirmed.
Good.
Stage 2 ignition confirmed.
Perfect. Real nice. The engine's supposed to
And
light
as
up.
planned,
That's normal.
That sequence of milestones is now complete, and Electron's second stage is continuing to orbit. Now it's the fairing's turn. The two halves of the clamshell fairing will separate and...
Dude, you want to see something cool? Look, the side of the motor that's in the shadow of the sun is taking more time to heat up. See how it's darker? The side that's in the sunlight, that's all that all warmed up real fast. This side, not so much. That battery that they were talking about is this silver thing right here. See that? That's one of the batteries that's connected to the motor that's driving there's the fairing separation. That's driving the fuel pumps there. Fairing separation is good.
Electron's fairing has been jettisoned, and the QPS SAR-9 now has its unobstructed view of its new home in...
Electron's a pretty good rocket, Sean. Guys, I do like Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's pretty good. You know why? Because they launch things. A lot of commercial providers are, out there building their rockets, doing the thing. Electron actually launches things, Out of all the other commercial launch providers, SpaceX notwithstanding, Rocket Lab has launched the most. Like, SpaceX is like way up here. Don't get me wrong. SpaceX has launched like 450 Falcons or something. It's something ridiculous. But Electron is up over 60 flights. That's good for any rocket, let alone a commercial rocket. It's real good.
Expected conditions it would endure for a nominal mission, with vibration, shock, thermal cycling, and thermal vacuum, or TVAC,
They've
being
had
a
3
handful of test examples conducted.
malfunction, Nick.
Next up is acceptance testing.
How many for
intended
blue?
for real
1.
flight article hardware. These tests are
To
typically
orbit.
less harsh on components versus qual as to not fatigue them. After all, these are being used on actual mission. The aim is to catch workmanship issues and performance variances.
Look,
for
see?
Neutron, some
It's
Electron components are
heating
reused,
up more
but require
now.
additional testing due to the high
It
acoustic
is PC Tech,
and
yep.
vibration levels from the more powerful Archimedes engines.
I'm
The
not
scope
sure,
of
Bellum.
Neutron's
I don't
test
think so.
campaigns cover individual components in isolation, up to large integrated tests to ensure various systems, avionics, software, mechanical fluids, propulsion, all work together as expected. That includes tank pressure tests, engine hot fires, and as shown earlier, the hungry hippo.
All right, back to the mission you see on your screen. And next, we
It
are
has
getting
fisted
ready to
before.
hear some of our 4 favorite words. Battery hot swap successful.
Yep, that battery jettison is going to happen here. Do Rocket Lab design and build their own engines, or are they off the shelf? They design and build them in-house. In fact, uncapping, Rocket Lab has positioned themselves as a aerospace supplier as well as launcher. Rocket Lab mass produces control moment gyros. They mass produce satellites. They mass produce Curie third stages. They mass produce electrons. They mass produce valves, fuel lines, stuff like that. They're positioning themselves to be a supplier in this burgeoning commercial aerospace industry, which is super cool. Not a lot of people know, guys, that the Blue Ghost mission that landed on the moon the other day, that was carrying Rocket Lab hardware on board, even though it's Firefly. Somebody gifted a sub to Shatter Mage. All right. Cool. So yeah, Rocket Lab's doing some real good stuff. Aside from launching, it's quite good. Here, battery hot swap is coming. Watch. Don't blink. It's going to happen fast.
Battery jettison confirmed.
See? There she goes!
Okay, in the eternal words of InSync, we have said bye to those batteries. A fresh set has taken over with just a few minutes now remaining in the flight. And the average orbital Electron mission takes around 9 minutes to reach orbit, which means across more than 60 missions, we have spent more than 9 hours capturing views like this one on our multiple journeys to space. And still, I tell you what, it's a view we never get sick of.
With just over 7 minutes completed in today's launch, we have passed...
You know what I get sick of? NSYNC references.
Remaining. That's SECO, or second engine cutoff, and stage separation. This is where Electron's kick stage separates from stage 2 in preparation for payload deployment. But before that, we've still got a few minutes to watch that Electron's nozzle glow
nice,
brightly
Dragon. That's
before
cool.
shutdown.
Hey, Gigi.
Okay, T plus 7 minutes, 47 seconds and counting, and everything is proceeding nominally so far. The operators in mission control continue to monitor vehicle systems closely as we approach that all-important throttle down and the second engine cutoff ahead of kick stage separation. Now, if you're keeping an eye on our speed, you want to see that dial at around 27 to 28,000 kilometers an hour, which will indicate that we have hit orbital insertion speed.
I'll go. No lie, picture.
Should be discharged holding nominal.
EJ is not a Backstreet Boys band. EJ does not like boy bands, dang it.
Electron's 61st flight is coming to an end in just a few moments. We're now expecting to hear the call out, burnout detect mode from mission control.
Dan, won't I tell you why I hate NSYNC references? Oh, I just lost respect for you. He's a Swiftie. Do I look 21 to you, Terminator? Why hide? It's 2025. Embrace your inner boy, man. Bro, new kids
Secret
on the
confirmed.
block. There you go. My boy Donnie Wahlberg.
Nominal transfer orbit achieved.
Nominal
Stage
transfer
separation confirmed.
orbit. Curie upper stage deployment.
And just like that, Electron's second stage engine has shut down as planned, and the kick stage is now separated to continue the rest of its journey ahead to payload deployment. Now, the kick stage will enjoy a gentle coast around Earth before it reaches its apogee, which is the highest point in its orbit. At that time, the 3D printed Curie engine on the kick stage will ignite and then raise the orbit to a circular one at 575 kilometers above Earth's surface.
Once in that circular orbit, it will be time to wave goodbye to IQPS's satellite as it joins its siblings in orbit. We'll come back for that Curie burn and deployment, but for now, let's take a trip down memory lane and look back at our very first launch for IQPS.
Land center or mission control? I'll let you be the judge.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Bye-bye. I'm a BTS enjoyer. What the hell's behind the scenes? What are you talking about? Oh, those guys. No. Oh, jeez, no. The Koreans. Oh, God. Not the K-pop. Not the K-pop.
So on that mission, the moon god awakened, but today it is the lightning god's turn. And remember, today is launch number 2 of a total of 9 booked by IQPS on Electron. So many more views like that one are coming up in the next few months and years.
For now, though, let's take a break while the kick stage moves into position for deployment.
Hey, Clark, $5 super chat. You don't look 21, but I bet you're feeling 22. You sick son of a bitch. Why'd you do... Take your $5 back. I don't want this. I left myself open for that one, though. Dang it. Timmy. Shake it off. You know what? You know what, dude? I don't mind Taylor Swift. I'm indifferent. Like, I'm not a Swiftie by any means, but she's a great performer. She's fantastic. She has like a 40-song set list on her on the Eras tour, which is pretty damn impressive for any musician. That's pretty damn good. That's not easy to do. If you ever played in a band, 40-song set, you got to be kidding me. Like, but you know, I can respect that, but I'm not. I like Led Zeppelin. Like, does that help? I like Led Zeppelin. More of a Lady Gaga person? Oh, of course. Yeah, I like Deep Purple and Led Zeppelin and Van Halen. I've been on a blues kick lately. Listened to a lot of John Lee Hooker, Steve Cropper, Booker T and the NGs and the MGs. No. Been on a blues kick lately. It totally isn't because I watched Blues Brothers on the flight back from Starbase. Totally isn't because of, it is because of that. Satriani, I saw him live last year, dude. I like Maiden. You know who I really like? Everyday Astronaut. That guy's pretty cool. Guns N' Roses? Absolutely. Knees. I'm gonna watch you bleed. Yeah, of course. We're on a mission from God. It's got a cop motor, a 440 cubic inch plant. It's got cop tires, cop suspension, cop shocks. Model made before catalytic converters, so it'll run good on regular gas. What do you say? Is it the new Bluesmobile? I like the Beach Boys. Yeah, Animal. That's right. I wouldn't call the Beach Boys a boy band, though. The Wilsons actually played their instruments. Takes a cigarette lighter. I like Rammstein. Rammstein's all right. The Bluesmobile. I have a Bluesmobile outside, guys. It's not a Monaco, though. It's a Coronet. Who is the best guitarist? It's between like Jimmy Page or Eddie Van Halen. Santana's up there for sure. Derek Trucks, good call. Hendrix is up there as well. That's like, you guys are saying on like my top 5 here. Jeff Beck also, yeah. Though that's like the top 5 for me, dude. Dimebag's up, a good call. John Mayer is very good. Rick Emmett is notoriously underrated. Tinkleberg. Who's my favorite bass player? John Paul Jones. Either that or John Entwistle. Favorite drummer? Keith Moon. You guys have some impeccable taste in this chat, I must say. Don Felder is quite good, Tiggs, yeah. Ever heard of Black Country New Road? Negative. Jiminy variables to answer that question. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, goalie. Steve Vai. I saw Steve Vai and Joe Satriani last year. At the Orpheum in Boston. Oh, excuse me. At the Orpheum in Boston, dude. In the theater district. James Jamerson, the King. Nice, nice. Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was righteous. It was a righteous concert, Joe. It was pretty good. David Gilmour's good. Yeah, Roger Waters also. No Weather Guy. That's cool, though. I like Neil Peart better as a drummer, but I respect your choice. All-time favorite drum... All-time, I don't know, best drummer, I would say Buddy Rich. because he inspired all the people we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, how technical are we gonna get here? You know, Tan, let me say this about Neil Peart. Let me say this. Whenever I listen to Rush, I have to constantly remind myself that Neil is gone. Same with Van Halen, for what it's worth. Because in my mind, I'm like, wait, Neil Peart died? No, he didn't. No, he's not dead. Shut up. I'm listening to his music right now. No, go away. Stop talking. Like, you know, it's like, no, that didn't happen. Like, straight reality denial, Tan. I'm like, no, that didn't happen. No, it's good. Rush is still around. Yeah, Bob, I'm with you. It's tough, dude. I know who Rick Allen is. He has one arm because he crashed his C4 Corvette. Damn Chevys. Everyday Astronaut is pretty rad. He makes great content and good music. Anyone who can play guitar and spit facts about space is okay in my book. Tim is as nice as he comes off, Dan. He's from the Midwest. Of course he's nice. Not like me. Not like a scumbag like me. I'm from the East Coast. How we greet each other usually involves a swear word up here, okay? Hey, how you doing? Hey, frick you. All right, man. Cool. Say hello to your mother for me, okay? Buddy and Gene Krupa. Yeah, good taste. I appreciate your ability to lay into people who deserve it. That's textbook Northeast, man. You like apples. Hey, Dan, you said people who can play the guitar? So you'd fit right in Finland. I do like My Summer Car, Steve Ree. It's one of my favorite games. Dave, not Dave Portnoy. It's a different Portnoy. But Sean, absolutely. Dream Theater's awesome. Dan, if you travel to Starbase and see both of you, it would be a tough decision to pick who to talk to first. Talk to Timmy first, dude. I won't take it personally. Tim's cool, dude. He's a good dude. Once again, he's as nice as he seems. You know, if you watch Tim Dodd's videos, he seems like just a genuinely good dude. He's exactly like that in real life. Like, exactly. Tim's one of the good ones, man. That and his boys at Cosmic Perspective, those guys are cool too. Shout out to them. They're, Cosmic Perspective boys are, pretty good friends with them. Because I've been going down to Starbase a lot. Bacon Warrior, thanks for the raid. Favorite band from the UK? Led Zeppelin, dude. Easy. Cats, Led Zeppelin, it's not even close. Right behind them is Queen, Beatles, The Who. Yeah, those... Maybe not in that order, but those are my four. What if I want to talk to Yak first? Please go do it. Favorite singer, vocalist? Jeez. Radiohead for you? Good choice, Conan. Good choice. All right, Dan. You're gonna go walk your dog. All right. Too much of a metalhead to not say Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is awesome, dude. Yeah. Freddie, though. Freddie's got some pipes, man. Man, could that mother trucker sing. I was about to say a bad word. I missed it earlier. What's the payload on this flight? This is an IQPS synthetic aperture radar satellite, Jim. It's Earth observation. So not your cup of tea. You're not down with looking at Earth. You look up instead. Differences. U2 didn't make the list. I like U2 a lot, but I think about U2 is they lost me after Rattle and Hum. Any U2 stuff from like 1980 to 1987, just... Speaking of my summer car, I think the developer's working on my winter car. Yeah, Roger. Yeah. Topless Gun is the guy's name. Maiden's sick, though, dude. Yeah. Listen to much David Bowie? You know, Conan, I'm not a big David Bowie fan, but I don't hate by any means. I like the music. He's a fantastic musician, but I don't go listening to Bowie, no. Not really. Lead singer from AC/DC used to live 2 streets away from you. Bon Scott or Brian Johnson? Yeah! That would be awesome, Bob. You know what? I'm posting that in the NSF merch chat. Oh boy, the first thing that showed up in Discord in the NSF store merch is Chris B saying, chat wants EJ in a SpaceX Pad Ninja onesie. Well, there's that. Bob, I sent it to him. I'm not even kidding. Brian Johnson. Nice. Cats. There you go. I'd be Pad Ninja 154. Dude, I forgot the Check Your Head album cover. It's pretty sick, dude. Tell him only when we get Jack in a kilt in the kayak. Okay. All right, Bob. That was Elysia's idea? Like, from NSF? Phil? Wait, what? Really? That just makes that like 1,000 times funnier in my opinion. Like, dude, I'll just like a Pad Ninja. I don't care. That's awesome. That's so good. I'd absolutely do it. That makes that 1,000 times funnier. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I asked. That needs to happen. Yeah, that's part and parcel with the deal. All right, guys. It's going to be a little bit before payload deployment here. So I hope you guys enjoyed Rocket Lab's coverage there. It's a good launch. It's 8:30. What number do you want to have on your back? 154, obviously. On-screen celebration shuttles. Okay. Are there shuttles? The shuttle's flying? Discovery, go at throttle up. The new NSF Crew suit for launch day coverage. Oh, I'd do it. You made the SSRP mode. I don't think I can add any more Penta, but I do like it. We could get some Sebring practice. It's better Twitch TV. I said what I said. I'm not showing you the debris now, Shaw. I don't want to show that to you now. Because you said that. I seem to recall that there is. I don't remember, though. We'll see. Okay. Man, we're talking about all these damn guitars, dude. Now. But I should practice for Sebring. We should do some racing practice. We absolutely should. But also, okay. All right, here's what we do. Here's what we do. We switch this over to just chatting, and we jam for like 30 minutes. Okay? Do that. And then at 9, we'll start practice. Is that fair? We doing that? Thoughts on the paint scheme for the 42 this week? I hate it a lot. Favorite sci-fi movie? Fifth Element. The post-launch conference? When does that happen, Nervous? That is the correct answer. Yes, yes, yes. You've been granted 1 multi-pass. Oh. I mean, I already have one. Blade Runner is amazing. There's a lot of good sci-fi out there, dudes. Multipass. Well, if that press conference is coming on, we're going to switch over to that. And it just went live. Okay. All right. I'm going to change up the title to the stream again. EJ's Crew 10 post flight press conference. And I'll just keep the title on the Twitch chat the same. I want to watch the press conference, guys, before if we're gonna jam. I'd rather watch this. I want to jam though, but maybe in a little bit. Crew-10 did launch, Yargit. It was awesome. There was a little bit of debris during Dragon separation, but... Go with throttle up.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
That intro is awesome.
T-minus 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew-10.
NASA and SpaceX's Crew-10 launching away on Pi Day.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Hello and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the post-launch news conference for NASA and SpaceX's successful Crew-10 launch
Ken Bowersox,
to the
Steve
International
Stitch.
Space Station. Ann McClain, Nicole Ayers,
I don't know.
Onishi, and Kirill
I don't know, and I
Peskov
don't know.
launched from Launch Complex 39A at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time today and are
Janet
now
Petro?
in orbit.
I think that's
They are
Janet
set to arrive at their destination, the International Space Station, at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Saturday.
Oh, that's going to be the
15th.
first question, Phil.
Joining me to answer your questions for the media in the room and online about the Crew-10 launch and mission are to my left, Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator, NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager, NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Dina Cantella, Deputy Manager, NASA's International Space Station Program.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she runs the ISS
Sarah
program.
Walker, Director, Dragon Mission Management at SpaceX.
Cool.
And Mayumi Matsura, Vice President and Director General of the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate at JAXA.
Word.
All right,
I
we'll start
agree,
off
nervous.
with some opening comments. And Ken, we'll start with you.
Thanks. Hey, good evening, and thanks everybody for joining us tonight.
You got to turn his mic on.
For this conference. You know, part of NASA's job is to share what we do with the general public, and all of you are part of that.
His mic's off.
So I want you to know how much I appreciate the work.
He's
that you
feedbacking
put
through
into
Daryl's mic.
reporting. To all the folks that are watching at home, I appreciate that you're with us and listening to hear about the mission tonight.
See?
It was great to see the Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off with an international crew from Russia, Japan, and America. That always gets me excited. But I know we made you wait a couple
Never
days
change,
to
NASA.
see that. We spotted a small issue with the ground system. It was so impressive to watch the team make the call on console, decide what they were going to do, proceed through the troubleshooting and minor fixes that had to be done the next day, look at the weather, decide that the smart thing to do was to move to today, and we were rewarded with beautiful weather and a really, really smooth launch.
Nice,
and that's worth waiting for, I think. Now we wait another day for Crew-10 to make their way to the space station to join Crew-9 there. They'll hand over for a few days, and then we'll bring Crew-9 back to Earth, and they'll splash down, and we'll get to hear all their stories. Every crew that launches is one more set of stories, one more step to humanity moving to the moon and out onto Mars. And so I hope you feel that when you see a Falcon 9 lift off the pad and when you see our crews come home.
All right, I'm going to take
now
notes,
I'm going
dudes.
to pass over to Steve to give you some more of the technical details.
Yeah, thanks, Ken, and thank you for being here. Thanks for your interest in the Commercial Crew Program and human spaceflight. As you watched earlier, we had a great launch this evening at 7:03 p.m. Eastern. It was a very smooth countdown. Before I talk about the countdown and the
on,
mission,
dude.
I just want to start out by saying how proud I am of the NASA and SpaceX team. As you know, we've talked about it. It's been a unique flow. About a little more than 6 weeks ago, we swapped Dragon capsules. We swapped over from the new capsule that's being built by SpaceX over to Endurance, and that new capsule is now on orbit with the Crew-10 crew. Of course, we added a parachute upgrade, the energy modulator, which the drogues pull the mains out with a device that attenuates the load. We have that on board the vehicle. And then, of course, we have a new landing site, Tortuga, that we can use for Crew-9. Crew-9 is planned to be our last East Coast landing. And then we're also preparing to move and transition landing operations to the West Coast. So we have a lot going on. And then executing the handover and bringing Crew-9 home is a big deal. When we last talked, we had a couple issues that remained from the flight readiness review on March 7th. We closed those out. We had some coding degradation on the Draco thrusters. We ran a test at McGregor, looked at some other testing data, and closed that out. And then we also, SpaceX, we learned from every non-NASA Falcon 9 mission. They had a Starlink anomaly post-landing with an engine 8 combustion event post-landing, and we looked at the data from that and we're able to clear that for flight. You know, this team is dedicated, resilient, and learns from every single flight, every single step, and I'm very proud of the team. Dragon Endurance is on orbit now, and it's very healthy, nominal spacecraft separation, nominal orbit insertion. The nose cone opened just fine. We tested out the forward bulkhead Dracos. Those are doing fine. All the Draco thrusters are firing well. We did a phase burn a little while ago around 7:56 Eastern, and that went well. Falcon 9 performed extremely well. You saw the booster land at landing zone 1, and the one thing, and Sarah will talk more about it, is that you saw a little piece of foam come off the second stage tank on the LOX tank. It's there for insulation. That was in the video. And so that was no issue for the flight, no recontact with Dragon at all. On Wednesday, we ended up scrubbing the launch, and the team did a great job with that scrub. It turned out on the hydraulic system, there's a series of clamps that have to release the Falcon 9 at liftoff, and they have to move out of the way so that the rocket can then clear the launch pad. We saw some signs of air in the system that in the past SpaceX has been able to bleed that air out of the system. If you've ever had squishy brakes in your car, it's the same thing where you have air in the system and so you don't know the hydraulic system response. They tried to flush that air out of the system on launch day on Wednesday. We couldn't get comfortable that all the air was out of there, so we took the prudent course of action and we scrubbed that day. And then SpaceX went in and bled the air out of the system. In some points of the lines that go to the Falcon 9 Heavy side of the system, they were able to get all that air out and ran a bunch of checks overnight, last night and into today, and the system performed very well today.
They had air on the lines for
really
reconfiguring
the vehicle is
the
doing
pad.
well on orbit. Dragon, we're not really working any issues.
Cool.
We have about a 28.5-hour launch to dock profile, setting up to rendezvous at 11:30 p.m. tomorrow night. The crew will go off duty this evening about this time. They'll do a few things like grab some air samples and then set up some cabin temperature measurements, and then other than that, they'll be off duty. As you saw, the weather was just awesome today. We couldn't ask for a better day here at the launch site in the abort weather. You know, the mission events heading into docking, we'll have a Dragon mission management team tomorrow evening around 8 p.m. And then we'll have this crew will get into their suits around 9 p.m. And then approach initiations right around 11 or 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night, and then docking at 11:30. And we should have the hatches open about 1:30 in the morning. So we're looking forward to docking and starting off the handover. Can't thank the team enough, and I'll turn it over to Dina.
All right. Thank you, Steve. And thank you all for being here.
Hit the mic.
It was a spectacular launch. Really happy to have the crew on their way to the International Space Station and looking forward to seeing their happy faces on board very soon. As is mentioned, they'll dock tomorrow night, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, to the forward port of the International Space Station. We're going to have a short handover with the Crew-9 guys coming home no earlier than Wednesday at this point. Of course, we'll be looking for good weather. It might be later than Wednesday when they come home. We're trying to keep the handover shorter because recently and last year we've had some handovers that were more extended, waiting on good weather, and so we don't want to lose any good opportunities that we might have in this case. We're trying to stretch the consumables, and you know, we'd rather have less of an overlap of the crews in this particular situation. So after the Crew-9 guys get home, the Crew-10 and the Soyuz crew on board, they have a lot of work to do on this increment. I'll just hit some of the highlights of the upcoming items here in the next month or two. First off, we've got the Northrop Grumman 21 mission that's currently berthed to station, and we'll have the crew stuff that full of trash. They've been working on that, but we're going to make sure that they can get as much trash in there as possible. It's around the 21st or so of this month, but we're assessing that date maybe a little later at this point, and that will unberth it, release it, and it will re-enter and be disposed of. And then we have another crew exchange happening in the April timeframe. So on April 8th, we have a Soyuz launch. It's with Sergei Ryzhikov, Alexei Zubritsky, and Johnny Kim. They'll be taking off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. And once they're on board, they'll be doing their handover. Coming home, we'll have Alexei Ovchinin, Ivan Wagner, and Don Pettit. And they'll come home on the 19th of April. Before Alexei Ovchinin leaves, he'll hand over the station command to Takoya Anishi, and so I'll have a JAXA commander on board at that point. On the heels of that crew exchange,
yeah, Rarest, I should be
SpaceX
here.
32. That's a cargo mission. That's really important for us. It's be carrying, in addition to all the science that it'll be carrying, it's carrying a lot of crew supplies. The Northrop Grumman 22 vehicle that's launching this summer, that launch date's under review. And so the Northrop Grumman guys have noticed that the shipping container was damaged. You may have heard that from Dana Weigel from the last conference. And so to be on the safe side, we've added some additional food to the SpaceX 32 mission just to make sure that we're stretching consumables as much as we can. But there's quite a bit of science that is going to be taking place on this increment, and I just want to give you a few examples. So on this mission on Crew-10, both launching up and coming down on Crew-9, we've got, as an example, an ESA, European Space Agency payload that's studying immune health. On Crew-10, launching on this flight, right now in flight, we have a water filtration experiment. And on the way down on Crew-9, we'll be bringing home some
Can't believe somebody
red
dropped
romaine
Cygnus.
lettuce leaves
Nervous.
that were harvested
So
by the crew
stupid.
on board.
You drop a
So while the
spaceship.
crew's there, we'll be doing combustion experiments. We'll be talking to thousands of students, and we're doing a series of tests, both physiological and psychological, that will help us on our trips to, in our lunar adventures and on a future trip to Mars. So we have a lot of science going on, and I think that some of you know that it's
dropped
the
Cygnus.
25th anniversary of continuous human presence coming up here in November on board the International Space Station. But, we live and breathe science every day on ISS, and every day researchers are learning something new, so even 25 years later. So with that plug, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Okay, thanks, Dina. Well, it has been an exciting week, as always, down here at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And it's an honor to be here today, having just launched our Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. This was our first launch to ISS so far this year. And
Northrop
when
Grumman
it,
would
docks
contract
tomorrow
out the
night, it'll
shipping
be
for
the
their
45th
capsule.
Dragon and the 14th
What
with
are
a
you
crew
doing?
on board to visit the orbiting lab. So this mission was particularly dynamic, as many of you were aware. A little over a month ago, as Steve mentioned, NASA and SpaceX switched the Dragon spacecraft supporting this mission to accelerate the Crew-10 launch and ultimately the Crew-9 return. These types of schedule changes represent an enormous amount of work under the surface, from adjusting hardware milestones and test dates on multiple spacecraft to juggling traffic of the visiting vehicles on ISS, coordinating launch and reentry events with numerous external agencies, expediting hardware and cargo shipments across the country, and changing final training dates for the crew and operators, and so much more. So I just wanted to say, in all of this, SpaceX and NASA kept safety at the forefront as we methodically stepped towards this launch date while accelerating the timeline by several weeks. And then NASA also enabled this handover, as Dina was talking about, to be a few days shorter than typical, which further accelerates the Crew-9 return date coming up in just a few short days.
FedEx Rarest, I think.
So we had originally set up to launch on Wednesday.
Nice,
during Wednesday
Ruin,
night's
that's
attempt,
awesome.
We detected an indication in the data that there might be some trapped air, as Steve alluded to, in the groundside plumbing that leads to the hold-down clamps out at the pad. So we cycled the clamps themselves, open and closed several times throughout the count to make sure that the kinematic behavior was exactly as expected. But we couldn't figure out why the signature was still showing there might be some air there in the system. And so out of an abundance of caution, we stepped into scrubbing the launch for the day. On Thursday, the teams fed fluid through those lines to clear any potential trapped air. And then turns out that resolved the issue and set up for a beautiful launch today.
They didn't.
So tonight, I found it to be a fantastic day to launch, both being Pi Day and the 23rd anniversary of behavior. So we had originally set up to launch on Wednesday.
I want to
but
just
during
hear this
Wednesday
again.
night's
Give me 1
attempt,
second.
we detected an indication in the data that there might be some trapped air, as Steve alluded to, in the groundside plumbing that leads to the hold-down clamps out at the pad. So we cycled the clamps themselves, open and closed several times throughout the count to make sure that the kinematic behavior was exactly as expected. But we couldn't figure out why the signature was still showing there might be some air there in the system. And so out of an abundance of caution, we stepped into scrubbing the launch for the day. On Thursday, the teams fed
She's
fluid
talking
through
about
those
the
lines
clamp
to clear
arms.
any potential trapped air. And then
I was like,
turns
I
out
don't
that resolved
think
the
you could
issue
do
and set
that.
up for
I didn't
a beautiful
know
launch
you
today.
could do that.
So tonight, I found it to be a fantastic day to launch, both being Pi Day and the 23rd anniversary of SpaceX's founding, 23 years ago on March 14th. So yes, we did have Pi in launch control, if you're wondering. And I'm happy to report that Falcon 9 safely delivered the Crew and Dragon to their intended orbit, with an anticipated arrival already been said about 11:30 p.m. tomorrow.
March 14th.
So if you're watching the webcast, you might have noticed something floating off during the separation event between Dragon and the second stage.
Hold up.
This is a piece of insulation foam from our Stage 2 LOX dome. And these insulation tiles are known to sometimes liberate during this separation event. It doesn't pose any issues for Dragon or Stage 2. It's made out of Zotec. It's a foam material that did its job on the way to orbit, and then it's okay if it liberates. After Crew-10 docks to ISS, the next big event for us will be bringing Crew-9 safely home to their families. We're excited to welcome Nick, Alex, Sunny, and Butch back after the time at the space station, and we're inspired by all the groundbreaking research that they completed during their increment. So undocking currently no earlier than Wednesday, March 19th. And as Dina mentioned, we will continue to look at the weather and find the best day to bring the crew home, hopefully next week. So Crew-9 will be the last Dragon mission to return to the East Coast before the recovery transition west that we've all been talking about. So Crew-9 will return to the Gulf at one of our 5 landing sites there, and then we'll have a few Dragon missions that land on the West Coast before Crew-10 comes home in July or August. So I want to say a huge thank you to our launch partners for your trust and collaboration on this launch. There are so many ways that these 2 missions were unique, but I think for me personally, the most powerful was being a more integrated part of the global mission of human spaceflight. So we see ISS as this beacon of international collaboration, and Crew-9 felt like a small part of that, where 2 companies got to work together to the greater goal of advancing human spaceflight.
Yeah, she did what I do,
making humanity
Nova.
a space
I just call it the
civilization.
Gulf.
So that was an honor to be a part of.
Don't want any part of that.
Yeah, just thank you for
Don't
having
want
me
any
today.
part of that,
It's an
homie.
honor to be a part of all this and all the research the crews aboard the space station conduct. Thank you. And Mayumi,
Thank
some
you.
words?
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everybody. I am Mayumi Matsura from JAXA. And first of all, on behalf of JAXA, I'd like to sincerely express our appreciation to NASA, SpaceX, and our international partners, and all those who are struggling for today's Crew-10 launch and the continuous ISS operation. And I am very happy to be here to share with you all today's success of Crew-10 launch.
Right, Sigourney.
And it is a great pleasure, not only for me, but also
That's a
for
Seniority
Japan,
Weaver.
that Japanese astronauts boarded the Crew Dragon for 5th straight year since its debut flight in 2020. And I think this was brought by close cooperation cultivated between U.S. and Japan for years through ISS program. And as for Takuya Onishi, this is the second ISS stay mission for him. And during the first stay, he said he realized the importance of working together with ground team. And then he had a strong desire to deepen his knowledge on flight control team work. And as a result, he became a flight director, and Japanese JAXA flight director, and its call sign is JFlight. And since then, he has been supporting the ISS and the GEM operation as JFlight, and then using his perspective as an astronaut. And in addition to that,
She's talking about the
as
GEM,
Dina
Japanese
mentioned,
experiment module.
Takuya will support as ISS commander this time while he is on board. And as far as I know, an ISS commander from active flight director is not only the first in Japan, but also in the world. And many of them, you are probably not aware of this, so I'd like to highlight that point. And he will undoubtedly make good use his new knowledge he gained from JFlight work to serve as an ISS commander. And I do believe he will show us a great teamwork that no one has ever seen before. And this time, a Crew-10 mission is definitely a symbol
I'll tell you in a second,
of
Hopi.
solid international
Hoki.
partnership. And I know the partnership, not just Crew-10, has been and will continue to be essential for our space activities. And human space activity, as you know, are expanding from ISS, Rio, to further spheres such like Moon and
Nice,
Mars.
Cass.
So today's success, based on our international partnership, is another step toward the further future space activities. And lastly, I am deeply honored to witness this historic moment with you all. And once again, congratulations on the successful launch today. Thank you.
So
All right, thank
she said that
We will now take your
she said that Takuya Onishi flew into space prior, right? And then he came back down, and he actually switched to being a mission a flight director, and he was a flight director at JAXA. And then from a flight director role, he went back to being an astronaut, and now he's back in space again, which is actually super cool. He's the only person to ever be simultaneously a flight director and an astronaut, which that's pretty neat.
Space flight, and what kind of celebrations are you planning after they've gone above and beyond for almost a year?
Oh, Marcia, no. You want to hear her
Great.
question? I know what it was. Ready?
NAP. Looking ahead to splashdown, if you undock Wednesday, when might that occur? And given that Butch and Sunny have been up for 9 months, are there any special precautions you're going to need to take to accommodate them, or extra medical tests to learn more about long-duration space flight? And what kind of celebrations are you planning after they've gone above and beyond for almost a year?
The first part, and
They're all
Steve
like,
has
what
anything
the
to add.
hell?
I think the undocking time we're looking at might be as early as 4 in the morning Eastern, 4 a.m. In terms of precautions, you know, they'll have the standard precautions that any crew has. They'll obviously have their suits that we've sent up and tried them on. They've got custom seats that are made to fit their body and their suits. And then, you know, every crew that comes back goes through a fluid loading protocol just to make sure when they get back that their body is conditioned properly. But they'll go through there's nothing beyond what we'll normally do. They've done training already on the Dragon
He's been in NASA for a
spacecraft
long
while they've been
time.
on orbit to get familiar with the differences in the suits and the umbilicals and the seats and all that. So they'll be ready to come home when we're ready. We'll watch the weather. You know, the weather's always a challenge. It's always windy over the water. We'll have to find the right opportunity. And then in terms of celebrations, I don't think we've thought that far ahead. Obviously, we're excited to get Crew-9 back, and I know Butch and Sunny are excited to come back. And then we'll celebrate, you know, when they're ready. It'll take a little time to get them back reconditioned, and then we'll do a proper celebration. And see if Dana has anything to add.
I'll just add a couple of things that undock if it's around 4 in the morning on Wednesday. The phasing will vary depending on where our landing site will be, and you know how long we'll be in transit essentially to that splashdown location. Sarah had mentioned that we'll be targeting only certain sites, the Gulf sites essentially in Florida, so we'll have fewer opportunities, but we haven't pinpointed the exact one that'll be available to us. I'll also just note that Butch and Sunny have been on orbit for a little over 280 days or something. We can get you that trivia, but there have been many crew members who've been on orbit longer than that, and so we don't see any need for any special precaution. Like any astronauts coming back, there's an acclimation period, and so that'll vary by crew member, and also it does vary by how long they've been on orbit sometimes. So, but I'm not aware of any special precautions or parties, although, of course, you never know.
All right, let's go to the front row here on the left-hand side.
Hi, I'm Faith Abube. I'm with ABC News.
There are several steps before the Crew-10 team docks at the ISS. Are there any more concerns about anything that could possibly go wrong at this point?
What?
I mean, obviously, there's lots of steps, right? There's a series of maneuvers we have to do. We did one maneuver today, a rendezvous maneuver. We'll do a number of those as well. The crew today
why would you ask that?
Will get out of their suits and be in the spacecraft, and then they'll get back in their suits for docking. We'll check out the docking system. We'll go through all the standard steps. We're going to take it one step at a time and watch the vehicle carefully and watch the crew carefully on the way to rendezvous and docking. But there's nothing unusual so far. The spacecraft is very healthy. The crew's healthy. So we'll just take it one step at a time on the way to docking.
And Steve's being very modest. Getting a spacecraft to rendezvous with another object in orbit, it requires incredibly precise navigation and planning, and our systems do that very well, right? And so what he's saying is our systems are all working good, so we're going to be able to do that really amazing thing and dock with the space station.
All right, another question in the front.
Thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein.
Hey, my guy!
Probably for Steve. I know there was questions on the Wednesday attempt, the fact
Sawyer.
that we had SpaceX launching within less than 24 hours. There was a Starlink that was supposed to launch within less than 24 hours. Can you kind of clarify the NASA rule to if that is still the case with no Falcon launches 24 hours before one of the NASA missions? And are there any plans to reduce that time as the launch cadence goes up?
Good question, dude.
Good question. We had initially, a number of years ago, established a 48-hour time frame in between our launch and another Falcon 9 launch. We recently, for this mission, reduced that time to 24 hours. And then we looked at the timing of the specific missions. SpaceX was about 21 hours, and we talked to our team and looked at the amount of work we needed to do to look at the vehicle, that Falcon 9 launch for SpaceX. We also had a NASA team in place observing that launch, and so we adjusted the time to 21 hours. So we're constantly looking at those missions. What we feel like now is we learn from every single Falcon 9 flight, and so it's really an advantage, a safety advantage to us to have Falcon 9 fly, see if we can learn something from that flight, and if there's something off nominal, we can actually stand down and evaluate it. So we had the benefit before our flight of not only the SpaceX launch, the NASA SMD launch, but also a Starlink launch as well that fell within that 21-hour period.
All right, we are going to take a phone question, and we'll come back into the room and get you guys. Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. For Steve and Sarah, did NASA and SpaceX accept more risk for the Crew-10 flight compared with earlier crew missions, given the changes that have been, you guys made in the run-up to this week? And if that's the case, could you kind of explain that and quantify it if possible? Thanks very much.
I wouldn't say there are any additional risks taken. This is one of the benefits
why
of
would there
having
be
multiple
additional
spacecraft
risk?
in different processing lanes at the same time. The vehicle that we switched to was pretty far along in its launch processing campaign for another mission that we're flying later in the spring, and so that was available. We did look at some of the nuanced differences between requirements of various contracts between the NASA contracts and others, and that drove some amount of work on this particular vehicle. He was mentioning the coating degradation that we looked at to ensure that the engines were ready to fly, but no, it was a pretty standard pre-launch process, other than switching around the order of hardware and tests and when we did what on which spacecraft, from my perspective.
And from NASA perspective, we went through our normal process. We did it in an accelerated time frame. We look at what we call non-conformances, anything that maybe any valve that didn't
insulation
perform exactly
tray.
per the spec or exactly per the right timing. We have certain witnesses that we do and inspection points that we go through as the Dragon spacecraft is built up. We missed a couple of those on the NASA side. We actually witnessed the heat shield installation, but we went and looked at all the build records. We have enough experience with the technicians for the heat shield assembly, and so we felt comfortable with that. Probably the one area that maybe was a little bit more risk, I would say, was the coating on these thrusters. These thrusters had flown a few more times than we had in the past. We went and analyzed that very carefully. We did a set of testing with a very similar thruster SpaceX did it in McGregor, Texas, and then we went back and looked at the qualification data just to make sure we were good to go. So we went through our standard process, standard flight readiness review and commercial crew, agency FRR process, solicited dissenting opinions, asked our engineers if they were ready, and we felt very confident to go into the launch campaign.
And Steve, remind me, the fleet following or the witnessing of tests and inspections that you guys do with us, you often do that, you follow not only the capsule that's the primary plan for your mission, but also others. Was this one that you had already been following along with to some extent as well?
In following this capsule, obviously we had flown it before. Last time was on Crew-7, and we had started a little bit early to start looking at this capsule. And the capsule also has some upgrades. One of the upgrades that I talked about is a new energy modulator system. We talked about skip stitching on previous flights. We're flying an energy modulator on this particular vehicle that we tested at the Langley Research Center. There's a facility there that we can actually subject that energy modulator to all the loads and forces that we would see in flight. And we think this is a significant upgrade that we're going to go fly. So, as Sarah said, we followed the whole fleet, and we were in a good posture to go fly this vehicle.
Okay. Question here in the second row.
With Talking Space, question for Steve. Thinking about troubleshooting and problem solving, what would be a key, it seems like focus would be a key element to successful troubleshooting and problem solving. What would help you individually and the teams that are part of the organization to focus and have success each day, each challenge?
What?
Yeah, I think, in engineering and spaceflight, I was just thinking this morning, I was texting a friend and he asked me if the launch was still on track. I said, yeah, the launch is still on track. Everything's working fine. And then I thought to myself, a spacecraft and a launch vehicle on the pad has millions of parts that have to work correctly, and we have to test those parts. And every single day, and I've been watching our team very carefully ever since the beginning of the year, and they've been focused. They've been going through the testing on the vehicle, been following along with the testing, doing independent analysis that NASA does. And so, we're very focused on this mission, Crew-10, and then we're also focused on the Crew-9 vehicle on orbit and making sure that vehicle is safe to bring the Crew-9 crew back as well. So it's really just attention to detail every single day, making sure that everybody does their job. It's a bit like a football team. Everybody has their job, whether you be an offensive lineman, a wide receiver, or tight end. You have your job to do.
Do your
job.
job.
Just watch to make sure that everybody is being diligent and asking the right questions. And the interaction between NASA and SpaceX is phenomenal. On the particular problem we had at the launch pad, the NASA team looked at the data, and SpaceX team looked at the data. We weren't quite comfortable. Had multiple meetings back and forth on the data. Just today, with a NASA guide, one of our experts on the hydraulic system wanted to replot all the data one last time just to make sure we're ready to go fly, and he did that. And I talked to him before I went on console, and he was ready to go. So,
I'm the guy who does his job.
Right,
you must be the other guy.
Yeah, Eliana Sheriff with Ellie in Space, and this question is for whoever can answer it. The current administration has made claims that the previous administration refused to bring home these Starliner astronauts despite an offer being made. Can you give us any clarity about this?
Ellie.
I think the short answer is I can't give you a lot of clarity there because those discussions I wasn't part of. So I can't tell you if they did happen or didn't happen. All I can tell you is NASA is an incredible nonpartisan agency. We get support from whoever is in office. Our presidents always care a lot about what happens at NASA, and it's great to see that trend continue with our current president. He injects a lot of energy into our thought processes, and that's been helpful for us.
All right, let's go to the back of the room.
Okay.
Bill Harwood.
Hey, thanks. Bill Harwood, CBS News. For really anybody, this mission has taken on this whole thing with Crew-9 and getting Bush and Sonny home that I've never really seen with any other mission to this level. I don't know whether you call it hype or whether you call it, is it reasonable? What do you guys think about that? The fact that you're launching Crew-10, but you can't start a story about Crew-10 without putting Butch and Sonny in the lead. So, and which is fine with me. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just wondering what you guys think of that from a NASA perspective, the way this has taken on this life of its own.
I can start and let Ken comment. I appreciate all the interest in the mission. I appreciate the interest in NASA, but for us, it's really about doing the job that we do every single flight to get the Crew-10 Dragon spacecraft, the Falcon 9 vehicle, ready to go fly, to fly the crew that we have on that spacecraft to the station, and then execute the handover. And it's the same thing with the spacecraft that's there. Just a few days ago, we inspected the thermal protection system, just like we would for any mission, to make sure that it's good to go, return home with the external high-def cameras on the space station and also the robotic arm. So we try to just focus on what's important, and what's important is really making sure that we can safely return the crew and safely get the crew there, and I try to avoid with my team getting too much into the hype, and they are so focused and doing their job. I'm so proud of both the SpaceX and NASA team for doing their job in this situation that's, as you said, Bill, it's a little different than what we experienced in the past, and I'll see if Ken has anything to add.
I'll just say it's great to see how much people care about our astronauts. If it was me, I might use different words. I think people use words to describe things based on their point of view and their frame of reference. For me, if I was going to describe the crew, I would describe them as professional, devoted, committed, really outstanding astronauts.
Ken was an astronaut for any.
Okay, we're going to go
just
to
in
the
case
phone
anybody's
line
wondering.
for our
the
next
space shuttle.
question. Chris Davenport.
Hey, thanks very much for doing this. And Sarah, thanks for mentioning that piece of insulation foam that came loose from the second stage. You said this has happened before and doesn't pose a problem, but the words loose insulation foam is just going to generate a certain response given, And I'm just wondering if this is something that SpaceX is going to look to try to fix and prevent from happening again, or if it's something that just happens and is unavoidable.
Bro, I got to bring that up.
Yeah, so these foam tiles are mounted to our,
what the hell's the
box
matter
dome,
with you?
Which gets very cold. The temperature changes drastically throughout the course of it successfully getting the vehicle into orbit. And so it's, I would say, expected that occasionally you'll see some liberate just because of the thermal environment that it's exposed to as it's doing its job to get to orbit. On our satellite missions, there's actually an adapter that covers these foam pieces that the satellite is mounted to, and so you don't see it as commonly then. But Dragon, which has a kind of open air trunk, you'll more commonly see these pieces coming out of stage 2. But this is a known risk that we carry in our system that we've analyzed and we've expected because we've seen it before. So.
And I think the good thing about the foam, right, at Dragon, at Falcon 9 Dragon separation, as Sarah said, that foam is contained within the trunk. Dragon's moving away, so in terms of velocity that foam could make contact with anything, it's very low. It's a very lightweight piece, and so SpaceX has assessed that, and we know that's not a concern. I'm sure that's one of the things that SpaceX will go look at, and as they always do, to see if they can correct it over time. But in this time frame, it's not like some of the foam kind of scenarios we've had in other programs.
So, okay, there was a reason why that was a dick question to ask. You see that guy right there? He was a flight controller for the space shuttle when they lost Columbia because of foam. I don't think that guy knows that, but that is a dick thing to freaking ask. I'm pretty sure that whoever asked that didn't know that, but Steve worked on Columbia accident investigation. He was there when Columbia blew up. Dick move. Not cool. Just not cool. Not that. Just.
All right, we will come back to the room.
Not
after we
cool.
take one more question on
That's
the
messed
phones
up.
From Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. And thanks, guys, for doing this, and congrats on what sounds like a successful launch. And I just wanted to follow
Maybe
up
Tig,
on
who
Mike's
knows?
question, and Steve, just kind of get like a quantifiable response or some kind of number on what the probability of loss of crew for this flight was, or how different that might have been from past flights. I mean, I think, you said that this was a kind of an unusual pre-flight process this time around, and so I just figured it'd be good to get a number on if there was any kind of numerical difference on the probability of loss of crew for this flight that you guys accepted. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I don't have the lost crew number that we use from the design phase with me, but there would have been no change in that essentially for this flight. We wouldn't have assigned a new loss of crew risk for this flight based on our process. Again, I felt like we started looking at capsule 210 endurance late last year a little bit because we thought we might be in this situation. So we started looking at some of the nonconformances. We started looking at some of the data. I mean, the Dragon vehicles, if you just compare them, they are all virtually identical except for capsule 206. The very first spacecraft, the prop system's a little different on that one. So in terms of, the safety risk for this vehicle, it really was unchanged from any other previous flight. So we didn't assign any new loss of crew number for the flight.
Okay, so the front row here, Will has a question.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for your time this evening. Question to Steve and to Sarah. In the write-up after the launch readiness review, it was mentioned that the leak issue that was present in B-1086 when it landed and had the subsequent fire, that was cleared to move forward with this launch, but that root cause had not been found yet at that point. Has that been resolved now? And
that's a good question.
Did this flight provide any additional data that might help clear that?
Will is good. We like Will. Be like Will.
Yeah, so we are still moving through our root cause of why the fire originated. But what we did ahead of the SpaceX mission and the Crew-10 mission is we asked ourselves, of all the possible causes, could any of these have any correlation or connection to what will happen on the ascent phase of a mission, which is what matters for this mission. And in this case, the answer was no. We found that there would have to be 3 separate anomalous events all happening simultaneously in the first 2 or 3 minutes of flight in order to see anything like what we saw there post-landing. And so that got us comfortable with with it not being an elevated risk to this mission.
And SpaceX did a great job of looking at, I would say, forensics from that booster, the 1086 booster on the drone ship. They actually looked at a particular fitting that might have been a source of a fuel leak. It had a very interesting signature where it wasn't as, of course, when you have a combustion event after landing, you're going to see a lot of heat damage components. This one wasn't, so they think maybe this particular fitting might have been leaking a little bit of fuel on that particular booster. We went and analyzed our booster. We did a static fire. We didn't see any fuel leaks. We actually sniffed for fuel to see if there was any present in any of the 9 engine bays. There was not. We actually went in on a couple of the bays and looked at this area where there was a fitting, and so that's a potential root cause. And then we looked at, the thing that you would be worried about if you had a fuel leak is a LOX leak during ascent. The vehicle that we just flew was very tight during static fire. It was tight during all the testing at McGregor. And so that gave us rationale to go fly the flight. And of course, SpaceX resumed their other missions as well, and we learned from those flights.
Okay, the third row. Sorry. Yeah.
Important part of all of this if there were to be a fire to break out in one engine, for example. And we did actually see an engine out scenario, gosh, in the old days. I think it was Cirrus 1 or 2 to 10, 12 years ago. Right, but that rocket had an engine out. It has sufficient scaffolding to isolate the fire to that single engine bay. And then the rest of the engines complete the mission as planned. And so that's, I guess, an additional layer of protection. If we were to see an event like this, we wouldn't expect it to propagate to the rest of the rocket.
Sapara with NBC News. Thanks again for doing this. This is for whoever wants to answer this one. I'm sure you're still seeing this as I am. What do you say to people that are still calling Butch and Sunny stuck or stranded, quote unquote, and calling Crew-10 a, quote, rescue mission?
You want to do that one, Steve?
First principle in spaceflight, you always have a way for the crew to come home. And Butch and Sunny have had a way to come home all the way back to the crewed flight test mission. If you remember, their vehicle, if there would have been a contingency, they were going to come home in Starliner first. Then we transitioned to the Crew-8 vehicle and then the Crew-9 vehicle. So they've always had a way to come home. To me, we are embarking upon a handover with 2 crews. And Butch and Sonny happen to be part of the expedition now. They've been there for a number of months, almost 10 months now. And they've executed spacewalks and they've done science. And so for me, it's a normal handover. Uniquely, this time we launched Butch and Sonny with a Starliner and we're bringing them home on a Dragon. That's the only difference to me, and maybe Ken has something to add.
Yeah, if you look at it mathematically, by percentage of the original planned mission, this is the largest percentage extension, right? That's probably how we engineers will think about it in the future, is mathematically. There's been other really long extensions. We've had other people stay up there a really long time. But if you look at what was expected and what they ended up with, this one's was a big percentage of the initial plan. But every astronaut that launches into space, we teach them, don't think about when you're coming home. Think about how well your mission's going, and if you're lucky, you might get to stay longer. And it really is a gift when you get to stay longer in space. On my most recent flight, I did get to stay a little bit longer than we planned, and I was so happy that we did get to stay longer. The reasons were terrible that we stayed longer on our mission. But one of the positives about everything that happened was more time in space. And Don Pettit is up there right now. I flew with Don 20 years ago. The only time we ever came closer to an argument in space was when we argued over who might get to stay longer, because they were talking about having us extend for an extra 6 months and spend a year in space. Neither one of us got to, so we both got home. And then he eventually won that because he flew again and is still up there now.
Ken's cool, man.
Ken?
Hi, thank you for doing this. I walked in a little late picking up the camera, so I'm wondering about the ISS leak. Can you report anything about that? A lot of people are wondering about that. Is it mitigated? Is it getting worse, getting better? What are you doing? Thanks.
Sure. So you're talking about the Paracal leak at the back end of the Russian service module. And that leak's still ongoing. Our Roscosmos keeps that hatch closed for most of the time. So the only time they go in there would be for accessing the Progress vehicle in order to get consumables or supplies out from a Progress vehicle, or in order to specifically do inspection or repair associated with that.
Yep.
We monitor the leak carefully and try to determine whether we have, additional increases in the leak rate. Right now, it's fairly steady, and so. But again, Crew does not go in that module very often. So we just take little short snippets of data here and there as we go. The investigation has been ongoing, and Roscosmos leads the investigation. We have our team as well providing assistance in terms of testing or analysis and providing data. But our team is working very closely with the Roscosmos team on that. I'd say the status has not really changed.
Are they doing any stress testing of the materials to see what it can take up to? Thanks.
So we on the NASA side we do have some of the Russian materials, and we are doing testing on those types of materials, various types of tests that we've pre-coordinated with our Roscosmos colleagues. Our Roscosmos colleagues also, they of course understand their material very well and perform some tests. So the answer is yes, and we are trying to correlate what we're seeing and go over those results as we have them with our Roscosmos colleagues.
Another question to the front of the room on this side, ABC News.
Thank you again. I'm not sure if you've spoken to them yet, but what's been the reaction to the successful launch by the crew, the Sonny and Butch team on the ISS? And how significant is it that we had a female pilot and a female commander on Crew-10?
First of all, I think it's really cool that we had 2 females in the flight crew, 2 women in the flight crew. And I think it's cool that Anne's one of them, because she was one of the first in a 2-woman EVA. I don't know, Sarah wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I was just telling them before this that I've got 3 daughters at home that I know were watching tonight, and so I was excited to see them on board, and thankful to them for a milestone that hopefully many more will follow after. So.
And Dina may have gotten something from Crew-9. I'm sure they're excited. Have you heard anything yet, Dina?
About coming home?
Yeah, about the fact that Crew-10's on the way.
Oh, well, I have not heard yet, but the launch occurred while the crew was asleep. They might have gotten up and taken a peek. I'm not sure. So I've not really heard anything yet, but it's possible that they were just quietly watching.
I suspect they're excited that there's new faces coming, right, and new people coming, and they know they're going to get to come home with see their families pretty soon. So.
All right, the question there in the 4th row, gentleman back there.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Nick Valencia with CNN. This question is to dovetail off of an earlier question, but for you at SpaceX, Sarah. Ken may not have been part of the conversations for the initial offer from Elon Musk about bringing these astronauts home earlier, but I imagine as the director of Dragon that you might have been. I'd love to know what the specifics were of that offer, what was made, and to who was it made at the Biden administration in the White House.
Yeah, so I wasn't in the conversation either. I'm grateful for the leaders in our nation in the spheres of politics and policy. My sphere is engineering. But what I do know from almost 15 years of working with this exact team with Commercial Crew and ISS is that NASA is always looking at multiple options, every option available for any operation that they may go do, and then many contingency options for when the unexpected inevitably happens. And so I got to see that in this case, and we certainly brought all the ideas we had to the specifics of the operation. And then we were just thankful to be a part of the path that was chosen.
Yeah, SpaceX has been a great partner for us. Whenever we have something come up that's a little bit different on orbit, they help us figure out how to handle it, how to modify Dragon or come up with an extra way of dealing with our different contingencies.
Okay, let's go to the other side of the room now.
Yes, hi, I'm Bert Dick from the National Space Society. My question is for Dina and anyone else who might want to answer. It's always impressive to see the partnerships, the diversity, the collaborative efforts. We have NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos here. How do all those collaborations point to mission success and the objectives of the International Space Station? And also, I work with a lot of students, and for the others, what lessons can I share with students about the success and how this works?
Well, I'll just give you my thoughts on this. You know, the intergovernmental agreement that was signed many years ago and led to the International Space Station. You know, somebody had to think of that and put it on paper, and then as people plowed into trying to actually assemble and build the space station, you can imagine that there was a lot of discussions about how it would be built and who would have what pieces of that. But over time, it's just slowly gotten to a point where on a daily basis, it'd be just like you and I having a conversation, and we do this with our JAXA colleagues and our European colleagues and our Russian colleagues on the ground on a daily basis to operate the station. On board, the crews are having dinner together from different nations. When you're all working together on a common problem, you don't really see, I'd say, any differenons. You see each other.
Who do you think I'm talking to,
more,
Perry?
as working toward the same goal. So I just say same as on Earth, when people are aligned on a common goal, that's really helpful. The ISS really is kind of a shining example of what you can do on a huge scale internationally if you're all partnered together. So I'm not sure if I answered all the questions, but that's my thoughts on it.
I thought Anne's words were really poignant when she got to orbit. I think that was in the webcast. Is that when Anne's first words down to the ground team were poignant about collaboration as well?
They were. Yes, they were. Mm-hmm.
All right, the gentleman in the second row has been patiently
My
waiting.
pleasure, Pineways.
Hi, thanks for being here.
I'm trying,
Nick
man.
Gibson with the Spokes Interview. I'm curious what the last few days were like for the members of Crew-10 following the delay Wednesday. Is there anything you do to help keep them prepared for the mission, and how do they pass the time?
I would say from my perspective, when we called the scrub on Wednesday, they understood, they know what it's like, that when you get in the
this is space. Vehicle, I'm in space.
There's a chance that you're not going to go
Thanks,
that
Hokey.
day. They got out. They were very professional, very complimentary. We did a debrief with them after that operation just to make sure there was nothing that we could do better the next time. That went really well.
We like
And
hokey,
then they
Dean.
followed kind of the issues and what's happening. Maybe spend a little time with each other and maybe study their procedures a little bit more. And then when it's time to go on launch day, you could tell Ann and the crew were ready again. So, and Ken, you've probably been there before. I don't know if you have anything to add.
You know, I've launched on time before. It was rare, but we did launch on time even back in the space shuttle era. And then had missions where we scrubbed lots of times, scrubbed 6 times. And after a while, it gets old, but the first one's kind of nice because you get a chance to rest a little bit. Usually people are tired building up to the launch, and you can catch up with all the notes that you didn't write down, spend a little extra time with your family. So generally that first scrub is kind of nice, but I don't know, you'll have to ask the Crew-10 crew when they come back what they really thought about it.
Jessica Meir had reported out on our broadcast that she's friends with Ann McLean. She said they went to the astronaut beach house. So several members spent the day there with some of their family members. So thank you for that question. We'll take another one here on the first row.
Thank you, appreciate that. Sawyer again with the NSF. This is probably for Sarah. So Crew Dragon Endurance, I know, had to swap out for the new capsule that wasn't ready, but from my understanding, this capsule kind of bounced around again from Crew-9 to Fram-2 to Axiom-4, now to Crew-10. Can you kind of explain why that was and what the SpaceX process is for determining what capsule for what mission?
Good question, man. Thank you.
I think some of those might not have been. I'm trying to remember the history now. I know that, let's see, we had a new capsule originally in preparation. It's now probably going to fly the Axiom mission that's coming up in May. You know, we have 4 or 5 lanes of processing where we get to swap in capsules at different phases of their flow, and we usually have multiple in parallel or some awaiting certain processing steps depending on what their launch date is. And so it's relatively straightforward for us to switch what we're doing in what lane or move capsules around. And we've kept, as I think Steve already mentioned, we've kept our capsules so similar that makes that a lot easier to do. Whenever we roll in changes or upgrades to one capsule, we retrofit all the other capsules with those same changes. And so there's no capsule that's getting behind another capsule where we'd have a lot of work to do. If we were to do a swap, we just have a fleet of 5 spacecraft, 5 crew spacecraft and 3 cargo spacecraft that could fly any mission that they need to. So.
Time is almost up. Sorry, Steve.
I was going to say I'd have to go back and look. I think at one point the new capsule was you're testing my memory, but I think at one point we were going to fly it on Crew-9 maybe, and then we moved off of that new capsule off of Crew-9. But I would say that building a new capsule, it takes a lot of hard work and dedication and building some new components up. You know, we had built the first 4 capsules kind of in fairly rapid succession over a couple-year period, 206, 207, and then 210 and 212. And then now this one's a little lagging behind, so sometimes it takes a little longer when you got a vehicle that's lagging behind. But the thing I would most compliment our team and SpaceX on is the adaptability. When we looked at the manifest and saw that, hey, we really like to fly this mission in March ahead of the Soyuz handover, and we looked at Capsule 210, and our team started looking at it to see if we could go really get all the data reviewed. We pivoted together very quickly, and that is the beauty of having multiple capsules ready at multiple times for multiple missions. And we, NASA, appreciate that, and we took advantage of that. So,
Okay, our time is almost up. We'll take another question from NBC News in the back.
Gina, this might be a question for you. 2 quick ones. First, you mentioned that 4 a.m. Wednesday might be the earliest opportunity for Crew-9 undocking. So is there a world where they would have splashdown? I know we don't know exactly where they're targeting, but would that potentially be the same day? What would be the soonest possible? And then the other question I had is, we know Elon Musk talked about the possibility of deorbiting the ISS as soon as 2027. I'm curious what your thoughts are if that's possible.
To take the first question is, I think it is possible we could splash on the same day. Certainly, they're very possible. Again, it just depends on the transit time associated with where the orbit lines up, and then the splash-on opportunity that we select on the Gulf Coast. And then I'll just caution you, though, that it could be difficult to find good weather on the very first day. So if you were even trying to pinpoint the day, I'm not sure we've really done that yet. So that would be the no earlier than day. And then in terms of ISS, we are following our policy for the current administration has us deorbiting in 2030, and that's where our international partners have agreed to. We have Roscosmos who's agreed to go to 2028, and they're working on, we're working with everyone on the deorbit process, more working in that general direction. So that's where we are with that. I don't know, Ken, if you had anything to add.
Just that I would say, Elon's all about going to Mars. He has been since he started SpaceX and before that, right? So it doesn't surprise me that he wants to focus on that. That excites me too. But what I'll tell you is our work in low Earth orbit, our work with ISS, the future work we'll do on our commercial LEO platforms, low Earth orbit platforms, is about Mars too. And one of the fastest ways to get to Mars is to do work in low Earth orbit. So I think we're going to have a lot more time with astronauts doing their work close to Earth in orbit nearby.
We like Ken.
Okay, we just have a few more seconds. So we
Be
can
like
get one
Ken.
more from Will, and we'll wrap it up.
Thanks. I'll make this a quick one. Regarding the future of Dragon return, starting with Crew-10 when they are ready to come back, I know the plan is to splash off the coast of California, but will a Dragon recovery vessel stay in Florida as a contingency, or will both of them move to the West Coast for that?
Dude, Will, another good question. We like Will. Will's all
On the
right.
West Coast for the specific setup over here. We have 3 landing sites. They're all very close together. There's no need for with the panhandle of Florida. You kind of needed 2 to take advantage of the entire Florida coast within a certain distance that you could helicopter the crew and cargo to their final destinations. We don't need that over on the West Coast. We've actually already moved a vessel, Shannon, over to the West Coast, and it's undergoing final preparations for its first missions. And then we actually had a number of facilities, and then some that we're upgrading, some that we're building over here. You may remember we returned 20 Dragons in the early cargo program over on the West Coast, and so we got to leverage that. But yet we have entirely new requirements with commercial crew program and science processing that we've benefited from these later contracts that we want to continue on the West Coast as well. So some new stuff, but also some heritage.
All right, thank you all for your questions today, and thank you to the panel for coming in and answering them. If you'd like to listen in to Crew Audio as they make their way to the ISS, you can snap the QR code that you see at the bottom of your screen. We'll be streaming mission audio commentary at nasa.gov/multimedia. And to continue following the Crew-10 mission, stay tuned to our streaming platform, NASA Plus, or online at plus.nasa.gov. We leave you now with highlights, a look back from suit up to launch.
Crew-10 is getting suited up, ready to go. Time now for the traditional card game. Crew-10 walking down the hallway. And here they come, taking their first steps outside as they prepare for their journey to the International Space Station. And we are off. The crew on their way to Space Launch Pad 39A. Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers making their way into their Dragon spacecraft Endurance. And here come our mission specialists down the crew access arm, Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov.
There they are rotating back. Dragon, SpaceX side hatches closed. Ignition and liftoff. Go SpaceX, go NASA Crew-10.
Hi, Orson. Ah, man, that's so cool.
1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew-10. We're continuing to get good call-outs on the first stage performance so far.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for Crew-10 Rocket Lab, Crew-10 press conference coverage. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, there's still plenty of stream left. We're going to move to Friday Night Racing now. And I'm gonna go get my racing rig up and running here, and we are gonna race 154 minutes at Sebring with GT3 cars. It is open, so anybody can race. If you download the if you go on my Discord, you download the mods that you need to. There's a whole tutorial on how to do it. It doesn't take very long. You're more than welcome to come and race with us if you have Assetto Corsa. It is an open league, but this is race 2. Race number 2 for the EJRA 2025 Racing League. Race 1 was Daytona Roval. This is race 2 in the big enduro race league that we're doing. So yeah, should be good, man. Should be good. Is the racing on YouTube? Yeah, Rarest. I'll jog the VOD over on YouTube, and I will get you guys coverage over there. So once again, this is the end of the Crew-10 cast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was fun. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. If you like car racing, we're going to be doing some car racing. I'll be back in probably about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. And we'll go from there. Actually, probably less than that. Where's the link to the mods? It's in Assetto Important Links, SVO. And yeah, well, once again, everybody's welcome to join if you want. Yeah, I will be back momentarily. Thank you very much for watching. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube as expected.